British player. British player! How does it make you feel, man?
It's fine. It's
British
great.
player.
That's all I need to be known for.
British player. You ever get used to it?
No.
No. Cheers.
Cheers.
British player. What's Mezii about?
In the UK, I don't know, we do this thing where you just add a Z to, like, my last name's Merriman, and just call me Mez or Meza.
Meza.
Meza. And then
Great.
I changed the name because the Asimov in-game, I called it Mezimov.
Does the Asimov creator know that?
No.
Have you told anyone that?
No.
Chicken shop first. Cheers to that.
Cheers.
There we go. Can you do American accent?
I don't want
Can you
to
just say like? Can you just say what this is?
boil water.
I'm letting you in the country.
Thank you.
You got through. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. When's Asia going to be the #1?
Asia #1?
Yeah, you think Asia can be #1?
Yeah.
You ready for some long flights?
I'm not a fan of the long flights.
What's your least favorite part of the job?
the flights?
What are you gonna do after you retire?
Maybe go to an office job or something.
An office job,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. Use my degree that I spent so much money on.
What's your degree?
Accounting and finance.
Can you do Canadian taxes?
I can try.
Ask Grok.
Grok, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is my best friend.
Your best friend? Mm-hmm. Even more than Flamesy.
He introduced me to this best friend.
Why did he? What did he ask?
Just advice, emotional support. ChatGPT has it helped. What's the point in having Jack, our performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? But I think he did a great job with Flamesy.
That's kind of scary. I heard about that.
It's taken over.
They can't take my job though, right?
What do you do?
I talk.
You might be fine.
Would you ever talk one day?
Could I pay well?
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Maybe you replace your job with ChatGPT. I replace my job with you. Why?
Where does that leave you?
Why would I do that? It doesn't pay that well. Where does this rank? Out of 10, what do you give this?
This would be a 9 out of 10.
Where would you rank your daughter's birth?
A 10 out of 10, for sure.
Where would you rank your wife? You can't use numbers you've already used.
11 out of 10.
11 out of 10, smart man. He's gonna last a long
She
time.
taught me well.
Nice. Okay.
10
Well,
wasn't good enough before.
I think I feel closer to you.
I'm feeling that energy as well.
You wanna do it again?
I would love to.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Something you don't see, it always lies in the shadow.
When I was younger, I was a little bit more like, I don't care about this, I don't care about that. As you get older, you kind of understand your own principles and your own things that are important for you.
We are normal people, and sometimes we get angry.
Mental health is a key component in every single moment in your life. You need someone to talk to be able to sometimes decompress stuff.
What does mental health mean to you?
First of all, feeling good with yourself, which is the most important. We travel a lot, we do a lot of things with CS, so it's really mandatory to feel good with yourself.
It means how you handle pressure, how you handle haters, how you handle maybe discussions in the team if there's some tension and stuff like this.
I think it's one of the most important things in life for your own comfort. People are saying, oh, you're living a dream job, you're like flying everywhere and you're playing video games. It is true. It's a dream job. But when you're doing it for 5 years straight, when you're constantly flying to events, losing your sleep schedule because you're flying from China to US and from US to Europe, it gets back on your body. And if you're not doing the physical activities or putting everything in place in your mind, then it's beginning to be hard.
We are players that stand out, we travel a lot, and we are exposed in so many ways. Do you think that the community sometimes also buys into creating a toxic community?
For them, you play video games, you travel in a lot of countries, you earn good money. If you have that, it's easy. But what we live on a daily basis is not the easiest. We don't see our family as often as we want. We almost see them like twice a year.
But sometimes it does get you. Sometimes someone is writing something at a moment where you feel vulnerable or where you have a bad day or you just had a bad practice game. The moments where it does hit you, like how do you then cope with it? How do you then deal with it?
I can be angry. I can be upset for 1 hour, 2 hours. Let's see. Maximum for me, I think it's like an evening.
But with being an esports player where you are so close with your fans, you're running your own Instagram, you're running your own Twitter, you will be able to see what people write about you and it will pop up on your screen. And that's the hardest thing as a young athlete in esports right now.
Have you ever been in a position where you as a captain of your team have felt maybe someone in the team needed to, get like a good talk? And have you tried to share the things that you've learned throughout your career?
What's the most important is that my teammates, my staff, and my org believe in me. If they all three believe in me, I'm fine. I have all the trust in the world. I don't need any other trust. So I just try to tell that to William, to tell him, okay, it's been a rough year for you. You're not playing as your expectation. You're not playing as our expectations. But I know what you're worth. And just keep believing in you, keep working hard, and everything will be fine. He's also a guy that don't talk that much about those things. He will not be open talking about it. It's never easy to say, oh, this affects me. It's important to be open about that, to not letting your emotion explode. So I just try to tell him and tell in interview as well, showing to the community that I believed in him.
The communities can be toxic, but you've also felt the opposite, where they actually come together and elevate you from where you are.
Of course, I think that's part of being a human, right? But let's say I open my Instagram, there will be one bad message, but 9 good. There is a lot of good people out there following the scene as well.
When I joined the likes of Vitality and we had to play together, I wouldn't say that we had like a bad relationship or anything. Like we had a good time, but obviously we had to align in how we wanted to work and how you wanted me to play. And I had to like try and reinvent myself.
We come from two different really areas, like the Danish scene and the French scene. Both didn't play the same at all for a long time. And trying to adapt to each other was the tougher part, because in a way I really wanted to make it work, but I just couldn't.
Have you experienced when things have been tough for the team or for you personally that the community has come together, and like have you actually got something good out of the community as well?
Just the human brain is just not well done in that case. Is that if you have 100 positive comments but to one negative, what you're gonna remember is the negative one.
I would never do it without fans. We would not be able to travel around the world if there wasn't fans. So I think in that sense I'm just giving a part of myself to the community.
Everyone is a human. Everyone is a person. The life is so short, I think it's not just about playing, just about winning all the time. It's about being happy.
The OVO Arena has crowned many Counter-Strike legends, from SK Gaming all the way back in 2017 to the Danes of Astralis hoisting their second major trophy in 2018, and who can forget, just over 1 year ago, Team Spirit. Now, 2 names remain to be crafting their London legacy.
And that London legacy for G2 could see them take their first title in 308 days. For Hunter, he could put his hands on his first trophy as an IGL and be the man that helps HeavyGod and Matys take their first ever trophy. At the same time, it's Saw, the man trusted behind the whole process, masterminding it all.
And for Vitality in the other side of the arena, not only would this be their first trophy in this half of 2025, not only Mezii's first S-tier on home soil, but proved that the era they forged in the beginning of this year is not over just yet.
And once the dust settles on London, once that final round has gone, the last explosion, the last kill, one of these 2 teams will be lifting this trophy.
It's cold here.
Wet. Gray.
Relentless. The grind never stops. No one hands you the crown. You fight, you bleed, you fail. And then you go again. Built from hard days and harder nights. You want respect here? You have to earn it. Every round, every clutch, every kill. No backing down, no surrender.
Let's step up, okay? Let's fucking go, boys.
Just you, your aim, and your will to win. You don't wait for opportunity, you take it.
This isn't just a game.
It's a battleground. This is where conquerors are born. This is our kingdom.
This is where kings are made.
It's Championship Sunday. There is a big grand final ahead of us, and one of those teams will be lifting this trophy. But let me ask you this, guys. Are you ready? Because this is gonna get special. It's a best of 5, 2 teams clashing in a significant way. G2 on the rise, Vitality trying to claw their way back to the top again and show up. So let me just test how much you guys are listening right now. Just this side of the arena. Let me hear you. All right, you guys on the left, you can be a bit louder. Let me hear you. Okay, the energy's pretty good. You're pretty there. All right, let's do this one more time. Everyone, make some noise. You guys have been fantastic. London is always a special place for me. Being my country, my home, we're ready to rock it, so let's get this show started.
There is no feeling quite like a championship Sunday. Everything has been building up to this very moment to find out who will be laying their hands on the Blast Open London Trophy. My name is Freya Spears, joined by Pimp, Vu, and Maui Snake for what is going to be an epic culmination to this event. Maui, it's been such a pleasure to be back in London, hasn't it?
Without a doubt. I love the food here, unlike many people. There's a lot to love about London.
Shout
I like
out
the
Slim
transport.
Yeah.
I like the architecture. I like how walkable it is.
Yeah.
But the Counter-Strike has been bringing it. That's what I love the most.
That's what we're here for. I mean, the food. You can talk about the food all you want, Maui. I'm here for the Counter-Strike. I want to see Mezii lift the trophy.
And it's been serving up some delicious treats over the course of the last couple of days. Let's check in with the playoff bracket to see exactly how we found ourselves at this best of 5 grand final. So many epic matchups going down yesterday. Some one-sided affairs, I think it's fair to say, Jacob. Let's begin with Mouse versus Vitality. So many heads-to-heads, the 9th going down this year alone, and Vitality back to winning ways.
I think we're all hoping for a competitive game. We were all hoping that Mouse once again would be able to show that the first time around where they beat Vitality during IM Cologne wasn't a fluke, so to say. It wasn't a one-off, but I think we got to see Vitality for the first time, actually, since the player break played their A game. We saw them be very proactive. We saw them dominate Mouse, and to be completely honest, the scoreline you see on your screen was very, very justified. It was a game that was never any close.
That's a welcome home moment for Mouse fans. That's just another loss in a string of many losses to Vitality. The struggle was they didn't even look competitive. They didn't look like themselves at all.
I mean, sometimes the little brother gets the better of their older sibling, but this was another instance where Vitality just completely battered Mouse out of the server. I feel like Mouse right now, they got to go back to the drawing board a little bit. I don't think that this team is in a position where they necessarily need to move on, that they need to make any crazy type of decision in the upcoming weeks or anything. But for them right now, just get back into that tier 1 form, the S tier form. What got you that win at Cologne, you need to be able to repeat that, because right now it's looking pretty fluky.
I like that take, because Cyclone, you know, he wasn't necessarily committing to the idea of changes need to be made, but he wasn't denying them either, right? Like, you look at this version of Mouse and go, okay, if there is belief, then maybe we can get back to the form we once showed, but if there's not, maybe we do have to reconsider some things.
Yeah, I think what Cyclone said yesterday and what he's been expressing is that obviously he's not, he's open to the fact that you can continue to look worse and worse and worse and worse, which is the case for Mouse right now. It doesn't feel like they're getting any closer to winning trophies. It doesn't feel like their playing is getting any better. They're still an excellent team. They're still a team that consistently gets into the playoff, that consistently gets into the semifinal, but it does feel like they're not getting closer to winning the trophies. And if you're Cyclone and if you're Mouse, you have publicly stated that we are a team that wants to win trophies. We are a team that is investing into our players. We have the budget. I think one of the Mouse guys even said that it's a top 5 budget in the world of Counter-Strike as of right now in terms of the salaries, etc. So I guess you have to be kept up to that standard. So I love the fact that Cyclone is open to the idea, and I think we're just 1 or 2 events away from that maybe being the reality.
There's only so long you can continue being a team that can't get it across the line. You can continue being a 3rd, 4th best team that loses right in the final moments before your team starts to lose faith. And I respect Cyclone for being honest, but at the same time, he can't say, yeah, by the way, we're going to replace Brawlin as soon as possible. He can't say that even if they're moving in that direction, even if that is what they're maybe considering.
Is that what you want to happen, Vu? You want Brawlin to be out?
I would probably look at Brawlin. That would actually be the first place I'd go. You can talk about the other players, but I think their IGLing just isn't good enough recently.
I don't think that the live adjustments are what I would want from a tier 1 IGL on a championship contending team, but whatever you're doing with Mouse, you're changing the face of them so drastically. I don't really see that replacement IGL today that I think makes the most sense. Plucking somebody from their academy team, from tier 1.5, that's a bigger risk than anything. And the stability that Mouse have shown me to be an elite top 4 team the entire year since they've added Spinks is enough for me to say they're just waiting for that lucky break. They're waiting to build off of a Cologne semifinal victory and actually materialize with a trophy on top.
Let's put a pin in Spinks for just a second and revisit the Exertion topic, because has he been up to par so far for Mouse?
Not really, and I think that's a little bit of an unfortunate situation for Exertion. I think he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player. Obviously, this tournament, this playoff, he didn't show up at all. The same could be said for the rest of the Mouse squad, so I don't want to singly point towards him and be like he was the reason, but Exertion is a player that needs to take that next step. If we're talking about Mouse as a championship contender, they need someone to be the X factor. They need someone to be that star player, and they don't have that oomph right now. And I thought Exertion could be that guy. I thought Torsi at times could be that guy, but it feels like just like the rest of the team, he's also stagnated a little bit. He's still a fantastic Counter-Strike player. He's just not up there where he's competing with the best.
I don't even know I'd say he's stagnated. I think he's regressed a little bit. I think last year he was playing better. In the beginning of this season, I think he was playing a little bit better. And when we're talking about the calling on Mouse, we can look at Brawlin, we can look at maybe we need the mid-round adjustments to be a little bit different. But Xerxin has been talked about as calling his own shots a lot of the time, as making the plays, making the reads himself. And if he's on a downswing, that's also where the calls that are going wrong are coming from.
To me, they're just the least creative team. I'm never inspired by watching a single Mouse player trying to accomplish anything. I feel like they're just following the structure that they've put around themselves. They're trying to follow it to a T, and that's why when the going gets tough, they never really have that extra way to get it over the line at the end.
Yeah, it was a very timid showing, to say the least, versus Vitality yesterday. Ex-Vitality player, though, Spinks, is he safe for now with the Mouse?
I think so. He was a big investment, and I think he's done a good job winning the Mouse camp. As we spoke about yesterday, it's a player that takes a lot of resources away from players around him, but when he delivered like he did yesterday against Vitality, and in general, I think it's safe to say that Spinks is arguably their best player. You know, he's the guy with the highest potential. Yeah, definitely. So I think he is safe, and I think it's not all doom and gloom for Mouse. It's just a conversation that we need to have that, yes, being the third, fourth best team in the world, that's excellent. That's great in a very competitive era of Counter-Strike. But if you want to win trophies, then maybe something needs to change. I think Spinks for now is safe.
When we have Maui talking about not having a player that can push them over the line, Spinks for the first season often was that player. He was able to go for an entry when the half was looking bad. He could find a double entry, push them over the line. Recently, he's really been struggling with that. And although, I mean, he's been struggling, he did have the one series against Vitality. I think we need to see a little more out of Spinks consistently. He's safe, absolutely, but we need to see more from him if Maus are going to be a title contender.
Sadly, no more from him here in London. As for FURIA on the other side of the bracket as well, they did indeed face up against G2 in our second semi-final, and it was a pretty sad showing, let's be real, from FURIA. You know, we're willing to give them a bit more of an excuse there. A newer build coming together, they're still kind of feeling out what it is to be playing in a big arena, but I wanted a more competitive series than this, Maui.
And with the players that they have, a lot of them have competed in arenas before. I know that that's a topic that they keep harping on, that they want more arena experience. But you've got Fallen, you've got K-Serrano, you've got Yuri. These guys have played in major playoffs, with Fallen obviously winning 2 majors. You would think that that sort of leadership can stem down to the other players. Maybe Yakindar hasn't always been the brightest arena player. Maybe Molodoy is new to this stage. But it still, to me, says that the leadership needs to instill a little bit more confidence so that they can play their game, because the Molodoy we got yesterday, the Yakindar we got yesterday, neither of them were who we thought they were going into the series.
The crazy thing about that series is at times Fallen looked like their best player. I don't think he was their highest rated, but he had an incredible amount of impact throughout that game. But you had their stars. You had Yakindar, you had Molodoy struggling at times, and I think Molodoy, when he's doing well, he can see a game that's going badly, like some of those games, and he can pull out the op and just go for an incredible play. And we didn't see him miss that many shots, but we didn't see the Molodoy that we know that can take over a game. That's what I wanted to see, and it will take some time.
Yesterday was obviously disappointing for FURIA, but I think if you zoom out and you look at that team and how much they progressed as of late, getting into a semi-final at this tournament, that's not a bad situation for them to be in at all. Sure, they're trying to learn to play in the playoff games and trying to learn on the big stages. That's a complete different conversation than what we had just a year ago. Now they get to the playoff, they get into the arenas, and that's a massive step in the right direction, regardless of how poor they were yesterday.
Your boy Yakindar, Maui, also didn't really show up too much yesterday, right?
He was just getting destroyed. I'll just be flat about it, okay? I mean, Malbs was actually just humbling him every single time he saw him in Banana. It wasn't really even a contest. The Yakindar I saw yesterday looked like a deer in the headlights. Every single play that G2 were trying to run was just catching him off completely. Every flash was blinding him all the way. And yeah, he's sitting so close to the monitor, I'm pretty sure he actually was blind.
Now, Vu, it's your first time up here on the desk. There was meant to be a little bit of a hazing ritual for you, but you forgot your login for Blast TV to show your fantasy team. So, Maui, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we got to revisit yours instead.
Hey,
going in all on Hunter, I guess.
Hey, I'm above the average. 562 points. The average right now is 432.
Okay.
Hey.
I think that
Hunter
literally is my roster. I think that might literally be my roster.
Well, I mean, Hunter's obviously carrying the torch. I'm not sure if he's going to carry that kind of performance, though, against Vitality, but we're going to hope for the best.
That's going to be, yeah, you got to cross your fingers, your toes, everything to guarantee Hunter is going to be showing up today.
All I'm saying is that I tried to make the worst possible team at this tournament just for the fun of it, and I still think it's better than the two of you. So
and you
good
failed.
job. Good job.
Failed
so you didn't do a good job at what you were aiming to do.
I guess.
Rare pimp L.
Either way, gentlemen, this is exactly what it has all been leading up to. One more marathon, one final best of 5 to see who will leave London victorious. The race for the trophy is on between Vitality and G2 after this.
All right, listen up, people. There's a lot the government don't want you to know. The ramen deep state operatives. You can just put in cold water and wait a little longer.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news from the downtown area. An active robbery is taking place at a grocery store.
The following footage was captured live at the scene of the crime.
Put the noodles in the bag. I want every flavor. Move quicker.
Scalpel. Batwing. Suction. Fork.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
This is a never-before-seen meteorological event. Please take immediate shelter. For your own safety, I repeat, do not go outside. You must shelter in place now.
I'm gonna have to pressure you for an answer now. What's it gonna be?
Is it pot noodle again?
That's correct. Congratulations, you're through to the final round.
We're getting word globally that pot noodles are raining from the sky.
This seems to be a global phenomenon, with chicken and mushroom appearing from the north, original curry flavor hailing from the south. Experts appear to be baffled by.
Il y a des nouilles partout!
Nadie esperaba esto. Creo que lloviendo pot noodle.
Meine Damen und Herren, es regnet Pot Noodle. Das ist nicht gut.
They're playing, you described as fearless at times, right? How do you deal with that? Because it's almost like they have nothing to lose and there's more pressure on you in this sense.
I think the way we're gonna play, just the basic one for us is just to play our A game. I mean, to try to play our A game, because obviously it's a bit tough, but I think we're not gonna be focused too much on them. Obviously we are the anti-strat, but we want to show to everyone we can still manage to win any tournament. We don't care about the J2 or whatever we play and get. We just want to show a great team, great team tactic, great show. So that's gonna be the most important thing for us.
Are you fearless even against Vitality?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're a strong opponent. Yeah, I respect them, but everything is manageable, and no team in the world is unbeatable.
I think they're a good roster. I think the roster is really efficient. Like, they have the right players, and they can be very sharp and good. I think, and it's going well for them.
I think for sure we're gonna be underdogs from every eyes, either from betting sides or from outside of people who are here gonna cheer. I think mostly people will cheer for Vitality, but I think we know how good we can play. Basically, we will try to show what we managed to do in semifinals, quarterfinals. If we're gonna have the right mindset, I think it's gonna be a very insane game. I'm pretty confident we can take it if we're gonna play similar.
The Killer Bees, an endangered species in the second half of the year. What was a slew of trophies in the first portion of 2025 has now dried up post-summer break, but today presents a chance to change that fate and keep the era conversation wide open. But there is no underestimating their final foe here in London, because G2 find themselves here not through luck, but by sheer grit and determination, which they'll have to show in spades today. Jacob, as Hunter said with us up on the desk yesterday, Vitality still the final bosses of 2025.
There's no doubt who's the favorite heading into this tournament, but I think G2 have played so well throughout the group stage and in particular in the playoff that we are actually hoping for a very competitive game. Had you asked me a week and a half ago and you would have told me that Vitality are going to face G2 in a grand final in here, I would have said 3-0 all day long. But with the way G2 have been conducting themselves, with the fact that they haven't lost a map in the playoff so far and look like the best version of this new iteration, I'm hopeful for a close game.
Now, Pimp, I agree with you. If you had asked me a week ago, I would have said 3-0, no problem. You asked me today, I'd say 3-0, no problem, maybe 3-1.
I do see it as being lopsided, and I think that it's more just that G2 has shown so much to impress us. They've been the pleasant surprise of this tournament in terms of the calling, in terms of the individuals, and the fact that they were able to dispatch of teams who were the favorites against them. I mean, the FaZe game was incredibly close, the fact that they were able to take down a FURIA that was looking red hot, and of course, let's not even talk about Spirit.
Yeah, because when we look back at the head-to-heads between themselves and Vitality, only one on record between these two rosters. Wasn't great back at Cologne, right?
No, but that was also the first tournament when G2 came in. You bring in Saw, you bring in Sanpeas, you bring in so many new, I guess, players and new philosophies to play Counter-Strike. You know, you have to transition from the whole Nico Mezii period and basically build up a new team from the ground and up. So if G2 would have been able to beat Vitality at IM Cologne, I would have been more secure now that they could take off a map. That result you're seeing right there, that scoreboard, that was what was supposed to happen.
It was the first tournament, it was their second game together.
Yeah.
I don't think I can put almost any stock in that loss in any way. If Vitality had lost to them at that moment, that would have been embarrassing.
Yeah, it would have been dire straits, particularly considering, you know, the level that Vitality have shown throughout 2025 and what is going to be a continued hunt for trophies for both sides of the equations. It's been a while, let's just say, for G2 since they've last hoisted one. For Vitality, I don't know, it feels like it was closer. 77 sounds like a hell of a long time ago, but it has been a fair few events that they've missed out on, you know, taking home the gold.
I mean, you have to go to sleep 77 times without winning a trophy. That's a long time if you're playing in Vitality, let's be honest. I think it's more pressure on Vitality, to be fair. I don't think G2 expected to be close to a trophy already by now. I think as an organization, obviously, they have a rich history winning trophies with Mezii, with Nico, you name it. But for them to be in a final and be close, that's excellent. Whereas for Vitality, that's what we expect.
Reset that counter after today, okay? It's going to be 0 days since the last trophy lift, about 6 hours from now. Obviously, you see just how much Vitality has done this year. I mean, the thing is that you look at Vitality's season thus far, and having 4 consecutive deep tournament finishes without hoisting a trophy, a lot of social media managers would gloat. They throw their own little parade. It's just that Vitality have set this standard for themselves that is era-defining. That's why we're in a position now where we're thinking, is this a downturn period? But in reality, they are still one of the 3 best teams in Counter-Strike.
Suffering from their own success are Vitality. But let's put the shoe on the other foot and talk a little bit about G2 to kind of establish how they found themselves here. Because Vu, as I already said, by no means lucky in terms of the results they've had to put up. They've had to face some top-tier opposition and take them down.
Not only have they been faced by top-tier opposition, they've been pushed to the brink by top-tier opposition. They should likely have lost the game against Spirit. They managed to rally back in big thanks to Saw with a pause that they came back from. They actually turned themselves around and they win that game. And then in the playoffs, they've looked kind of unstoppable, but unfortunately, I think they might be running into the first team that really can stop them.
We're finally going to see them face adversity, but I'm glad that the beginning wasn't actually that good for G2. I know that might sound counterintuitive, but I'd rather a team build up to what we're seeing now from G2. The ranking hasn't really updated yet for this tournament. You're definitely going to see that jump up 5-6 slots after what they've done so far in the playoffs, but I'm glad that we're seeing just linear progression. That's so rare in Counter-Strike to see a team that's actually just rising up through the ranks as opposed to having too nice of a honeymoon and then tapering off.
100%. We got to see just the slew of roster changes that G2 have had to endure throughout the duration of this year, and they've weathered the storm surprisingly well when you look at who was minus under some of those additions.
Yeah, let's not forget that all of us, I guess, but mainly the community, the notion where the G2 was not going to be relevant anymore. They were not going to be in contention, that they would struggle even making the playoff. Let's see for the future. I think this is a massive step in the right direction, but I think it makes an awful lot of sense that you bring in all these players who are on the cusp of making a breakthrough. We're going to speak a lot about HeavyGod. We're going to speak a lot about Matys. We're going to speak a lot about these individuals, but equal to them all is that they all play Counter-Strike at a very high level, and they bought into the system of Saw. They bought into the fact that they now has to play as a team. It's not about Mezii, it's not about Nico, it's not about the individuals anymore. It's about being the best version of yourself within Saw system.
And as you said, Maui, this was your favorite, maybe even the best roster move of the recent off period.
I did say that during the offseason, that this was the best move so far in the second half of the year. Saw has proven to be one of the most effective coaches in World Counter-Strike. You can have different metrics for win rate, T-side win rate, how good he is after pauses, but he has bootstrapped a team that is using a brand new in-game leader to already have ferocious T-sides, and when he does call a timeout, you can see that he's instilling so much wisdom, coming up with such a tangible plan that they are improving as soon as he gets on the mic.
We saw G2 lose Nico and Matys, and their CEO says, we could have kept Nico if we wanted, and everyone says, you don't know what you're talking about, that was a terrible decision. Then they pick up Saw, and you start thinking, oh, maybe they've got something going. They pick up Matys, they pick up Sunpies, and then you look at their team now, after those losses, after you actually have this roster of kind of makeshift players that you're just putting them together to try and make a good team, and they're actually finding results already. I think you have to give some respect to G2. You have to give a lot of respect to Saw for the way this team is playing right now.
I don't think there's ever been an individual in Counter-Strike history that's been as lucrative as Saw. When he went into ENCE, he obviously did find a lot of success with Snappy and the boys. They sold off a lot of players. They made a lot of money selling players to Falcons. Then goes into Heroic, and Heroic have sold players, what, $5, $6, $7 million or something? Saw was even expensive himself, and now he's coming into G2 as well. I think he's the individual who's created the most value for all the teams he's been in up until this point in Counter-Strike history. If that doesn't speak volume, nothing will.
And it's pretty mad when we look at the trophies that Saw has managed to accrue, because it isn't an awful lot in his cabinet, but I feel like maybe this is the roster that he can actually do some damage with.
When we have to judge coaches, it's difficult to say exactly what they're doing, but using a binary metric of just saying who has the most trophies is always the best coach would always be just, you would not really have any sort of logic behind that other than just saying number big, that's better. But it's more what Saw has done with just pieces that aren't necessarily elite, because at the end of the day, the best players in the server will usually win their games. But Saw's winning with players that are not always the tip-top players in every single role, every single time.
When we're talking about trophies, I think you gave great context to that. He's made a lot of money for a lot of people, for ENCE, for Heroic. This is something where he has to be on a team that he knows isn't supposed to be a championship contender until now. So not having a trophy with those types of rosters, I think is totally understandable.
I mean, that's the thing, when you talk about lack of trophies, that goes for a fair few players on this new iteration of G2, Matys being one of them as well.
Yeah, he's just a new player that I think a lot of people right now are getting to learn to know. He was formerly in Fnatic. He was a player that obviously were unique in the way he plays Counter-Strike. He's left-handed first and foremost. We don't see that often in Counter-Strike. Looks a bit weird when you look at the player cam. You have to get used to it, but his impact on the server and the way that he's just come into G2, where you could have a notion that maybe he'd be a bit starstruck, maybe he'd be a little bit afraid of going in and taking too much responsibility, but he's been fantastic so far. He's been great in the playoff, he was looking decent in the group stage, he's very aggressive on the server, and sure, there's certain flaws to his games. I think clutching abilities and maybe sometimes making a couple of mistakes, that's a point of it, but he's playing with flair and he's playing with almost like this carelessness coming into G2.
And when you look at his playoff performance, I mean, this is in a situation where Malbs has really been struggling in the playoffs. You need someone to step up. It's HeavyGod and it's Matys. And he's been so incredible in these opening duels, in these opening moments. He's been more than I think you could have expected, even coming from a Fnatic roster where he was touted as a high-tier prospect.
Eye test-wise, he's doing things that not many other players can do. When he, peeking angles, it's a finite resource where you're looking. Matys peeks 2 angles constantly, just on a swivel all the time. He is taking space while checking the other angle all the time. It's like he's playing with an ultra widescreen monitor just because he's flicking between the 2 spots. And you're not supposed to be able to hit the shot if you're flicking between 2 spots, but he's done it on multiple occasions at this tournament.
Well, let's get some thoughts from the G2 newcomer, courtesy of James Banks.
Matys, your first time of being on a big stage, you're the 3rd highest rated player of the whole tournament so far. Is it a surprise for you? Is it just feeling good? Talk to me.
I mean, there was not a single second I would actually thinking of getting the MVP and stuff. Well, so far my goal was for sure to win the games, That's what we managed to do. And if you play good as a team, it was the same for Vitality when they were winning everything. Everyone had insane stats from them, basically. That's how I look at it, especially last, I would say, 1 year.
Has the stage bothered you at all, though? Do you feel comfortable on it? Can you talk to me about that feeling?
Honestly, for my head, it's like after 1 or 2 rounds, it goes away. It feels like I play at home. Yeah. But it helps me to not play basically at home because I have a very stronger mentality, I would say, when it comes to not thinking too much about the past or the future, but I think in the moment, for example. So I'm really happy to play on the stage.
Now, the playbook that G2 has, we were just talking about this off camera. It's pretty big now. Can you explain to me just the difference between what you used to have in the past and what you have now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty big for sure. I'm not going to talk details, obviously, but I think we have a lot of stuff almost on every map. But yeah, I'm not going to share details, as I said. But yeah, it's a long, I think. It's long.
And that's the entire thing, right? For Matys, he's come from some more unknown teams. I guess for me, the first time I kind of really saw his name was back on that Fnatic roster. It's been an incredible journey to see how he's truly flourished in this G2 jersey.
Yeah, I think Maui brought up a great point. These are not one-hit wonders. These are not players that came out of nowhere. This is a player who's been grinding it out for a couple of years, been grinding the online scene. I feel like when you're joining Fnatic, it's just a step in the right direction, sort of. You're not going to Fnatic if you want to be one of the best players in the world. You move on to a team like G2, and so far his installment within the Source system has been fantastic.
Now, Maui, you've been pretty good at, sniffing out some of these players before they've even hit the big league. Same thing with HeavyGod, right? Because you were literally an OG fan of him.
On OG, exactly. Well done, FURIA. HeavyGod has just been fantastic. He's been a revelation for this team. There are not many people at this level who can make anchoring look this good, who can make playing an extremity look this feasible. HeavyGod is the guy that fixes a broken defense every time G2 are in a pickle. If they're getting crunched from multiple angles, HeavyGod first. He eliminates the guy on his side of the map, then he spins around and gets another two. Like, the way that he has brought his bravado as a player to the stage is something that I did not expect, because I knew he was great online, but sometimes those players, they take a while to get used to these kinds of environments. People like Yimpad, for example, we saw what he could do online, but to immediately just hit the ground running, to be the best player in consecutive series for G2 against elite competition, that is what dreams are made of for G2.
When I saw HeavyGod on OG, he was a great player, but he got a lot of resources. There was a lot of people there supporting him. They were throwing flashes, bringing players to his bomb site. I thought when he went to the following teams, when he got on G2, he would end up being a little, struggle a little bit, because he gets less resources. He has to play on his own. He has to be on an island sometimes. But somehow HeavyGod only continues to look better and better with less resources. G2 clearly have faith in him. When he plays certain bomb sites, you can see he goes for aggressive plays time and time again, but he almost never gets caught.
I like how you only speak about him on the CT side, because I do agree. I think he's fantastic in that role. Doesn't get a lot of resources. He's by far the highest rated T-side player at this tournament, and he finds an awful lot of impact consistently on the T-side as well. We speak about him as being very nuanced. He's a player that can do it all, and another factor that we don't often mention is his secondary op role as well within this team. He can pick up the secondary op on Dust 2 at this tournament against FaZe Clan. We saw that, and that was a round-winning and game-defining moment when he started to pick it up. That's another attribute to a player that is very, very complete.
Turns out he's a bit of a nerd as well, as Hunter divulged to us yesterday in that winner's interview. Bit of a fanboy of Rops, and that's pretty cool.
Rops is the platonic ideal of an anchor, of a lurker. HeavyGod's the next iteration of it. This guy is doing the remix, he's busting it out. It's another top 20 off of another top 20. Like, HeavyGod is actually pressuring defenses so well on the T side, while also on the CT side, just calling his own number. Sometimes in CS, you can't set everything up. You can't always have that great flash that was there for him on OG. And you know what he did as soon as he got on G2? He just started pushing. He just started seeing if he could carry that weight into the server, and he just learned that, yeah, even against the best opponents in the world, the best riflers, he can still shoot harder than them.
There's a case to be made that he's as good, if not better, than Robs right now in form. Obviously, Robs have done it for years and years and years, and we have to wait and see if HeavyGod can find that kind of consistency. As of right now in this matchup, I think he's matching Robs.
Current state of Vitality, if we're looking at them for the duration of 2025, 7 grand finals, 7 trophies to go alongside it. That is why, Vu, we have such high expectations for them coming out of the summer break.
Yeah, we had incredible expectations for the team. I have incredible expectations for ZywOo. I think he's struggled this season quite a bit. And in fact, the only player that's really found any consistency on this roster this season is Mezii. He stayed stable across previous season into this season, and that's playing a role. He's the low resource anchor on that team. You're expecting him to struggle when his team is struggling.
And there's a reason, though, that Mezii has been a heartthrob for this nation. The fact that from a UK scene that's known for having big egos, for guys that barely shower and really don't even show up to practice, Mezii has been a stalwart in terms of just bringing a level of professionalism from the get-go. Not a single one of his ex-teammates has a negative word to say about him. He's always put his nose to the grindstone, always played the hard spots on all of these rosters practically. And so for him to show that on Vitality, he is now unleashed, that he is still in those spots, but he's playing even better. It's crazy to see growth, because you would expect that at one point he's going to finally fall off, but it's never happened.
And a surprising pillar of stability, I guess, in this struggle-some period of Vitality.
Yeah, all the Vitality players have naturally dropped a little bit in output on the server. The rating has gone down a little bit. We speak about ZywOo maybe not hitting the absolute highs as of right now. Flamesea had a bit of a rough period. Apex toned it down. Rup's also stable, but not to the same degree. Mezii is the only player who's performing as well as he did pre-break, post-break. And I think that's a testament to the guy that you can always count on. That's the way Apex is always framing him as well. That's a guy I want within my team. I can count on him. I want to give him more responsibility because I know he can live up to it.
Okay, but I've got to be a realist for a moment. I love hopping on the British train, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows for Vitality, is it? Particularly when we look at ZywOo.
Absolutely not. That's why I've mentioned ZywOo earlier. ZywOo, he is no longer their best player this season on T sides. It's actually Rops is their best player, and that means when you look at Vitality, they're trying to make plays. They have their star. He's usually so good with the op and the rifle. He's good in all scenarios, but he's really been struggling. In fact, CT sides wise, he's on gun rounds performing better this season, but T sides is where they're struggling. T sides is where ZywOo hasn't been showing up.
It's tough to see ZywOo not still dominating this final, even with the dip in form that we've seen in the second half of the year. And so, for me, if ZywOo is able to claim yet another MVP here, I feel like a lot of the talk of his downfall is going to feel greatly exaggerated.
It's not about that. It's about the fact that even ZywOo not playing up to his best, even ZywOo playing at 70 or 80%, he's still one of the best players in the world. What is his downfall, what is his rough period, is an all-time high for all the other players out there. And that's the context we have to keep him up to.
I still want to see him perform on that T side because they did dominate Mouse, and it was such an incredible showing. You can be forgiven for thinking ZywOo's back. He did have some great shots on CT, but he was actually their lowest rated player against Mouse on the T side. I want to see him perform on T side before I'm convinced.
Well, it is almost time to be diving into this grand final, but not before we find out which maps we're going to be playing in this best of 5. Okay, so things getting very interesting indeed. We know the permabans are going to come out. It's just all about the order of what maps we are going to get played.
Yeah, of course, we get the perma vetoes from both of these teams. Crowd's not happy, but these teams don't really seem to care. I'm just curious if Vitality or G2 want to throw out the Overpass curveball a little earlier. Dust 2 comes out first from Vitality, expected given their flawless win rate on it for the last few months.
Then you look at G2, you expect them to probably go for Mirage. They could go for Inferno. They go for Mirage, and I like the question you have. Overpass is the question if we actually do see that and where we see it in the veto.
Yeah, I like the pick coming in for G2. Obviously, you could have gone for Inferno, but that's a very strong Vitality, and there we go. Overpass coming into the mix. I love that from Vitality. They're flexing their map pool a little bit, and they're flexing the fact that they think they're better prepared for a best of 5 than G2, which makes sense on all accounts.
I think right now for Vitality to go for the Overpass pick, I mean, G2 has no footage on it. To trust your Overpass enough to say that we want it in this series, regardless of the outcome of the first 2 maps, it's finally forcing G2 to play a map that we simply have not seen them play in Pro.
Look at this veto, right? You have Inferno as a 4th map, you have Train as a 5th map. Both are maps that Vitality throughout the season have picked first in matchups against some of the best teams in the world. If you're Vitality right now, you're feeling so comfortable in this map.
Jacob, I don't know why you're talking about Inferno and Train. We're only going to need 3 maps here.
Oh my god. Well, I'm happy that we get a guaranteed Overpass then.
Yes.
Either way, if we're going with Vu's logic, that's going to be a great one.
I'm also going to side with Vu, though. I would actually also pin this down to 3-0. I hope that we just get some competitive maps, because G2 have shown so much fire in this tournament so far.
You're both
well,
wrong.
One final clash is going to determine who reigns champions over London. That is a best of 5 for the ages, going down after this short break between G2 and Vitality.
You ever dream?
Sometimes big, sometimes no.
Sometimes big.
Yeah.
What's a dream that you have?
I forgot. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I've never thought of you to be so grateful for that. Hey, whoa. Cheers. It's very, very hot.
I need to continue eating.
You on bachelor help?
I'm good.
Yeah. You want a back rub?
No, yeah.
Are you famous in Latvia?
I would say no.
Did you know Rops is famous in Estonia?
Yeah, I keep seeing his car on the TikTok.
It's because he has the car, yeah. When's your Porsche coming?
Not interested in cars.
Really not into shitty cars?
No, not interested in cars.
Okay. Would you text the most?
The team chat.
The team chat, you know, group phase CS.
Yes, exactly.
Is Eddie in there?
That's a different chat.
Different chat?
We have 2 chats, yeah.
You can't tell Eddie everything?
Not everything, no. Some things we can.
Any Latvian jokes that you know of?
No, I'm not Latvian.
Anything that you want, I'll give you right now in the next 5 seconds. Let's change the op. What do you think?
Bring back 2014 up.
2014 op?
Yep.
Running and shooting?
Yeah, fuck it.
Kenny op?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well in 2014, were you even good? You ever been on a chicken shop date before?
No, this is the first.
You having a good time?
Not really, no.
No? How would you improve it?
Replace you maybe with someone?
Replace me?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you eat Shanghai major finals? What'd you eat?
What is this question now?
Hey? Shanghai major finals, what'd you eat?
I did not win the major.
I know, but Spirit got lucky, everybody knows that. That last round, your smoke missed.
I don't know, what? Probably some chicken or something.
Catering, yeah.
Yeah, I like to forget things that I don't win.
Okay. Is that why you took that photo in front of Navi when they won the Copenhagen major?
Yeah, that was not a good idea.
Not a good idea, that was one of your best moments.
Yeah, it's part of the social media.
Yes, exactly. All right, well, whenever you're done with phase, you can play with me. How's that sound?
What's the team name?
Wanderers Gaming.
Yeah, I'll think about it, yeah.
Unlimited salary cap.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. What would it take to go on a second date?
I'm ready to go now.
Ready to go ahead?
I want some more.
All right, let's get some more chicken then.
London, this is what it has all come down to. Are you with me? And you also need to be with our teams. Just look at the run that G2 has had. This rebuild has been working out for them. They look better than we have seen in recent times. Now sitting in a grand final. We got some G2 fans in the house. It sounds like they won some of you over. Less booze that time around. Now for Vitality, yes, they've had this dominant year. They're the conquerors of 2025, but it started to slow down. And here, they can go back to their winning ways. That is what they're looking to do. Now, let me check this first. Are there some Mezii fans here? Okay, for the Brits in here, is he coming home? And let's just do one check on this. There are some Vitality fans in the house. Woo. All right, this is a bit of a switch up. Let me check this. G2! Vitality! Not as positive as I thought. Well, let's see what happens when we get in the server. This is going to be absolutely amazing. London, you need to give me all your energy, everything you've got, one last time. Let me hear you! Let's welcome the teams to the stage.
How would you describe your team dynamic?
I will describe it as driven. We want to progress, we want to win some tournaments.
We just not really scared of anyone, and we have a strong firepower, and we can just press W against anyone.
Team Vitality trying to raise the roof again, get back to their winning ways. The downfall in Cologne, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitality, while they're back now into the grand final.
146 days since this organization was last in a grand finals.
G2 look like they're about to leapfrog all expectations entirely and actually challenge Vitality.
How would you describe Vitality?
Tough.
How would you describe G2?
I would say fearless.
the community can doubt the pieces they have. They can say whatever they want after the changes, but none of that can break the trust the team has in their process. The belief they have in each other is what matters most. This is G2 Esports! Eras are not defined by the losses, the failures. Eras are defined by the trophies, the achievements, the dominance across an extended period of time, and here is their chance to get back to their winning ways. V is for victory. V is for vitality!
Vitality versus G2 live from Wembley. For the former, it's a mission to return to their finest hour and claim their 8th trophy of this year. But for the latter, this could lay the foundation, Jacob, to become a contender in 2025.
It's a massive game for both teams for obvious reasons. As you said, Vitality can get back on track, get another trophy, and maybe establish the era that everyone is talking about. Whereas for G2, Wu, if they were to upset tonight, if they were to win a best-of-5 grand final against Vitality, deny Mezii a trophy on home turf, that would be crazy.
Call me crazy, I think G2 are already contenders, but when we look at Vitality, they win this one. History will forget the couple of semi-final defeats, the couple of bad games they had. History will forget immediately.
We just got such high expectations of Vitality, and for good reason, particularly when Apex comes out and says, you know, Astralis, 10 trophies in a year, we want to at least match that in our 2025.
That's the thing about Apex. Lately, he's been very honest, brutally honest, some may even say in his interviews, and I think he's realistic when he's saying that yes, they can of course win 10 trophies, maybe even more so. Right now, Vitality have struggled a little bit, but their struggles is semi-final losses, right? That's what we talked about. Their struggles is everyone else's high. So, to be completely honest, heading into this grand final, knowing the map pool, knowing the depth of that as well, I'm not worried at all.
The thing is, we got that quote from Apex. I think he gave that in the offseason. He had all that confidence. We want to get 10 trophies. We want more than 10 trophies. How's that gone since?
That's the thing. You think, you know, you come off a high of having 7 to your name. What's 3 more? How much of a challenge is that? Well, turns out right now you have to get your act together. For G2 on the other side of things, beginning on Vitality's map of Dust 2 means we'll be seeing them on the CT side of things. What should we be looking out for initially?
It's going to be rough for G2. Let's be completely honest. Vitality haven't lost Dust 2 in 133 days. They won their map an awful lot as of late, and they have no weak link, Boo. I just checked it up on the stats as well. The lowest rated player for Vitality in the past 3 months on the map of Dust 2 is Flamesea. The second lowest is Apex. The third lowest is Mezii, all at 1.15. There's no weak link. There's no way you can go if you're G2. There's no site you can target and feel like maybe here we find a weakness. Maybe here's a player who doesn't perform. Everyone within Vitality loves to play Dust 2.
And on the other side, you're looking at a Malbs that he's generally their best player or their second best player on this map. He's really been struggling in the playoffs. He's been the bottom frag, I think, in both matchups that we've seen, or their last couple of matchups. He didn't play all that well. He needs to play better on his home map, or they're going to have no chance here.
And that's the thing, there's a lot of pressure in terms of some of the newer faces on the side of G2. We obviously talked about Matys, HeavyGod as well. First Arena, Forays, an opportunity to get a trophy. These don't come around often, so you have to take this incredibly seriously.
They have to remain competitive. At the very least, G2 have to show us that they're not fierced by the fact that they're in a grand final. semifinal. Are they going to win against Vitality? It's highly unlikely, but I expect a competitive matchup, and I expect G2 to bring some fire.
It is time to get this grand final underway. One more best of 5 to determine who will be walking heads held high with the trophy. It's Vitality versus G2.
Hello, London. Here we are on Sunday with a grand finals. And we know the English love an underdog. Now, this could be a topple over of Vitality, but something tells me on Dust 2 and Mirage, we might find out something a little different.
What I love about the battle tonight is I was surprised to hear this room damn nearly split down the middle between these two teams. And yet on one side stands your champion. You know, Europe has shunned British Counter-Strike for quite some time, but now here we stand on newly dawned soil. This place gave birth to a major champion you have more to be proud of than ever before. London, let me feel you roar!
Yeah, we love that. And the testing ground, the final test, in fact. I'm gonna single out one player here, Connor, and it's not a negative light. It's HeavyGod. What we've seen from him on Dust 2, if you played at that peak, that might be what's needed to actually put a dent in the record that Vitality have on this map.
Pistol's looking good, but Sunpius down. A lot of talk this week about the riflers at G2. Sunpius showed us yesterday that he was gonna step it up a notch. And that to me was an unexpected scene.
Yeah, when you do the math, man, and you want to match up these players to each other, it doesn't add up. You can't match up Sunpius to Zywoo or almost anybody here, you know? But it's going to go beyond the math based on what we've seen from G2 so far. They're peaking. So now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Quiet crawl up. Mobs on the cross.
Jumping player, halved out of it.
Down.
3 clean USP kills once they full commit to A. A little answer back in middle that kept us on our toes, but Vitality, just another victim of the G2 Pistol success story.
Just another, that's exactly what G2 need to keep in their minds. These are just another set of players with another, that can't do too much different than FURIA came up with, than everybody they've ran through so far, than Spirit came up with. They have to treat them like they're all the same. You know that's how the conversations have gone.
Scout for Apex. He's gonna find damage on Matys. That's all right, he'll lean back on this A1S. SMG makes a bit of cash. Vitality fall at the top of middle with nothing to say in round 2.
Yeah, that's the energy they need to bring. Controlling middle straight off the bat, not letting it go passive, not letting it go late round, not letting Scout and Deagle shots come in. This is what I was hoping to see to start off this series. It's basically the exact same thing that got them here. Now for Vitality to respond.
Still Apex on a scout though, small note. One slightly weaker piece of Vitality's first buy. We're also keeping an eye on mistakes tonight because versus Mouse, what fueled Vitality to dominate that game was their success on rounds with pistols. With only a few tools, they were able to get that over Mouse. Will they be able to get that over G2? Because not only do we praise their pistol play, we also praise their conversions. Mistakes will cost you this grand finals.
Yeah, we saw how they handled that. They didn't let any close angles happen. Lean looks good here for G2. Tactics about to come into place. I think Vitality are hoping this will look like some sort of a fake.
Still keeping 2 players preoccupied. That's going to put pressure on HeavyGod. We've been singing the praise of this HeavyGod, Matys, B-Lean.
You can actually see that there's something in Vitality that's telling them something's wrong. Map's really quiet. Lean's here in place. Again, CTs aren't moving.
Yep, to kind of rumble. Sunpius can't get him out of this spot just yet.
It's about that moment.
You're banking Apex with the scout, can find some damage. Great
timing is insane.
Sprays a little messy. Sunpius dies mid. Matys gets the kill fast enough to come back, and the trade's not immediate. His window peak delayed. He opts not to go into this. Pressure's on Vitality. because he just gives them that time to cross. Matys comes through with even further damage, and Apex's upgrade to the AK is good. Into the site.
He has a flash, but he's not using it.
Fire on their feet, flushes Ross into the open. He stands his ground. It's 22 health in 7 seconds. Mauled with an early chance to clutch. Great cover from Apex.
Ooh, out in the open, went for the peak. Malbs, if he took that down, it possibly could have been 2. Hunter also set himself up for a really good opportunity to get that kill. But you have a little stutter step in this spot. It's actually amazing time tactic. They're in places that are perfect for a mid-B split. They have the players here. They don't have the greatest guns, but to be honest, they didn't really need them. So an excellent early answer for Vitality.
Huge couple of kills for Apex. Right, the moment that AK in front of him hits the ground, he picks it up just as fast. G2, strong economy, affords Sunpius this off. Early angle, unexpected. Mezii the victim.
That's kind of crazy they peeked that. They knew that the Xbox smoke was there.
Players top mid could have had eyes on it. You know, if anything, maybe Mezii thinking he signs up to a rifle duel, but Sunpius running the risk with that sniper between the smokes.
He should know better for sure. Long take coming.
Malbs to be challenged, regains vision only momentarily. It blinds both sides. The spray gets away, but the trade could be here from Hunter. He jumps the gun, sees the seconds in the backdrop. He knows he's got damage in, but Mezii survives on 3. Him and Rops need to take this A site, but the problem for Mezii is he's the guy that's got to bring the bomb with low health on a dangerous cross.
Rops coming at this real slow, but the CTs are also approaching carefully.
They just jiggle on this angle. No full commitment yet from G2 to try to wrap around. Gap on that. Mezii did not make this easy on himself.
And they're trying to maintain vision. They're trying to play this balance with their ammo and poke through this smoke.
Off the flash he'll go. Frag grenade. There's also another nade down on the bottom of ramp. We'll see if that matters. Bomb denial? Oh. No. Opposite side of the boxes. Off angle. Was that nade?
It missed.
Mezii, little health here. If he wants to set up Rops, the most likely way for Rops to win this, bring somebody down with you, Mezii. And as that retake also starts to move in behind them, they look to get active. This is the 2 pieces of Vitality playing off Mezii's contact while CTs get closer. Fantastic coverage. And then almost punishing that jump. 3 health, not gonna be enough. We get Matys onto the bomb site, and we get G2 right back to winning ways.
We need to talk about Matys' playoff form already. He's doing amazing to start this grand finals off. He was amazing versus FURIA. He's been amazing as a G2 addition. This new core of the team, he's 100% a part of it. The newest add-on, in fact. Oh, if that one even landed default, that round could have ended early. Matys with both of the last 2 kills.
Imagine Matys jumping up like that gave Mezii his chance at an acrobatic headshot. It's a roller coaster of emotion to kick off this grand finals. Tech9's Galil Scout limits here for Vitality, and limits on top of that as ZywOo is still yet to get into the kill feed. He'll be trying to find HeavyGod, but remember, that's a scout scope. They're gonna Molotov HeavyGod out. Good tag, and the flames burn before the smoke could even come out. This is pressure inside of a B site. Sunpius to pick up the slack. Again, quieter piece of G2 as of late, but showed us just yesterday.
They're going to try to free up the map with now this rotation from Sunpius out at K-Sharp. Last time we did see the T's go into the more stacked position, we might see the same thing. Matys is doing an excellent job of picking his spots. They have a little utility to stir some confusion, but I think they might go directly into this. That bomb lagging back a little bit.
Matys has been no stranger to danger.
Oh, bad bounce on that nade.
Gets caught in the windowsill. Flash is good. That'll blind both. Stalling things out slightly at 40 seconds.
Oh, this is play.
This is Mezii setting his sights onto the B site. Nobody actually following, but that does draw Matys back down into spawn. All the while, they wanted to take a swing at this A site. Duel for Malbs is good. Hunter pops up, nails 2, and that 3rd player taking damage. Apex gets cleaned up, and G2 don't fall for that single player push towards B.
You know what? I thought it was just going to be a mid-B.
Could have been the solution.
Damn, that's a cool play. To be honest, I mean, you know, they could have drawn that rotation. They could have actually got that kill with Mezii, which I think was possible as well. I think the call out was there, but I think what they expected was a second player, maybe. It's another round where the CTs are in the right location. They lost one of these rounds.
I suppose it's one thing if Sunpius catches Mezii down at the bottom of mid-corner, but seeing as he was so far up and so alone, maybe that's why it's not as believable.
It's a spot where he needs to get a kill. That's pretty much the only way you're ever going to pull a rotation, so wow. And you know what? Sunpius could have died there, right? Oh, wow, he really stared at that one.
G2 calling in the artillery. Again, minimize the threat of Vitality's upgraded pistols. That'll be a challenge throughout this best of 5. Because I think as this best of 5 gets going, the maps also become a challenge for G2.
Definitely, they need this map. They need Mirage to even have a chance of getting to 5.
I would say even just to build some confidence, add to that. Come out swinging, which they are, off of a very heavy-handed Matys at the moment. Sunpius clipping one.
I love they're hitting all their shots.
All over the place. Look, sorry, who's hitting shots?
Yeah, I guess they all are.
Flamesy taps into a double off the Deagle. If only there wasn't tons of this nade damage, right? I've been trying to paint this picture of the deadly Desert Eagles. You get a glimpse of it, but it only comes through after G2 have given themselves some good establishing damage. The nades worth their weight in gold this round. Matys is everywhere at the moment, goes up to 9 frags as G2 find that 5-1 lead early on.
We might get the stat to back this up, but this has got to be one of ZywOo's worst starts of this year. 0-6 is something that happens to regular players, not to ZywOo. And you know, when we measure up the players 1 for 1, we look at Sunpius' great day. That's actually just not going to happen over a long period of time right now. Like, Sunpius is nowhere near the level that he was at his peak. Even if he showed a glimpse, maybe he could do more of that. But even in Opping, there was only one map of that, Mirage, and then Inferno was mostly rifle highlights. When you match up Sunpius' ZywOo, that's not even a debate. Best day versus medium day, ZywOo still beats him out. Like, ZywOo right now is in the prime of his career. But here we are in this grand final, and this is an extremely slow start. And if that's going to be the difference, then that will be what makes a difference in the map score here for G2. That was the one head-to-head you'd think you don't even get to talk about whether or not it goes wrong. You know, maybe HeavyGod right now and Rops, we're seeing things HeavyGod's doing that, you know, we've never seen before.
Sure.
But surely not ZywOo's average consistency.
See if he can get into the game.
He had a little dip, obviously.
Right.
But we thought he was back.
Coming off of a recent career low as well. So the recovery that we thought was underway could be put back into question.
And I think to add context to that, he was ill, right?
Sure.
So he was ill, but you know, here we are. It's another grand final.
Get this positioning down in lower tunnels, no challenge coming out of G2. There's actually been a bit of a fallback from those more aggressive starts, right? Think of Sunpius down in lower tunnels, clipping Flamesy that one time.
Yeah.
Since then, G2, you know, you've almost kind of established yourself. You branded yourself on Vitality out of the gate. They come in through tunnels, awkward fight. 99. Robs is lucky to be alive at the moment. What more can he do with minimal health?
Yeah, looks like this is, there it is. Worst start
to a map this year.
To a map this year. You see 0-6 on some players, you go, it's a Wednesday. For ZywOo, this just doesn't happen.
Here we have Hunter pressed in. Flash comes through, Flamesy doesn't get his kills. ZywOo's wallbang missed. Then Sunpius on his ankle. And remember, out there is that 1 health Rops. And where there's violence, Matys answers the call. Him and Mobs get aggressive off the catwalk. I love that G2 decide in the middle of this round, it is our time to take an initiative. Now, presence shown up towards that catwalk, bomb possession on 10 seconds. This round's gonna fizzle out.
They can't get that bomb in plant, it's over.
You may have ZywOo hitting headshots on and off. 2 kills onto the board.
These are exit frags.
Slow start has ended. However, the score is still domination to G2's favor.
Yeah, those are exit frags, that's it. Ooh.
But no joke, those organizations, think of that first door the Reaper knocked on. That was a 2-0 over Spirit with a 16-1.
That was 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1 over
Yeah.
Spirit with a 16-1.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, erase the one map Spirit
Why
dead.
you thought that is because it should have been 2-0 for Spirit. Somehow we're here. You know what? I don't know. Zywoo didn't trade that duel inside of middle last round. That was weird.
Blind as a bat. Malbs disengaging at the cost of his in-game leader's life. Hunter happy to die for the cause. There's a follow through here for Vitality because they just don't have anything else. So they'll take over position inside of Pit, but with this sea of smoke grenades in front of them, a bit of it their own, some of it their opponents. Apex is the one to take to the tip of this spear. 4 players strong on long. And full cat control plus mid for G2. That's going to free up Sunpius to get back into this.
Flash is coming.
Oh, they hold off on that edge of the smoke. Sunpius hits his.
Nice find.
Up to an 8-3 start.
And it makes it a 3v3.
This is just a bonus win condition for G2 at this rate.
That slows it down.
Zywoo goes back onto the angle, but at that point, HeavyGod's already beyond. And so another man advantage here for G2. What could just be another CT round win queued up, unless Apex and Flamesy find a chance to leave their mark, but it's just not happening. HeavyGod over towards long, wins his duel. Matys with his head down, barely takes damage. This is a stomping of Vitality.
They're not staying connected. There was no communication to do something interesting there. They were just sort of 2 players looking for a frag apiece just to, I don't know what they were gonna do after that. No chance. They're falling for every nade. They're blowing like a palm tree in the wind here, Connor. With the utility that's coming, they're paying attention to everything. They look distracted right now.
And all the while, every piece of G2 looks so
Focused.
sharp.
Absolutely.
Honed in, locked on.
Yeah, they might have to join up 2 timeouts right now to make up for what's happening. This is very, very bad. Oh, it's a tech, actually. You know what? But why not a tactical? You know what I mean? Why not a tactical right now?
Sure. Let Saw do his damage.
Oh, I'm saying for Vitality, man. They need to figure something out. They need a stress break, a tactical I mean, look at this. This is a graph that might favor whoever's on CT's side, so we'll see, but G2 doing everything they're supposed to so far. Imagine their first loss in 3 months. Imagine if it's to G2.
Imagine if it's a total blowout, because that's the territory we're getting into. We need some kind of inspirational moment from a Vitality member, but instead Mezii just giving his head over to Sunpius, who continues to tap into the form he ended the semifinals with. Here comes Rops, though, lurking out through that tunnel smoke. Plat player's just been spotted. Matys doesn't think he's been found.
He got him!
He holds his ground. Unbelievable! Flamesy in through the windows, the only thing that they still have to bank on. Even that falters.
No, Matys. Man, Matys, this is amazing for someone who has as little experience as he does in this situation. He's playing A+ CS just like he did yesterday. Sunpius, great kill here to take out Rops in this spot.
Same time though, Robs is the guy who knows exactly where you are, is waiting for your head to pop up, and in that instance, misses multiple shots.
Yeah, definitely.
So good on Matys under a world of pressure, but here's that timeout.
Yeah, he kept good awareness. I think this timeout's 1 round late. Are they even buying? Almost feels like this one's getting taken out of frustration.
3.5 grand on some.
But this is a fundamental issue that we're seeing right now. When you look at the connectedness of the team, like some of the trades that aren't happening are actually kind of astounding for a team like Vitality. When we saw ZywOo not take that trade out of the door with the op, yes, it's an op, but he would, I feel like, on a good day, have taken that extra step, got that one kill back. Now we're getting Senpai's taking a kill at the top of mid. No one's swinging him from the doors. There's way too many unanswered duels, and now if you miss 3 bullets, you lose the whole round. That's why we're seeing the scoreline 8-1. It's gonna be one of those games that, you know, Apex yells at everybody in between maps, and then maybe we get a different team.
Full committed inside of the site, though. This duo that we've been singing the praise of just wants another challenge. We've seen HeavyGod bested, counterplayed by nades when he plays behind the plat box, but a little more dedicated to the cover of the site means Vitality, if they want this, they've got to step forward to him. And another moment where I see G2's setups doing a great job of avoiding the threats of just upgraded pistols. Don't let him get close. Don't give that Deagle an angle. If there is another scout, which is what killed HeavyGod behind this box last time, it won't find him.
He's gonna blow this open. Oh, that's perfect.
Exposes 3. Oh. Pops 2. Matys, chance to shine denied. Flamesy trying to be the guy to make that difference. Opens the door for Apex to get that bomb into the depths of sight. And he picks up the 1 AK. The solo rifle that Vitality come into this round with is in the hands of their leader.
He could have gone to get the gun at car. I guess he thought it was dangerous in case we were holding that side. Can they push together?
Apex setting up. No nades to really make this awkward for G2. All 3 members playing with that utility, not to mention Senpai's flashbangs starting to come over the wall. Apex sees that as his chance to swing, and then he drops the dual Berettas. Can G2 do anything wrong?
Something I hate about that, man.
Hit me.
2 players could have come out the window, could have been a challenge through the door in the window. Instead, they're separated. It's just another situation. It's just not inspired in terms of a late round. It's 2v3. You have an AK and a Deagle. Make something happen. You know, we're looking at that. Mezii dies. He's not even in a place to support Apex at all on this endeavor by the window, but they were setting up for this moment. So where's the communication to do something cool? If it wasn't a team as good as Vitality, I wouldn't be as demanding when I think about these kind of tactics. But they're the team that wins some of these rounds.
Not tonight, they're not. Not yet, anyways. 2 rounds left to play. They're gonna find a vacant B site. They just come running in off the flash. HeavyGod is simply winning duels versus every single...
He can play outside the site, inside the site, or pushing.
Tries to come back in with the wild spray down. Offer exposed on the cross. You're gonna know Mezii sitting at the top of mid, and he also goes down with nothing. Every single individual of this G2 squad refuses to falter at the hands of Vitality. Finally, something comes through in round 11. ZywOo's double kill out through the tip of that windowsill. And with damage done onto Matys, it's better late than never for ZywOo to step forward as the hero Vitality need. And they needed one 5 rounds ago. Apex gets burned into it, and ZywOo, it's all or nothing. Here or never. And as he eats that flash, they'll come barreling towards his sight. Back's turned, and that is 4 frags deep for ZywOo. Oh, it's the ace! It's all 5, and the hero steps forth.
That's ZywOo, baby, stacking bodies higher than a rifle tower. His second round and his first with impact. His second round with kills at all. He's on 7 with this ace. Woo. Look alive.
We had Vitality sitting on their deathbed, so it felt. That's the pulse. You feel it in the arena. They feel it in their team speak. That just got Vitality turned up a notch. It comes late, but a 3rd round here could be that small sigh of relief. Senpai's missed shot. Haven't seen that all too often. You are giving that little bit of room over to Vitality for them to finish on a high note. Let them think that they can win this, and you'll have problems.
He's staying.
Shut him down, And then they've got problems again themselves. So now Apex over towards long into pit with bomb, and Rops trying to get tricky.
Matys floating here, no flash behind him. Apex has a chance. Oh, I think he got spotted. Oh.
They find it. So yet again, across the board, Maltz, Hunter, Matys thrive. Double digits, G2, something only one team has done versus Vitality in 3 months, and they do it in a single half.
Everyone can beat anyone.
The best team in the world right now, I think, still is Vitality.
Vitality. They won everything in the first part of the season.
For sure, Vitality was conquering everything.
Actually, it's tough to say right now because I think everyone can beat us right now.
Even though the start hasn't been the best, they haven't reached the final, they haven't won in the tournament since the break. I feel like they're gonna get bounced back and they're gonna win a trophy by the end of the year for sure.
Just for the current form and I would say Spirit is a bit in front of us.
Spirit started strong this season, but now the player change and everything together, not the best, I would say.
I think Mongols have been on the rise and they have been able to beat Vitality twice now.
After Vitality, I would say Mouse right now, 4-wise.
I think there's only 3 top teams still compete, I would say. I mean, Spirit, us and Mouse.
But I would say right now it's between Spirit and Vitality still, and the other teams still have to catch up a little bit.
London, that was damn near a total blowout, but we had that spectacular ace coming through from ZywOo. It's a pulse on the side of Vitality, but the question is still, did it come too late? First 6 rounds of play on the half, 0 frags. His stats for the second 6 show us a lifeline, some kind of movement in the Vitality camp. Him and Flamesy trying to get this one going.
He
But
did
I don't
that.
know, Launders, it feels a little too little.
Yeah, he did that within 2 rounds. ZywOo, well, the fact is, you know, this is the best player you've got on Vitality. This is a map that's their best map right now. Their best player being absent on their best map. Well, you know what that formula spells. 10-2 in favor of G2. Let's see if they can close this damn game.
G2 pistols on this map, ridiculous. Trying to tap into that to close this one swiftly, move us over to Mirage, another map that we think G2 can win. Robs gets spotted, has to eject. Looking to evacuate, he sticks around a second, and that's gonna afford them a chance to chase.
Okay.
But who's chasing who? Robs locks into the corner. If they don't clear this, he could grab a second, but they are cautious.
Wow.
They're not gonna fall for his little games.
That's crazy cautious. And I mean, it would have been nice to join that up with a B push. especially since Robs got there, but they didn't really try that.
HeavyGod found walking out long, him versus ZywOo, and he loses. A set of helping hands in Mezii helps out. Apex trying to draw them, maybe towards B. We've got 2 duos anchoring each bomb site. It's a man advantage for G2 wherever they decide to hit.
Yeah, low numbers doesn't scare them. Vitality have to stay alert.
No kit on Vitality. Retake could be made tough. They'll smoke off the rotate by blocking CT spawn. ZywOo gets popped instantly.
Oh boy.
Mezii, he was spotted.
Matys.
No way, Matys.
14 and 4. 14 and 4 versus Vitality in this grand finals.
And that smoke ends up being perfectly placed. Slows Apex down, lets Sunpius comfortably shift his weight over towards long, where he is going to find contact versus a stomping Mezii. He knows half of it's coming, and as Mezii is forced to clear those deep corners, he's dropped. Matys steps forward again on a big stage where we didn't even know if he belonged.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've seen this story before. A team gets here and then they fail. You know, they don't look like themselves at all. That's definitely something that could have happened right now, and we just had to see. But based on the other games, did we ever see a moment where Vitality got close to closing, G2 got close to closing a map and then took a long time to do it? No. Did we have anything except for everybody improving every single day so far? No. There's just been no reason to actually doubt that they wouldn't be the same team. Now, this is another moment, though. I'm seeing ample opportunity to actually accelerate some of these positions, make it even worse for G. I mean, when Robs gets his clip off, gets up to upper B, he makes a move to stay there. He knows that no one's probably in playground, and if there is, they spotted he hasn't crossed, so of course they're going to clear him. He's banking that no one's in playground. I'm going to tuck here. I might get 1 kill. I might die after that. But how can that just be it? You know, why isn't there an upper B push to get another trade back, to keep the man advantage the entire time? They're not thinking on that level right now. 51% 4v5 win rate in the OVO. That's crazy.
Yeah, all 3 in this first half. So even in those few moments, Vitality get man advantage means nothing in the face of this G2 tonight. Forced by, brought to you by way of a G2 pistol win.
Yeah, that's another Hunter classic. Best frag in IGL right now, all of a sudden.
Playoffs Hunter has been an animal.
Yeah. I mean, that's a guy who knows how to win.
You know, we call him the big game Hunter, and there is no better trophy than Vitality in 2025.
Yeah, well, who better than the big game Hunter replaying StarCraft with these pieces?
Looking to stuff him on Dust 2, put him on the wall. Malbs on the side of this smoke. Nobody wants to be that first victim on the Vitality side. ZywOo connecting to Sunpius is only going to find that 1 kill here with that scout. Desert Eagle finds the player back. Carr can't manage because the flashbangs are great support. It's Malbs under pressure.
How do they recover every time?
He just keeps putting them in a world of hurt.
That was a great position there for Vitality, but to be honest, the flashes were just so good. There was really good composure. Rob's going to jump up for this or not?
He could if he wants to try to get lucky. But at this point, you are down 9 rounds. G2 on the brink of their 12. And yet again, they're just kind of tucked in their corners, hoping someone's coming to save them. It's not the case.
Yeah, again, like, the flashes are coming in, the tactic's good. It's a good spot to actually close out. You don't want to let it all, you don't want to let the smoke come up and then you're sitting there in CT spawn. You need to do something aggressive here on the CT side here. And they don't have great guns, but they can't convert any of these positions. 12-2. Some people may have been disappointed about what we saw from FURIA yesterday, but if you weren't sitting there giving your credit to G2 for how well they played, you were really missing the point. I think this validates, you know, the struggle that FURIA had a lot more.
Mezii trying to get into the tunnel play, finds a headshot, but you can't put Matys to bed. This grand finals starts with a bang, but it's a very lopsided bang and a whimper on the other end. Apex trying to keep them on their toes towards the mid doors, but if they come barreling at him, he is toast. An ace for ZywOo is half of the rounds for Vitality. Barring that, you have just witnessed G2 yet again on this run in London demolish a top team from 2025. 13-1 over Spirit on Ancient, embarrassed them on the road to London. And here they are, stopping FURIA yesterday, showing that maybe they aren't the dark horse we thought they were when G2 decide to step it up a notch.
A little awkward.
This year's #1 on their knees. Mezii catching, good timing, but still traded out. And man advantages have been moot throughout this first map. So why would this 3v3 be different? Just because it's Hunter low health? 20 seconds for them to try to finalize. Apex coming to life.
Ow.
And Sunpai is concerned about the flank. Has too many targets ahead. There it is. A third, a lifeline, but way too late.
Yeah, it's a gift. It's a little one bad smoke. That'll do it. They punished it perfectly. And Vitality have cracked this door open again. I mean, look at the damage this does. They have to obviously exact through this. So fortunately for G2, it's a bit of a write-off. One small mistake. Now again, I'll say G2 in these spots, if they are winning badly, they do a good job of closing pretty quickly versus every team so far. So let's see if Vitality can make them a little shaky.
Is this A-Site gonna be ready? Is this M4 in ZywOo's hands enough? On top of Apex goes Mobs. He'll get dropped then and there. ZywOo's rifle getting away
all the
from him
molly
as he
damage.
burns up. And while Flamesy's got this angle towards long,
They're
that's
not
a
clearing
long-range MP9. Sunpius kills the additional site player. There are back.
They're doing this on a force.
There's damage coming up through this smoke. Look at the health that remains here for G2. They see that as an invitation. Oh, it gets away from Matys. He still recovers with at least the one, and that's gonna take all the attention of Mezii, not to mention most his health. Oh, that bomb is ticking. Flamesy on cleanup duty, kills what was little left of Hunter. 13 health from HeavyGod. He's been lights out. And with the smoke down in front of him, a desperate move here from Mezii, jumping around haphazardly. He's got the kit, but HeavyGod with the impact to make quick work of Dust 2.
An insane start for G2, and Matys, you lit up the server from the very beginning. You look so comfortable, so confident for your first grand final and being on this stage. Talk to me.
It feels amazing, but I'm more found proud of everyone from the team. Of course, we were shooting hard. I think we had many opportunities to entry kill. We managed to do that, and they were struggling a lot in these situations where they were like 4v5 all the rounds, I think. But we managed to stay composed, especially mid-round as a team. So it was amazing to watch. Hopefully, we will keep it up to the next maps, obviously.
Let's see if you can as well. How confident does this make you now feel for Mirage going into your pick?
I think it's gonna be perfect, but we need to stage heal because we decided to stress it a bit towards the last round because we wanted to finish it ASAP. But I think we'll collect each other again. It's gonna be fine.
Well, it sounds like you know what to do. Thank you very much, man. Good luck, and we'll see you in a bit.
Vitality simply eviscerated on their own map pick, leaves G2 large and in charge. What was 13 wins on Dust 2 in a row, Jacob, for Vitality, completely squandered in this one. I thought we witnessed a G2 clinic yesterday. No, clinic in session right now.
Seemingly only getting better. That was the best performance G2 has had as a lineup, I guess, in a very, very long time. Obviously, this new iteration has been very positive for us to witness game after game. You can see development game after game. You learn about certain players, you know, stepping up to their roles and stepping up to the occasion. This time around, though, not only beating Vitality and Dust 2, as you said, 13 wins in a row, 133 days where they haven't lost the map, but dominating them, not even leaving a single ounce of doubt whether or not they're the better team. That's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be positive about G2. G2 looked great. Vitality just did not show up on the server. We have to be real here. This is not the Vitality that we were expecting after that game against Mouse, where they just mopped the floor with them. They come in here and they were not awake until the very end of the game. They started to wake up and it was just far too late.
Yeah, that was a brutalizing on a biblical proportion. I couldn't believe how badly Vitality were able to lose some of the rounds where they had advantages, how G2 was able to claw back into the ones where they were the ones disadvantaged, and really just, Matys said, I mean, the individuals just stayed so composed. All of these duels that they had to take in the mid-late round, nobody was flustered at all.
And it was a complete antithesis from what we've always been talking about with Vitality, you know, in the first half of the year, simply masterclass after masterclass, but round 9, a disaster class, Vu.
Round 9 is a great example of Vitality. Some of the struggles they've had a lot of this season. You have Mezii top mid, and Sunpies is going to hit the easiest shot of his career, surely. Mezii peeks out to throw a flash. Nobody peeks out to trade. I don't know if he was even expecting maybe there was a door smoke, but that doesn't make too much sense. You go for the rotate back to Sunpies in B site. He doesn't even get a kill, but they get delayed by that Molotov, and then Matys just catches a kill on a Rops that should be getting that frag. Rops knew he was there, couldn't get the kill. I mean, this is just Vitality falling apart. They just take far too long. They give up the entry. They're not on the same page. That's not anything we saw from them in the first half of the year.
They're having so much trouble, Vitality, just breaching through that first line of defense that they all feel like they have to scramble into these positions. Nobody's holding for the CT smoke push, which is essential on a mid to B. Someone has to be looking for it, but when you're losing a player in a dumb way at top mid, when you're losing the first guy that's running in through the tunnels, then the split that's coming together is then actually quite easy to break apart, as G2 just don't even respect the smoke.
It's always a delicate balance, you know, to be observing. Is it Vitality playing poorly? Is it D2 playing good? I think by the eye test in this game, you saw Matys in every single duel he was in. Whenever you was on his point of view or the opponent's point of view, he would instantly kill you. Same could be said for HeavyGod. Sunpayers finding openings. I think this was more G2 playing exceptionally well than Vitality not showing up. Sure, there's a case to be made that Vitality didn't show up. Only ZywOo had an ace, and that, apart from that, nothing really transpired for them. But I feel like when you watch how they were dying constantly, you go in and rewatch that demo, you rewatch every single duel Matys is taking in this game, he was instantly destroying them. Headshots after headshots after headshots. Same could be said for HeavyGod. I think this was G2 playing some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen in 2025.
I think this is a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. This was incredible from G2. They're looking like, when you heard teams talk about Mongols at the beginning of the season, if they showed up, you couldn't do anything about it. Yeah. They were just going to headshot you off the server. That's what we're seeing from G2 right now. Matys in so many disadvantaged situations, just getting an insta headshot, or they miss one bullet and he's already got it on them. You can't say Vitality played their best game, but I think G2 played their best game.
I mean, he's just first bulleting everybody out of the server. I mean, the precision from the players from G2 in terms of even down to Hunter, down to Sunpies in this map, the way HeavyGod's still holding his own, everybody was just completely locked in, but we've got a long series ahead of us.
It's kind of crazy when you have all the individuals firing on all cylinders from the get-go, right? Like, not least when we look at Sunpies going head-to-head versus ZywOo, and on any given day, I would be giving ZywOo the odds favored in that one. But nope, Sunpies is here to be firing on all cylinders this day.
He's really making a return to the Sunpies that we saw a couple of years ago. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, he was fantastic. He was treated and held as one of the better uppers out there. Obviously in contention to be top 3 up there, and ever since it's been troublesome for him. His time in Falcons wasn't necessarily great. His time in Heroic was okay, but seemingly wherever Saw goes with Sunpies, he continues to get better and better and better.
I would give a lot of oppers the favor in a head-to-head against Sunpies. I would give Smooya the favor in a head-to-head against Sunpies based on previous form coming into this event. He was struggling. We saw him the last game they played. He was great, and I thought to myself, we're going to see old Sunpies. We're going to see 2024 most of the year, can't hit a shot, not in the right spot Sunpies coming to the final. That's not what we got. We got 2023 CSGO Sunpies.
Yeah, big stage Sunpies. I mean, the reason we haven't seen the best of Sunpies for the last year and a half is because he's not making it onto any stages. But the reason he put himself on the map was because of a Cologne performance where him and Movistar Riders were able to just steal the room in terms of how he was able to find opening picks, call his own number, the precision on his shots as well. That's what we're getting in the arena. And and G2 needed it now to put up this kind of fight versus Vitality.
100%. An incredible performance on that first map. But some of our favorite moments from the side of G2 have actually been from those mic'd up moments. So let's get another one from the first half.
But listen, it's not important who is right, who gets the call, who is wrong. Most important thing, we need to be on the same page. And it goes for all of you, right?
Yep.
Like there's not gonna be same page, like this guy is more on the same page, this is less same page. We all need to be on the same page.
That's such an amazing piece of tangible insight coming out from Saw, because let's just contextualize that. 7-1 up, the control firmly in the favor of G2, but the whole story is don't get ahead of yourself. It's not over until it's over.
It's one of the greatest qualities a coach can have, to make sure that all your players are focused on what's ahead of them, and that's obviously the next round. Every single round matters, especially when you're playing Vitality. We do know the Vitality in their prime have made sick comebacks before. You can never count off a guy like Rups, never count off a guy like Zywoo, who also came in with an incredible ace to spark a bit of life in Vitality. So for Saw to be on top of that and to be ahead of himself, I just love that.
If you got Saw's quotes from this event and probably the rest of the year, just honestly, put them all into a tweet. Yanko's gonna retweet half of them, okay? Like, this dude loves his coach tweets, and honestly, I think that Saw is always just saying the right thing at the perfect time. He always gets people out of their head for just a second so that they can link up in ways that they weren't the rounds prior.
I'm never gonna forget this. Are your W keys broken? We need to be playing as a team. We need to play.
Doesn't matter who's right.
It's just such an iconic line from him, and he comes up with them time and time again. And like you said, Jacob, that's a 7-1 scoreline. You're not expecting that from your coach. You're expecting something else when you listen to that listen-in. And he says it, they come back, they do lose that ace to Zywoo a little bit later, but then they close out the game comfortably, 13-3. I mean, can't give him any faults.
It's a culture, right? He's trying to install a culture within G2 that's the mindset they gotta have. You even heard Matys speaking to James. He said the same thing. We need to focus. We need to keep on top of things. We need to stay focused for the vast majority of this game. Otherwise, we know that we can potentially lose it. Even him saying that, yeah, we got a little bit rushed in the later stages of the game. We wanted to finish it early on. That's a player that's been installed with that mindset from Saw, from within the organization, that every single round matters.
I'd love to know what the emotions of the camp are right now. Okay, sure, you know, you got to keep everything in check. You got to not get ahead of yourselves. But that must be such a pride feeling to be coming off Vitality's map pick, no less, with such a dominant scoreline.
I mean, I can't believe how much composure Matys showed in the post-game interview with James Banks.
Yeah.
Just harkening back to that, when he said that we're not going to get ahead of ourselves. We put ourselves in a good position. We know Vitality can fight back. All of these lines act like he's been there a million times before. And this is really his first, arguably second arena game, if you want to count Shanghai in front of the smaller crowd. For him to have that level of stoicism in these kinds of moments, it's impressive.
Well, maybe we can get a little bit more insight into this vibes in another mic'd up moment.
Smoke is hiding soon. I move. Left side there.
Nice. Last one,
Nice. Nima, let's rep smoke, please.
Nice. Yeah, so good. It's crazy.
I double tapped him insta. What is
They didn't deserve one round.
They didn't deserve one round. That's a bold statement to make, but you know what? I don't blame him.
No, he's not wrong. I think G2 were miles ahead of it, and that's the cool thing about it. You know, just coming to think of it, we've been trying to portray this G2 lineup as a very interesting prospect for the future. Right now, it's hard for me to say that, is it Son Payas who's the more impressive guy? Is it HeavyGod, you know, transitioning into becoming an elite player that's the more impressive guy? Is it Hunter transitioning into becoming an in-game leader that's the most impressive development? The only guy we would like to see more from is Melps, but right now, he's not needed. He's just doing his job. So it does feel like there's still some untapped potential within G2 after just beating Vitality 13-3.
Based on these listen-ins, I feel like we're going to get one from outside that says, guys, that was a pathetic performance. It should have been a 13-0. You got to be better than that. You guys suck. That was just incredible from G2. They were so on the same page. I mean, 3 kills separate the top and bottom frag. That's G2 performing at their best.
A true team effort, Maui, and that wasn't what I was expecting coming into the first map of this grand final.
It's not what I was expecting coming into this tournament from G2, and that still is what catches my breath the most about them. The fact that they are constantly impressing us after 3 tournaments that were not very impressive. You saw little signs here and there, but they're finally all putting it together, and it couldn't be at a more opportune moment.
A flying start from G2, and things only looking better as we go into that second map. That is because that is their map pick of Mirage. It's going to be going down after this short break.
British player. British player! How does it make you feel, man?
It's fun. It's
British
great.
player.
That's all I need to be known for.
This player. You ever get used to it?
No.
No. Cheers.
Cheers.
British player. What's Mezii about?
In the UK, I don't know, we do this thing where you just add a Z to, like, my last name's Merriman, and just call me Mez or Meza.
Meza. Yeah.
Meza. And then I changed the name because the Asimov in-game, I called it Mezimov.
Does the Asimov creator know that?
No.
Have you told anyone that?
No.
Chicken shot first, cheers to that.
Cheers.
There we go. Can you do American accent?
I don't want
Can you just say, like, can you just say what this is?
bottled water.
I'm letting you in the country.
Thank you.
You got through. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. When's Asia going to be the #1?
Asia #1?
Yeah, you think Asia can be #1?
Yeah.
You ready for some long flights?
I'm not a fan of the long flights.
What's your least favorite part of the job?
The flights.
What are you gonna do after you retire?
Maybe go to an office job or something.
An office job,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. Use my degree that I spent so much money on.
What's your degree?
Accounting and finance.
Can you do Canadian taxes?
I can try.
Ask Grok.
Grok, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is my best friend.
Your best friend?
Mm-hmm.
Even more than Flamesy.
He introduced me to this best friend.
Why did he? What did he ask?
Just advice, emotional support. ChatGPT has it helped. What's the point in having Jack, our performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? But I think he did a great job with Flamesy.
That's kind of scary. I don't know about that.
It's taken over.
They can't take my job though, right?
What do you do?
I talk.
You might be fine.
Would you ever talk one day?
Could I pay well?
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Maybe you replace your job with ChatGPT. I replace my job with you.
Where does that leave you?
Why would I do that? It doesn't pay that well. Where does this rank? Out of 10, what do you give this?
This would be a 9 out of 10.
Where would you rank your daughter's birth?
A 10 out of 10, for sure.
Where would you rank your wife? You can't use numbers you've already used.
11 out of 10.
11 out of 10, smart man. He's gonna last a long time.
She told me well.
Nice. Okay.
10 wasn't good enough before.
I think I feel closer to you.
I'm feeling that energy as well.
You wanna do it again?
I would love to.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
A successful sprint to be starting from G2, but this one is truly a marathon because a best of 5 has potential to be going to all 5 maps, but a lot of hope on the horizon for G2. It is their pick of Mirage coming up next. So what are we looking at from either side of the equation to maybe make this a bit more of a competitive affair, Maui?
Yeah, you need more from some of the individuals on the Vitality side. In 2016, London introduced the ultra-low emission zone, and 99% of the nitrous oxide has actually left London. The air is much better now, but you wouldn't be able to tell off of map 1 from ZywOo.
That was a rough showing in map 1, and if we look at the last time G2 won a trophy, who was it against? It was against Vitality, and it was ZywOo underperforming in that matchup as well. We need to see him on the server.
We do 100%. In terms of what else we need to see from Vitality, because it can't always be a one-man army. Let's be real, we saw the stats for Robs. It was his worst performing map in a grand final ever, period. So we need him to be showing up, surely, as well.
We build the ROPS versus HeavyGod dynamic on the extremities, and at this point, ROPS is looking outclassed. That is not something I thought I would say about ROPS in 2025. With how great his first season went, we're going to need to see him roll it back and slow the game down for himself, because there's no better player at looking unflustered than him. A
ferocious G2 to be starting off this grand final. Let's see if that can continue on Mirage.
Yeah, I think ferociousness is the right word for it, Freya. But this is only where it begins. I remember Austin as well when Vitality took a knee in the first map, only to go on to win.
Yeah, that's very true, and they've been tested, and they have been resilient. We've seen lots of moments for Vitality where they've come off of a middle of a map, they've lost one, talked to Apex, they probably got scolded a little bit, then they come back into the game. But here we are, man. This feels like it's G2's story to tell. The year is 20XX. Hunter is the first Kovac to win 4 majors. A GOAT conversation for IGL is reopened, and Saw makes headlines for inspiring a new generation of Finnish coaches. And a statue of Pekka is erected in the G2 head office. London, an underdog emerges. Let's celebrate these moments. Make sure you get loud. Mirage could be the 2-0 start here for G2. It felt impossible before today started. Maybe you just tuned in and are wondering, where's Matys and where's Nico? Maybe you should be wondering if they ever needed them.
Yeah.
Look at this team go.
I say, who's Matys, who's Nico? This G2 gonna try to keep that tempo up with the burst in through the A play. And they clear out some of those positions, but it's a fast-moving Vitality quickly on the scene. Double challenge over stairs denied. There he is, your champion, Mezii. Picks up the hold, and it will be a Vitality CT pistol win. Winning pistols versus G2, no easy feat.
Yeah, the most important stat, and that's one thing that G2 have, like we talk about Vitality getting tested, well, that's one way in which G2 aren't really. They just keep having good starts every single step of the way, so a excellent response. And you can look at all these maps and say Vitality are favored in every single one. But what we saw in Dust 2 proves the hypothesis that it doesn't matter right now with G2. They can beat you anywhere.
I say to hell with your science. Your math be damned. It's Counter-Strike with heart. But it is hard to go up against the odds. Rifles here for Vitality and an opening kill for Mezii.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, G2. They know how to win the pistols. They know how to win the second round following it, no matter what the half, no matter what the map. Now, Hunter, here's their biggest test. Let's come back. Let's see if they have to come back into both halves, maybe. You know, that's the kind of expectation we should have for Vitality, that they start out, they win the pistols, right? If they lose the map, maybe it's in spite of winning both pistols or something, but like, again, not long ago, this was what they were best at as well.
Whoa, trying to jump on Apex, but he's covered by ZywOo and Rob, so all's good. You lose your leader, that's all right. You know, when that last map concluded, Vitality very quickly out of their chairs and walked off stage except for one man. Apex sat there looking through his notebook. A little bit of gloom.
And let's play our fucking game, boys. No matter the fucking score, we make plays, like Dan said earlier, so even if we make a play and they fuck us, we continue to make plays, we don't get scared from it, and we keep making plans and keep doing the ping pong, and we'll be fucking fine.
Oh man, I really love it. I really love it. I mean, I think we look at Dust 2, you can point to sometimes it's hard to see what moments went wrong.
Sure.
Dust 2, you can point to all of them, go, this is a very clear move that needed to be made, an idea needed to happen here. I think everything that he said should resonate heavily. Again, though, it's a little bit, you know, last time we heard Mezii talk, it was during a bad moment. Usually we hear from Apex.
You know, that was like an awkward sign last time around that it had to be Mezii to try to inspire the troops. And the point I was going to make before we hear from Mezii is just that Apex stuck around on stage, looked through his notebook to the chance of fuck you Apex, had to stew in it a little. So where's his head at? Because clearly Mezii's is still trying to tap into that championship ideology.
Yeah.
And I don't doubt Apex can drag himself out of the deepest of depths. This is a man who has been in some dark places in Counter-Strike and still rises to the occasion. He's got great teammates around him. Rops, I mean, coming off of his worst ever rating in a grand finals. Time to turn it up.
There we go.
Mezii triple. He's got support over top of the stairs. ZywOo wanting to get into the action, and everybody across the board for Vitality has to show us a better form. And versus the first few guns of G2, it looks great.
Oh, this is so good. I mean, they look fired up.
Mow down.
Kills coming through. Everybody dies. A total wall put up here for Vitality over on A.
Hunter between 4. Ooh, found timing.
And you know, in the bad Vitality maps, it's Mezii and it's Mezii who look, in my opinion, a little bit more fragile. In some of those games where slow starts and everything, it's like Apex will get kills, I will get kills, Rops will always be there. But you know, those two, that's where it feels like the floor falls out sometimes. But back on Dust 2, Mezii was actually, in terms of volume, was getting kills kind of throughout both halves. Yeah. He was the actual only person close to having a standout performance overall, and yet it still sort of fell flat. Good to see that continuing on, though.
We haven't seen these blunders come through in the series so far, where pistols upset the momentum. But that's all G2 will have to work with here in round 4. They get everything in position. Volley of nades over top. It's Mezii and Apex hard dedicated into the corners of this site. And rotational utility already helping out. Zywoo sets it up with util. Mezii makes quick work of Mobs and Matys, popping heads like it's nothing. And so we're already starting to get a little bit of vitality. A vitality that was absent all just too long.
You can't have all these guys show up in banana costumes and not give them a good performance.
Of course.
Come on.
I'm curious, Vitality fans, do you still believe?
Before the game started, I was, heard a surprising amount of G2 support, and every fan, it feels like you're a fan of the org. Maybe you're a fan of the org in general, from other games, from older versions of the team. But this team itself, it's got to garner a new fan base. It's got to win fans, and this is the place you do it. It's not online. It's not in group stages. It's in front of crowds like this. A lot of people are here watching Counter-Strike in person for the first time. You're creating core memories for these people, these new fans. And if you put up a good enough performance where they think you're going to stick around, you're going to be good at the next tournament, it's going to live with you. That you got to watch that first. You got to watch the birth of a new roster.
You get to see a guy like Matys step into a huge organization and just blow all of our minds. Even if you thought he had potential, for it to be realized under the spotlights, whole other game. Quite literally just a different game. And Mezii not playing games, seemingly. Off of the A site, down through the underpass. Won't get away, though. Matys chasing that, even with a teammate's flash inbound. He's so aggressive for those peaks.
Yeah, you call it aggressive or just exactly what you need to do. Like if he wasn't,
in high pressure
Look
moment.
Actually, Mezii got the split coming in. They're not ready. Rotations are slow here.
Mobs has been
They don't know about gas.
That's it. Sliding forward. Mobs with an element of surprise. Wow. And it's Apex with his head pop deep market. No chance for Vitality in round 5. So Mezii makes an opening move. A 4v5 for G2 to face. A stat that even back on Dust 2 went against them.
I also just want to say Hunter dies first in this spot. They have to they run and trade that kill. They continued forward.
Yeah.
They continued forward with this play.
Yeah.
People don't understand this, but when your IGL dies in a round, that can really change how the rest of the round plays out, no matter what the initial call was. It's just something about calling while you're in the game and actually playing that is so much more impact. And they still pulled it off really well.
Great point to make when we hear Saw and when we hear Matys in the post-map interview saying how everybody's got to be on the same page.
Yeah.
Not halfway there. We need to be locked in with the same ideas. And yes, you can cut the head off the snake in killing Hunter. And I agree, it's going to kind of slow him down in his read of the moment. But if there are individuals who know what they want and what Hunter would want before he even has to vocalize it, I think that's when you get these kinds of chase from Matys where he knows we need to get trades. It opened a door, finding Mobs to move up catwalk because mid was weak.
And let's be real, they didn't take time to reassess. They continued forward with a play that Vitality probably thought they were going to think a little bit more on.
Sure.
Go back into figuring out how do we get an extra kill first. And instead, G2 comes with this fast pace.
Challenge top middle. You really want to slow down G2. Maybe you got to go a little further. Get riskier.
Sometimes top mid smoke can get blown open.
Already set up for some kind of an underpass play. His utility comes trickling out. It's not going to be easy for Mobs to take all this damage, but Hunter loves a window challenge. And he is up here so early, while also getting through a sea of utility. Sure, you lose Mobs, but if this apartment play goes well, if Mezii can't manage it, then you would think Hunter's gonna catch somebody off guard. You'd think. And still, Mezii could just stop it, but the fire's gonna flush him out.
Hunter got picked off.
That's key. Vitality find one, and the bomb planter denied by Apex. Good pressure out of their in-game leader with a double kill off of back market. Matys, what are you made of? Oh, the first is clean, but then that back turned over to Mezii. He'll step forward, and now we're starting to see Vitality do what G2 was as well. Tethering nicely. Action-packed off of the death of the teammate in front of you.
Yeah, just multis and refrags and closer positions. Yeah, they're really like kind of taking a page out of what G2 did to them somehow.
Not one kill goes in vain.
One kill goes in vain.
Not one kill.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like they are watching out for each other. It's really good to see. I love the play from G2, man. They made that as hard as possible. It looked like another spot where maybe they pull off the 4v5 again. But Vitality, they won mid early. They didn't get scared when they lost it soon after. And this time they were ready for it to end B.
And fireworks for the first 6 rounds of play. Rops gonna control underpass for Vitality, but then again, there's always somebody creeping forward for G2.
They've crushed Hunter this half, 0-7. He was standout on Dust 2. Important guy to take out.
Ahead of the flashbangs, Matys.
Wait, and the cat player is still in jeopardy. Mezii makes noise. There's someone up close. Matys gonna peek him.
He's gonna get the kill swiftly despite the Galil, ZywOo, and Apex 2v4. It's another 4 versus 5 recovery coming forward from G2.
They know it's 1-1 to sights. Do they know about ZywOo's op? Do they care about it? They have a lot of time to sit and wait for a lurk. Something needs to happen right now for Vitality. Timings are being missed.
Whoa, you give him a chance.
This is actually an interesting spot because they have to decide, do they want to go towards ZywOo, who has the op over in B? They don't have a smoke for the market window. They do have Matys inside a ladder room.
2 incendiaries as well for Vitality, but Apex on a different planet at the moment.
So this might be a jump across moment here with HeavyGod and SunPius. We talked about this head-to-head, SunPius and ZywOo. Is it even possible that he gets this kill? Oh, but the rotation is the wrong way. It's the wrong way. This is such a big moment to leave, actually.
London. They walk away, you know what to do. Now, to be fair for Vitality, it felt like ZywOo was sticking around for that fight, but a great decision for G2 to just slow down the pace, double up in apps, get away from him.
I think what G2 did was, let's pick a side. We have Matys in ladder room. We do have better odds right now to get to B. If we waste any more time, maybe we get another pickoff. Maybe Apex is searching somewhere, and this round gets way uglier. Let's just play the 3v1 on the B side. Worst case, we have to rely on Matys to pull off a lurk or whatever, but at least we're not getting wiry and stringy and walking around the map. And for Vitality's case, they don't see themselves winning in 2 1v3s on either side of the map. ZywOo doesn't see anything in B, says, okay, they're probably trying to avoid me. That was my first thought as well. Let's go see if it's A. If it's A, we win the round. If it's B, we save, and we save 2 good guns.
Vitality remain content to sit around for these kinds of duels. I just don't think they were ready for the Malbs double down.
Yeah. And it's really impressive to see Malbs get that kill, and his aim will always deliver those headshots, but also, Vitality are they should get that trade. They're in a good spot to get that trade.
Does feel like Vitality are at least a bit more electric in some of their opening moves in this map compared to Dust 2. There's been some sort of a wake-up call in between maps in that regard.
What I'm happy to see, it's not collapse versus collapse. If Vitality lose a map in this series because they were, a little tuned out, they could come back and win. But if G2 collapse at all, they'll probably get crushed because the map pool is not in their favor. Hunter's worst start to a map. Wow, 07 to match up with ZywOo. Only wants to be paired with the best. Oh my goodness. What a shot, ZywOo and SunPius. That's through the smoke. Oh, maybe he peered out. Looked like he was just ahead of that. Something that G2 have been trying to conjure up, these B splits. That quick mid lurk. They're trying to slip the net up cat with one player, not alert anybody, make sure connector smoke doesn't get blown up and no one's checking that, and then instantly go into a B play. That's been the secret sauce for G2 on Mirage, not just today, in their previous Mirage games as well.
It's another chance where G2 just look to simplify things though, collect the forces and move forward towards B. ZywOo to be tested. He's gonna let him drop out through the window, and Matys gets away with the cat kill. ZywOo has sacrificed the part, and he's not gonna get a chance to find another shot off SunPius. Now, 3 kills into this round is SunPius.
Oh, they flew too close to the sun on this round. That's another tag.
Flamesy half health is able to still fight back. And while Hunter scrambles for his first kill of this second map of the series. He's on the angle, and it's teed up with ease. In the teens was Mezii, done to a single shot. G2 break the doors down on that B site.
Yeah, that's such an excellent round out of Matys. Scrolling across the site. I mean, getting this opener is so huge.
Oh, it is a poke.
Very nice attempt from ZywOo to make up for this. And that's just what we want to see, everyone playing well. Welcome to the board hunter. A clutch off the first kill, instant impact.
Ooh, change up. It's a good read, Vitality. Check this out. Body's in the right position.
Definitely. They've been doing this, just like G2 have been with Molodoi, leaving him alone.
Oh, this could go either way. Could wind up being a bloodbath. Gap for the jungle smoke. Never mind, it does come down. Matys and HeavyGod combined for the first one. Default being held, but they don't know about the firebox. And out comes Rops with one. HeavyGod's MP7 gets the cover. Man advantage here, G2. It's a round with a lot on the line because it could be doors open for G2 to run away. ZywOo scopes in and hits it, but he's gonna have to close this from an 11-3 score. Matys, his counterpart, hands busy with the bomb. HeavyGod, head tucked, spots him and puts him in the grave. Two stand for G2 as they continue winning ways.
Oh man, nice try, but even more impressive and better here for G2. They pulled off this full exec. It's a real test of their execute. Full nades coming in, Molly under balk, Molly on top of triple, covering a lot of options, a lot of spots to the CT sides. You know what it is, man? It's a staggered flashbang that's always coming in on their execs that seems to have the highest efficacy. It is blinding an extra player and making them null. So now it feels like there's only two. They're always catching one totally off guard. And then it's 1-for-1 trades. Pathing so precise just underneath that balcony. The guy with the MP9 on top couldn't do anything. And with that, all the money for Vitality is gone.
Matys taking a quick look over towards B. The utility pressures middle, and Hunter tries to slot in with that MAC-10. CZ for Apex, great jump! Unfortunately for him, his only reward is that MAC, while,
now they're B.
As we alluded to, that setup inside of the B site ready to follow through. Malbs feasts on a couple top mid. Good frag back from Mezii. But because he's up catwalk, there was nobody there to stop this G2 attack into the B site. They cut through with ease.
Yeah,
Three heavy hands alive in Matys, HeavyGod, and no way in for Vitality. Tied game.
They find their good post plans really quickly. It's the best that Vitality could do, and again, it's credit to G2 for being able to say, we lose a player, instant exec. Instant B exec. That again happens in this moment. Even though that dive down gets a kill, that's something that, you know, you're looking for. It's CZ in your hand. You'll take anything. Oh, nice shot.
Another one.
He's on the dome right now. Might be a little high. Let's see. Okay.
Jumping block, of course.
Yeah. Can't go through, go over.
Sprinkle it in. Good on Apex, he knows utility's coming out of the player underpass, make the jump. Hunter just shakes him off, as does Malbs top middle.
They're showing us a way of playing this game that will stand in front of in the face of 45 statistics. Because normally those statistics are supported by a little time.
Sure.
You get that first kill and there's a little time to maximize the map with 5. But what G2 are doing is, you get a kill, now we're actually using it against you. We have info and we go for the exec. Almost doesn't matter that they lost somebody.
Just serves as a trigger. Speed up that game, and speaking of speeding up, again, we are going all into the B site. Rops popped by Malbs. Mezii with a chance to be the key to the defense. Utility's making it awkward. He shaves a bunch of health off HeavyGod, and a good position back on bench. He's gone unnoticed. Hits the headshot. Flusters Hunter. Hits the dink. Still though, rebuttal back. G2's got the frags, and Mezii is gonna have to come up big with the clutch.
This nade.
It's a little late.
Oh, it's perfect.
Bomb still planted off of it. Matys sits on his ankle and will not let you in.
G2 are not asking for permission right now. Another B attack successful. Comes down to the 1v1, but another clutch wins it. It's not that the holds aren't decent. They're pretty good. I think ZywOo's miss here is actually the real difference. It's a nice attempt from Flamesy. Takes a moment to line up that nade. You can't really have it both ways in that spot. If he doesn't line it up, he doesn't get the kill. If he gets the kill and lines it up, he's a little late to stop the bomb, but it's really about Matys, the perfect spot to punish him.
Malbs double kill.
Wow, Malbs.
Makes mincemeat of the mid setup. And again, in rounds where G2 just put the pedal to the metal, follow through.
They're like Mouse.
This is one where they can slow down.
They're like Mouse 2.0. No clear superstar, new pop-off player every single round.
Yeah, except for the crowd cheers for them. You know, we talk about G2 in the face of 4v5s just activating, getting the round done, but then it's nice to see this other look where they can slow down and still control a map. I would say that when Hunter first kind of took over the reins of in-game leader, these were the moments where I would criticize him, kind of losing himself as a round would go on and then trying to oversimplify things.
Yeah, you say these are the rounds. It feels like that was like a week and a half ago.
Sure.
How has he gotten so good already?
I mean
it's
stepping
no
up
secret, man.
to the plate.
Yeah.
Playoffs, dude, it's different.
It's playoffs, it's Hunter, it's Saw. I mean, that's just a...
It's HeavyGod, it's Matys, it's Sunpius, and Malbs. It's just six sick individuals finding form at the same time. A new challenger enters the arena. And Vitality trying to get their hands on it. ZywOo, yes! Second kill as he gets back into default. And that's bomb thrown over with 20 seconds on the clock. We got a very critical op duel. Malbs is not going to be allowed to move until he gets his kill off Cat. Now he's freed up. ZywOo knows for 10 seconds he is going to fight right here, right now. Triple kill ZywOo. He tries to run away.
Time.
Malbs is on the chase.
He can't get him.
ZywOo into the corner, takes us to a tied score, and they just can't hunt him down. It's 1 at the end of this CT side, tied 6-all.
Welcome to Instant Recall. I'm here with Hex from M80. Thanks for joining me. Hex, I'm going to show you a clip. Then I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You have to complete the questions before the kettle is boiled and our Knorr is finished. Are you ready to take on the challenge?
I'm ready.
Bolognese or carbonara? What's your flavor of choice?
Carbonara.
Let's start the clip.
Woo! Shui's activating.
Hell of a shot from Shui.
Oh,
and Twist is also looking to make a name for himself.
Heard of this guy. Not this game. Oh, they smoked themselves off.
That's fine.
Is it?
In a weird way, it's probably okay. Oh,
You okay?
No. Oh, this game is really upsetting me, but like in a good way. Like I'm crying, but I think it's good crying, like from laughter. Oh. Okay.
Is this the modern...
They're gonna win, aren't they? What's happening?
They're gonna win.
Tears in my eyes.
They're gonna win.
They're gonna win.
They're good.
They're on the deep.
They're doing it.
Now, stop them. You're the only one who can. Oh my God.
That's a cinematic round for
Yeah.
sure. Absolute cinema.
All right, cinematic round indeed. Let's start the kettle. Time is live. What event was this?
Blast Bounty.
Correct. What was the score?
24-24.
Correct. Who was top fragging?
Syra.
Incorrect. It's Ultimate. You want to take a guess how many kills?
37.
44.
Damn.
It's a lot of rounds. A lot of rounds. Whose map pick was this?
Ecstatic.
Correct. Who won the series?
Liquid.
Who died first in the round?
Who's the Opera? It's the Opera. Wait, who is that? Christu?
Yes.
Yeah,
oh. Who lurked A main inside of the smoke?
Nerds.
Oh, dude, you know what? Yeah, lurker. Yeah, makes sense. Who defused the bomb?
Nut.
No, TMB. Who failed to stop the defuse?
Naf.
He was the only one who could. Name the full ecstatic roster.
It's Nut, TMB, Christu, Syra, and
time's up. What was the final score of the game?
27-25 or something like that.
Close, 26-28. Final question. Who is the best North American team?
Mezii.
Correct. You nailed it. You beat the clock. You beat the Knorr. You win the game. Are you ready to eat?
I'm ready to eat.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This was instant recall.
Vitality needed a strong start, and they got one. They did what many can't, which is win a pistol over top of G2. That 4-0 start looked like it was going to turn into an economic problem for the G2 side of things. But that streak of rounds, bro, in the face of 4v5s, in the face of all the challenge, no issue as we get tied up 6-6.
Yeah, and that new iteration of G2, it's a test for them that they needed to try to pass, and I think they actually did, man. Being able to survive the pistol, that start, they're used to winning them. And now they know, again, they've got lots of confidence in rounds like these. It's Vitality who actually might be a little worried.
It's nice to see, though, is ZywOo top of the board for Vitality. Flamesy, 13 kills right behind him.
Oh, this smoke, are they going to respect it? With this push, does it buy them enough time? They're actually, I don't think they were expecting this. Vitality.
This may be
Look at the movement, man.
Ooh. Through the ramp, you mean?
Everywhere. You get some pies coming back, too. That's actually nuts. This one smoke this deep. Wow. The counterplay is insane.
Does fluster Hunter, though, off his perch. Couple flashbangs over. He's blind, but Sunpius covers. ZywOo catching him as he drops down. Apex takes low. Great execution coming forward from Sunpius. ZywOo is going to be the difference, though. If he has to be, time to deliver. He still has 80 health.
And every kill so far.
Already sitting on an ace in this series. Quad kill ZywOo. Oh! Again! Just another reason he is one of the greats. Under pressure, with Hunter and G2 breathing down your neck off those pistol round wins, he gets himself an ace.
2 aces in this grand finals. He went and got 2 exit kills in the first half of Dust 2, or even not even a kill. And then 1 round with an ace to close out that half.
Next has taken notes on that one.
You know, it's one of those things where, to use an analogy, you know, it might be better to, if you want to do like you want to be able to get a little bit over a long period of time. That's going to give you more output overall. That's kind of how ZywOo just makes his bread in general. You have these huge flashes of brilliance, right? Then you're Honda. You get 2 aces in a series, but you don't get a lot of kills. It's not as valuable to your team. So you're putting all this impact into this one round, that's one thing. And maybe it's early enough, it gets G2 a little inspired about how to come back into this game or close this one out, or, you know, with the second pistol build momentum. But you still want more volume. That's... ZywOo's had some better rounds now.
I mean, a 19-6 ZywOo is enough for Vitality to win a CT side.
Yeah.
Like, if that's going to be the driving force of this offensive, you'd think it can be enough. You've seen it before. We will see it again. The question remains, will we see it tonight? Right here, right now on Mirage.
Oh! That's the shot heard around the world, baby. Woo! 1 bullet and a dream. Good night, Matys.
Tough one to swallow. Desperate scout. Deagle from this corner, fully committed, nowhere to run for Malbs. Always good for 1, seemingly. Goes without saying, but production, we're gonna need the replay.
Yeah. Man, from 0 to hero, 20-6 now on Mirage.
Shoot, off the ace.
Disgusting.
To the 1 bullet tap.
Oh.
One more time.
Oof.
Oh. more time.
At least he didn't suffer.
One more time.
It's surprising every time.
Could watch it all day long. Blessed to have a player as talented as ZywOo in the server. Blessed to have a challenger that spreads its talent across the board in this G2 team.
Definitely, yeah. But that is what's supposed to make the difference. The fact that you can't match these players up, you know, 1-to-1. Rops also, as B-Trip showed us, put up his career worst Grand Finals map on Dust 2. He's trying to get back into this too. Flames is teaching him how to be in Grand Finals now.
What happened to our humble king? It's a new day and a new age where Vitality are still kings. But not invincible. We've seen that much. Just another strong start. Both halves have featured a strong Vitality start. HeavyGod's 5-7's gonna cut down Apex, but nobody else inside of this A site, so there will be zero resistance for the ramp push, which is gonna find the bomb plant inevitably. ZywOo, oh my god, a headshot.
Dude, it's crystal clear with him. You know, Flamesy actually called J2 really efficient right now. I think that was a kind of really nice praise, and it sums up exactly what makes him so good. ZywOo is the king of efficiency as an individual. He's the most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted space. A lot of his highlights, he's never over-flicking, very clean stuff. No wasted ammo, no wasted movement.
Gonna mow them all down.
On target every time.
Another massive multi-kill for ZywOo. Sure, didn't have the best weapons for the job, but it's critical junctures ahead for him. You convert that pistol into the 3-0 start, you're a key of it. I mean, if we could just even bring up the scoreboard when we go back into game, it needs to be seen how top-heavy this map currently is for ZywOo. 3/5 of Vitality still look like the same Vitality that we had back on Dust 2.
You know what I love about this, man? I mean, we're not there quite yet, but like ZywOo, like on his best day, he gets 27 kills, 10 deaths. Okay, there's a pickoff.
See ya.
Starting this rifle round. And a bit of G2 energy right here. Now staged up for the B exec, but are they actually going to exec through this? Sunpius waiting for them at the pass. Two rotators coming in.
Bringing that bomb.
Two rotators here on Cat.
Yeah, they've got their angles held. It's going to be a difficult fight out for Flamesy. He does still kill Matys. In through the window goes ZywOo's AK spray down.
He's the difference.
Oh, what a play! Sunpius catching his on the doorway, but what he didn't catch was the bomb. And what Rops found is an opening on the other half of the map, making a quick move here is ZywOo. And even if G2 goes scrambling, sprinting back towards the ticket, what they're gonna find is a well-prepared Rops.
There we go.
Best hunter, and it is Rops who paved the road towards this A site.
Rops crossing positive. Sunpius eyes intent on trying this.
Does his best work on the big stage. We've seen it in back-to-back days now.
Well, he find a punishment. You know, why would you ever peek ticket in this spot if you're Rops? You have missiles this side. He's trying to figure out where ZywOo's gone off to now as well.
Tough for him to not work with a kit. And it's a tough call. He doesn't want to make it, but he will. Steps away. Double digits. Team Vitality.
It's one kill for ZywOo, but it's also the difference. You know, it's the evacuation route out. It's that frag to keep the rotators there from the CT side. And nothing is promised. ZywOo with two.
No saves in London.
And I was going to say, man, ZywOo, you know, on his great days, he gets his 27 kills. Such a clean score line. Great highlights in there. He never goes for astronomical numbers in his KD in any one given map.
Well,
but low deaths, now it's actually, yeah, an insane peak as well.
Hunting down Sunpius to get his second kill of that round. Forcing Saw to call a pause.
And to be fair to ZywOo as well, it's almost always because he's not hunting down ecos. You know, it's one of the best stats in his favor. You know, look at KD on some other players, and yeah, they get lots of rifle frags, but they also get lots of ecos, and they go look for those. ZywOo isn't one of those guys. He's all about quality.
Damn. I can't believe Flamesy bends that bullet.
Bonkers.
Sunpius does the same thing, right? Nasty flick up. Poor Mezii. Probably barely sees Sunpius as he gets back into the corner.
Got Rops crossing positive on his scoreline too.
Yes, sir. But I mean...
Fucking have balls on the table, guys.
Yeah.
We're way better than them and we're playing like pussies.
Let's go, boys.
They said it's time to have fun.
At this point, I don't think anybody's catching up to ZywOo for Vitality, but support him in his run towards the top. Get some while you can. Dropping him in the front of the Palace. They just draw in the counter-terrorists. It's all a trap, a bait and switch between Flamesy and Rops for him to get a triple kill. You know, desperate acts here for G2 as this game goes on, looking to get their first CT round win, but it's a tough one. Money's not great. You're coming through with half buys. ZywOo's just dominating wherever he decides to start his rounds.
Playing from the back foot in both halves. It's the first and weakest that we've seen G2 in any one of these spots. They've always had an answer. And we're in a series now where, genuinely, even if G2 won Mirage here, they're not promised this Veto. You know, the Vitality is way stronger, obviously, in best of fives.
Yeah,
they're looking forward to playing Overpass.
No, once the
they're
maps
looking
get
forward
tactical,
to playing Train.
That's where Vitality are supposed to come into their strength.
And just play rate in general. So
you're not Sunpius. You're done for. Not long for this world. The old bait and switch. Rops rope-a-dope. You start to feel G2 kind of scrambling to get anything going, but starting to look a little bit desperate as they trail Vitality, 6 rounds to 11. Now, there were times on G2's attack where off of success or failure, they would just throw in this all-in A.
I think one of the best parts about Sunpius lately is actually his output from Ticket. It's a hard spot to get impact from. You won't get that many chances. He's finding headshots from this position.
Tough while blind, though. HeavyGod eats that following flash, and Flamesy on a warpath just churns through the defense with the double kill. Mezii catches Sunpius. And all that while the bomb was actually taking a potential route over towards B, which is also getting picked up by Vitality. So it turns out at the turn of the half, Vitality are simply gonna do no wrong. This is about to be a 6-round T streak, not a singular round since G2 have taken to the defense.
Yeah, they might be still celebrating Dust 2 mentally. This one's been whisked away with the assistance and the start, the catalyst of all this, that ace from ZywOo on the pistol, the one tap to fall. They haven't looked back.
You know, when ZywOo got that ace back on Dust 2, I tried to sell a little snake oil, say like, that's the inspirational individual moment that could get Vitality back into a game.
2-10 half.
Right. You know, and maybe it brings in the mental to try to have faith in a pistol. But to do it at the start of a half, when you're already competitive on this map, it just let ZywOo unload on G2.
I would love to know what Saw's thinking in this spot. You know, he's going to obviously try to get his team to believe that this is still recoverable. That last round was a tragedy. It felt like that's where the game ended for me for now, because that's a full A attack where there's 3 CTs, they have everything they want, no op impact, no one even gets a kill to stop that. Just feels like it's Vitality now writing the story. You're gonna press tab, look at ZywOo's score, and it's like, which one of us has done that before?
Flamesy swings out mid. Oh, awkward on the window. Remember, these are FAMAS players out here in the shooting gallery of Mezii. Rounds the corner, gets his damage in, but HeavyGod escapes with his life for the time being. Rops, just like last round, stepping forward into a B site, finding it vacant, will do the same on A this time, and the bomb is right behind him. So sure, they sign up for these duels out top middle.
This is perfect for ZywOo, who just wants to stay tucked, make sure he doesn't get walked up on.
And the closest thing to an A defense is a HeavyGod on 13 health. And when I say close, I mean all the way back in CT spawn. Mobs tries to pick up the mantle.
They're in a spot to just wait to see if the CTs are going to walk through this. Oh, they're actually setting it up with a fake. This is nice for Vitality.
Yeah. It'll draw Mobs' attention back somewhat, but he's still thinking about the bomb site itself. And we can see he's got good reason to be cautious. Rops just keeps inching his way closer. ZywOo ultimately strikes with a back turn. And so it looks like Mirage goes the way of Vitality. They can do no wrong on this attack. And this is an attack that was led by ZywOo. Nobody even close to his realm of impact throughout Mirage. Flamesy rides the coattails while the majority of the team stayed quiet. But this is the answer they needed. They took a step outside after getting smashed on Dust 2. And the question is, can Apex close? Because ZywOo walks away to set up that flash. You find him blind, you confirm the position, and who else than ZywOo to find that final frag? 30 kills, 6 deaths. That is the world's #1, trying to fight for the title. Trying to show that in Vitality's deep runs with an absent spirit, he is simply the best.
Simply the best and oh so dominant. ZywOo, after that first map, what the hell happened to make you come into this one and absolutely dominate like that?
I mean, we don't want to lose this kind of game like this, so obviously we have some ego also in front of us, inside of us, so we didn't want to lose in this way again, so obviously we have to step up.
Was it a big wake-up call after the first map? Were you guys not happy at all with how that went down?
Of course, we are not happy to lose in this way, so obviously we have to wake up, and I think all the team did really great in terms of communication individually and in terms of goals, so really happy for this game.
Overpass. Exciting, right?
Yeah, really exciting. Long time no see, so it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting. Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
G2 left shaken and stirred after what was an absolute clinic from ZywOo. 30-6, 8 multi-kills across this map, and so much impact from what is meant to be Vitality's star player.
Single-handedly keeping Vitality alive in this game. Let's not forget the fact that this game was super competitive up until the point where ZywOo decided that no more, no more. He took over the game single-handedly. He did it with the rifle, he did it with the AWP, he did it in the pistols. He was all over the place. Right now, this was one of the most impactful performances I've seen from a single player in 2025.
This game was super competitive with ZywOo playing really, really well. And then he goes into the second half and he decides, oh, hold on, I can actually play better. I can be the best player in the world again. 30-6, that is unreal.
It's actually unbelievable what ZywOo was able to put together on this one. I'm so curious about the talk between map 1, map 2, because it's always been Apex's superpower that he can just criticize star players for not playing as well as they could be. And so ZywOo, he's also heard the chatter too. He knows that that #1 race has been slipping a little bit, that Donk's actually catching ahead right now, and so he wants to put an end to those conversations, and what a statement he made there on Mirage.
100%. We know that it bothered him to, be getting up on the HLTV awards stage come January and getting a 3rd best player in the world. 3rd, ZywOo doesn't even know that number, but he had his own number during this map of Mirage. First half, he was aptly helped out by Flamesy as well.
Yeah, those two players kept them alive. I think G2 came in and played a good first half. They applied a lot of pressure on towards Vitality's CT side, but Flamesy, again, quietly having a pretty good tournament. I'd say we were a little bit critical of him after the season, or post the break, wasn't living up to par, especially the Cologne game against Mouse, where he went 1-16 on train, I believe that was obviously an all-time low for him. In this game and in this tournament, he's been looking better. Flanked by ZywOo with the 8 repeat, they kept them alive. They got off to a good start on the CT side, but I'll be honest, G2 could have gotten maybe 7, maybe 8 rounds, and that would have been difficult for Vitality to recoup for.
You look at the first map, Flamesy was one of the only players on that Vitality side that seemed to have any life to him, and then you come into the second map and they look for the A hits early on. They go for the initial play. Flamesy picks up 3 in a row, just dumpsters them on the A bomb site, and that's a G2 team. We saw from the rest of the half, it wasn't like they didn't show up. They had the aim there. They were hitting their shots. Flamesy was just a step ahead.
Mezii was not the guy that we've talked about the most, or almost at all, in the pregame because he's been overshadowed by so many of the other stars that have graced the server. But to see him put that forward, to be in motion as he was, I mean, he seems like the guy that should be always in the action, always sent forward to get some kind of kill. And I'm glad that he locked his own bomb site down. But then the way that Vitality decided to use him on the mid holds, on the fights towards Underpass, like he was everywhere in that first half.
As we got to see from that round distribution, a complete whitewash for the side of G2 in that second half. But going back to the first, it was a relatively competitive affair, Jacob.
I'd say so. I think round 9 is a great example of what G2 did so well in that first half. Really applied a lot of pressure. We talked about the A hits in the beginning. It didn't work out. Now G2 throughout this tournament has been incredibly good at trade fracking, and that's what you're going to see right here. There's going to be trades back and forth, back and forth. You have a Vitality stack on the A bomb side, yet they only get 2 players, leaving ZywOo in a very tough position. Apex can't really do much to help right here, and ZywOo, despite having a fantastic game, at this point he was just playing great. He wasn't like superior, so he's not going to win this 1v2. HeavyGod is going to finish him, but that's why I want to give credit to G2. The T side getting 6 rounds, even having the opportunity of getting 7 or 8. There were a couple of rounds that they missed out on. That was very competitive in the first half.
That's the type of round we saw on the stat a couple of times, that they in the playoffs have won more 4v5s than they've lost. It's because they go for those types of hits and they lose the first player, but the trading is there. When they get the first frag, that site is going to topple over no matter how many players you have on the bomb site.
And then we go into that second half. And okay, it was a good showing from ZywOo in the first, but Maui, he literally says, hold my beer. I'm going to start that second half as I mean to go on in such an amazing pistol round.
A second ace already in the series. I want to see if he can break a record at this point. For ZywOo to come swinging like this, we also know that he is one of the most elite pistol players in the world, and putting a stamp on it and saying, we got to ride with some of this momentum, because, I mean, with the CT economy being as bountiful as it is, it really is up to the Ts to try to just keep their foot on the throats of that money that they have. So for him to start strong like that, it put him on the right foot, and he just continued it.
I'm just so glad he didn't get the P250. We've seen that so many times on the T side, and obviously ZywOo in pistols, he's good with the P250. The Glock allows him to go in there and go for all the fights, take every single one of them. I think he's fantastic when he's playing pistol rounds with the Glock, so I hope that's something they're going to stick with, and don't give him the P250 too often, because it kind of restricts him in the way he's approaching the T side gun round.
I can't quite believe I'm reading this stat, but second half, T side ZywOo, not one single death. He did not die once in that second half.
What is that rating going to look like?
That's insane.
Yeah, you have the rating? What's the rating?
Oh my God, 3.92.
My God.
That's ridiculous. That's just insane.
I mean,
gotta be the best ever.
I can't even, I mean, watching it was already unbelievable. I can't believe the stat almost eclipses the actual performance. Okay, we're nerding out a little bit too much on the numbers there. This was just, I mean, it was flawless. It was flawless. There's nothing you could have poked a hole in what he did. Late round play was fantastic. Openings were perfect. ZywOo did everything that a superstar is supposed to do. He lifted Vitality up in what was a neck-and-neck game with G2.
But there's also a nuance to this victory for Vitality, because I don't think that removes the feeling that you're sitting back with, watching them right now. The first map and a half, I think G2 were the better team, but then ZywOo happened. He's the best player. He's the better player on the server. It doesn't really feel like it was Apex, or it was like a tactical, I guess, change or a mindset change or whatever that was. That was one single individual basically saying, nope, we're not going to lose Mirage. So that's why I'm curious heading into the third map if that's going to install more confidence in the rest of the players, or we're going back to seeing a Vitality that is not playing their A game right now.
Okay, maybe I raise you round 16, because there were a couple of moments where, you know, some of the individuals, they started to get a little bit warm on the Vitality side.
Yeah, we saw that it was a bit of a team effort. I mean, sure, ZywOo was the closer in so many rounds. I mean, you are going to be the closer when you have 0 deaths. But I'm glad to see just how the calls were enabled by people like Rops. I mean, we talked about how he changed the face of this organization when he joined, and you could see a prime example of that here. Despite the great defense that G2 put up here, Rops slinks through middle, gets the single kill, and is then able to give a secondary win condition. The fact that he himself is a second plan for Vitality when the going gets tough on their execute, that is why there is so much value in this single player.
This is exactly the type of game that you would see somewhat often, maybe not that level of performance from ZywOo, but somewhat often, the GOAT of hitting boring op shots over here to hitting some rifling shots as well. But you would see that in the first half of the year so often, where maybe the team wouldn't show up for a map, maybe they would be a little sleepy, they wouldn't be hitting their shots. ZywOo and Rops drag them over the line, they get into map 2, or map 3, map 4, map 5, and the team shows up.
Can I start a fight 1 second? Because you two are very contested on this subject. The GOAT of Counter-Strike. We saw the graphic. Jacob, I guess you're right in that regard. Vu, you don't like that?
Well, he is the GOAT of Counter-Strike. There's no debate about that in my mind. Okay, there's a debate, sorry, but ZywOo is the GOAT.
CSGO GOAT, simple. You agree? CS2
sure,
GOAT,
sure.
Donk, you agree?
Nope. There's no CS2 GOAT. The game has been out for a couple of years. ZywOo is the best Counter-Strike player ever to grace the face of the earth.
ZywOo was definitely the best in the server on Mirage. How does this leave G2 when we're looking at, the potential of this going to all 5 maps? It's not over until it's over. Do G2 have the ability to bounce back?
With the fire that they showed in map 1 there, I have no doubt that they're going to keep this series competitive. I wanted to see from the beginning if G2 was even going to show up, because it almost feels like they're playing with house money at this point. To even reach the grand finals when the expectations were barely playoffs, if even that, they've already proven themselves. I have a feeling that the series is still going to going to go Vitality's way, but I am actually very impressed with how G2 has been pushing it.
Well, it isn't over until it's over, and funnily enough, we do have a third map on the horizon, and that is Overpass, brought into the mix by Vitality. Let's see how it goes down after this.
Over.
If you could pick any role to be the best at, what would you pick?
Any job.
Any job.
Any job in the world.
And you can't say porn star.
I've outgrown it.
Well, what does that mean? Can you do an impression of snow? What's that?
Like the winter snow.
No, not the winter snow.
Oh.
The Brazilian snow.
Vamos porra, vamos caralho. No, I like. Porra caralho. Vamos porra. You actually know I'm 68 days streak Duolingo.
You can speak Portuguese.
Eu sou Marex. Eu sou do Letônia.
Eu sou do... Fuck. Okay, wait. I don't know any, so... It's hot.
A little bit.
This is the kids spicy. Just for you. Easy mode.
As not spicy as I come,
Yeah. Have you seen hot ones?
Yeah.
Well, this isn't hot ones, but...
No, it would be cool to try like the hot ones or whatever with different sauces. And
now you want to try.
Yeah, but the problem is I know I'm not on hot ones.
You don't know anything.
Oh, honestly? Yeah, you could be right.
You don't know. Do you ever still do Taekwondo?
No, I would love to. I would love to spar.
Hands.
Yeah, like I had a broken finger, broken nose.
Well,
I just don't want to risk it,
If you could do Taekwondo today versus somebody, another player, who would you choose?
Like spar? I don't know.
It has to be your teammate.
None of those guys can fight. I'm not gonna lie.
Describe the perfect Brazilian.
Okay. Okay, looks of FNX. Brain and leadership and...
So you're gonna say fallen in FNX's body?
Yeah.
Now I want to have a staring contest.
Hotness of the wings is coming out.
Well, we did this whole date. You didn't ask me a single question.
I was never asking questions.
I just wanted you to try.
I ask you 2 questions now. What?
You asked me 2 questions now?
Sorry, what? 3 questions now?
3 questions you're gonna ask?
What? 4 questions?
4 questions?
Okay, do you know the joke? Like 2 trolls sit by a table.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
And how much do you believe that this G2, even without Nico, even without Matys, can get a win over Vitality?
I genuinely believe. Genuinely believe. I think that this tournament we've proven that we've got the firepower, and I think if we can bring that today, we definitely have a chance.
What do you want to say to all the G2 fans out there?
Keep believing, guys. We've got this.
How confident are you that Vitality will get this win and get the trophy?
Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be brilliant. I really want to bring it home to Mezii. That'd be absolutely brilliant.
Well, we certainly have ourselves a grand final, and I'm so excited for this third map because Vitality choose to pick into Overpass, which is a bit of a curious one when we look at the person who just delivered on that map of Mirage. What are the stats for Zywoo coming onto it?
Small sample size. Obviously, G2 yet to play the map with the new lineup. We don't know what we're heading into with them, but for Zywoo, he's played it twice with Vitality. They've won it once and they've lost it once. And Zywoo is by far the lowest rated player in those 2 games for Vitality. Didn't get anything done on neither of the 2 CT sides he was playing. Maui, his CT side rating on Overpass is 0.55. And I know it's only 2 maps, but he was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, no, that's a yikes for me, dog. I feel like for, if you want low sample size, what about no sample size? I mean, G2 not even having to play this map with this 5 yet, so Vitality picking into it. I just want to see that they've learned from their mistakes from the loss to M80, because, my God, when if they switch over to the CT side and they are in a pickle, I mean, M80 has shown the blueprint of exactly how to dispatch of these Vitality players. The utility, the map control, all of that was so polished from M80. So Saw's got a blueprint. We'll see if he uses it.
I guess G2 can breathe a little sigh of relief knowing that they do start on that CT side. Do we have any expectations of positions for players? Like what should we expect from this uncharted territory of G2?
That's a very good question. I'm curious to see where Matys is going to play, where Matys is going to play. Those 2 players, you know, sometimes occupy the same positions. I'd expect HeavyGod to be the B anchor, you know, or try to fiddle around over there, which could be a very strong suit for him on the CT side. And then Sun Payas. I feel like he's been the big revelation for these guys, especially considering that he's now in the playoff. The AWP CT side on Overpass is so important to lock down certain errors. So if he's having a good time, then G2 have a good chance of getting off to a strong CT side.
Frankly, I'd be surprised if Mobs isn't the A player, just because it feels like they've outlined him to be their star. But the problem is that Mobs have gotten caught a lot of times with re-aggresses, trying to get another little peek, a little bit too much information, and he's been punished, rightfully so, by a lot of these elite teams. We've seen that his CT side rating isn't always the sharpest, and so for him and G2 to push themselves up 2-1 in this series, he's going to have to just focus up and not give away free kills.
Okay, other than Zywoo on the Vitality side of things, considering they're starting on the T side, who else are we looking at to maybe make some chaos and disrupt what little unknown plans that they have of G2?
I have my eyes locked in on Apex now. I think he got bailed out a little bit by Zywoo on Mirage. I don't think he's necessarily had the upper hand versus Hunter so far in the in-game leader duel. I would love to see Apex come in now, show us that he learned something from the loss against M80, show us that he can call a great T-side on what is one of the, I guess, the worst T-sides you can play on a map like Overpass. So I have my eyes firmly locked on Apex. I think he's the man to look out for.
It's time to jump right back into this grand final. It's map 3, it's Overpass.
Okay, here we are, map 3. Overpass should be very interesting. Unknown waters here. We know Saw comes prepared. We knew G2 were going to expect to see this, but when was the question? I think the thing is about Vitality, we have to worry about their T-sides right now.
T-sides in general, T-sides on Overpass made all the more difficult. I mean, this is the 2nd year in a row we've come to London, and it went all 5 maps in 2024. So I got a question. Are you guys ready to lock in for another 5-map best of 5 grand finals?
Let's rock. I think they are. Absolutely, let's have some fun with it. Let's keep an open mind about what we're about to see, because to be honest, again, this is a map that's always been very CT favored. Vitality right now, T-sides, that's the question we have. Now they've got a start on it. They might not know what they're preparing for. This is just gonna have to be one where we'll see.
Crazy when there was already so many firsts for G2 coming into the stage. A guy like Matys, now we get to see a completely brand new map. Like, this is not where you want to have to pull it up, but it's the beauty of a grand finals. We talk about the depth of the map pool. It's what separates good teams from great teams, and even more so, great teams from the elite, which is what Vitality are. Insta-gush.
Wow, what a peek, man.
And opening kill. Zywoo is off to it yet again. This guy's got 2 aces in the grand finals. Averaging 1 a map.
Only one to beat that is Flusha back in 2018 with 3.
Matys trying to charge through as he hears them take over the bomb site. Sunpayas on the scene, but there's already so many bodies in front of them in what's going to be a tough T-side for G2. Could damn well be a tough CT side as well, because this pistol belongs to Vitality.
Zywoo ripped through that site like a piece of paper. That was an amazing first peek. Like, you see the, you know, the delicacy with which he comes up against that wall for that first duel, and an instant first bullet headshot, and then does not stop running at this. It's just exactly what you want to see, you know? In ZywOo's career, it's sort of like, you know, another MMA fan, one MMA fan to another. GSP, he's always tried to solve the problem of how do I have the most exciting fights? It's not the quality, it's not how good he is.
Yep.
That was the one thing he tried to answer towards the end of his career. It's the only thing that ZywOo gets criticized for at all.
Entertainment factor.
Yeah.
It's what creates frothy fans.
And sometimes it's what Vitality need.
Sure. I think ZywOo happy to walk away with the trophies. You know, there's this big talk about Vitality shooting for 10 trophies in a year.
It's the last goal you could have in a year like this. You're not worried about Spirit or any of the other teams of this current year. You're trying to match up to 2018 Astralis.
Which is something we didn't think would ever be possible again.
Especially not an MR12.
Mezii's gonna come barreling through. Ooh, good hold, Matys. A little bit labored there for the trade frag. Barrel player goes unnoticed, but the Desert Eagle gets away from HeavyGod. Still, look at the health of ZywOo and Apex. Ah, Mulbs could have been the guy to make the difference. One shot on ZywOo, one on Apex, both are dead. It's a 1v1 on Robs. Instead, you find Sunpius smoked out, mollied out, and a long road if he wants to wrap around Monster. Still though, scary, right? Scary for Vitality to try to take that test into what was the stacked bomb site. Scary for Vitality to let the player barrels go unnoticed. Scary to give Mulbs a chance at killing 2 extra players with a single shot apiece. And scary to save anything here in London. London wants blood, and Vitality just give you enough. G2 go down to the 2-0 T-side start of Vitality.
No, I don't think that Vitality are going to be scared anymore after they've got that last win, especially now that the Veto's laid out. For me, when I looked at the series before it started, I thought, interesting Veto. Here's a spot where you give 2 comfort picks to G2 right away. If G2 win both those maps, yeah, you could have Train and Overpass coming up and out-depth their map pool and end up coming back, but you'd have to make a reverse sweep best-of-5 happen. No mistakes. But now they've picked up one of those 2 maps. They answered their biggest issue, which was ZywOo's, you know, a worse performance followed by one of his career best performance in a grand final. Now you have Overpass to look forward to. I think the pressure is actually almost totally off of Vitality here if they get a decent T-side to even start. Really, it's on G2. Are they going to show us in Overpass, or are they going to show us that they are a new team?
Blew away all our expectations this week. Dismantling FURIA yesterday came as a shock. But I think you just said it best. New team. Between these 2, that's a ton of pressure for G2 to have to step up to a massive ask in a BO5. I mean, when you think about how long it took the likes of Mouse to ever get a victory over top of Vitality, who are G2 to do that immediately in their first outing? Not to mention 2 months into their existence in a best-of-5, let alone a best-of-3. Who would you really be to try to upset versus this year's undeniable #1? You know, Overpass coming as the 3rd map of this series does just kind of lock us all into the reality of the situation. This is a long, drawn-out best-of-5 affair. And Overpass will play similarly. This is a map where Vitality could make G2 look like absolute fools, and they're going to do it slowly so it hurts even more. Mulbs trying to upset that. 2 kills in with the frag and the Deeg. But again, the recovery is always just a couple steps behind. And if this was that full gun round, maybe somebody could barrel through a smoke grenade right here, stop plant, get crazy. But I don't know if G2 are able to get crazy on Overpass.
Yeah, that's what they have to show us. And I think they want to get to a point where at least they can make something competitive. Maybe they take out a pistol, they show us a couple good tactics. Maybe it's the clutch that actually makes some of the difference. Maybe they don't win, and maybe they know that. You know, that's a possible outcome. They still just have to apply some pressure. It's not like they can skip this map. They're going to have to live with a loss potentially here. Yet to see, though. Plenty of game plan. Everything from the CT positions to the tactics that they will have brought in. I'm telling you, they will be prepared to play it. It's just, will the execution meet the strategy, meet the prep. Oh.
You expecting Rops to get online at some point in this best of 5?
Yeah, he had some higher notes at the end of Mirage as well, so after he broke positive, he was a top performer. There's ZywOo, baby, 6 and 1.
Can't be missing shots like that. You get an op bullet out versus ZywOo. You are the most aggressive opening move that G2 had to offer. Luckily, Mulbs is going to do the same down inside of Khan, but operating on his own here, Matys and HeavyGod pushing through that short B-pipe to try to also get info elsewhere. Rops playing in the middle of it all. Heard that player run back.
Guaranteed snap, right?
Nice snap over to Matys, at least bringing one with him, but the numbers were there for G2. This could serve as an activation for Vitality towards A. And if Flamesy does it while the bomb is slowly in tow, Apex trying his damnedest to catch up.
Oh my God.
Dangerous game there for Hunter, spotted back on bank.
Jump on top of that dumpster. This calls in the reinforcement. And this is the moment that Vitality, they should be pausing, taking it to a mid-round. They've got time.
The moments where Apex should put the squeeze on Hunter and show what the greatest in-game leaders are really made of. But Hunter almost finds all of ZywOo as he takes up that position on truck. He'll drop his utility and try to get out of here, but if ZywOo dies, that Molotov may never get used.
It's unclear how much damage was just dealt. They've got to let Mulbs get into position. Mulbs versus ZywOo, 5 HP, and timing is ZywOo's friend.
Blindsided, even with that minimal 5 points of health to work with. ZywOo, just intuition, right? It's one of his best tools.
Yeah, so I think when you come in and you prep this map in a short period of time, you can put together a lot of like half buys, some cool ideas for T side. That's probably what you're gonna focus on the most. CT side, you're like, Mulbs, you cool in bathrooms? Like you got this, or you're gonna play blue by yourself? That's a lot of individual prep you're gonna do on CT apart from some opening stuff. I'm saying they're cramming for this exam, right? Weren't ready totally to have to bust this out. But where they're gonna fall apart the most is definitely in the late round situations. That's when the aim is gonna be heightened for the team who has more experience. That's when the micro of these timings is gonna be more familiar to the team that's been here more often. And that's where the underdog loses their biggest advantage.
I think one of the best examples we've had so far this year of all the things we're trying to paint here in this moment is Mouse versus Vitality, best of 5 grand finals in Lisbon, because the 5th map in that series was Train. And even though Mouse had so many outings versus Vitality, so many chances to get game tape, find solutions, bank off of a guy like Cyclone, who, much like Sock, comes in prepared. The real problem was, even after that last map, Brolin walked away and said, "It's my fault. I wasn't ready." Think of all the time he had to become an in-game leader to take that swing. And now compare it to the little runway Hunter's standing on tonight.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the only difference I'd say is Hunter's actually won more. You know, Hunter's won more, whether it was in a different capacity.
Sure.
I think like his will and I think his confidence in a spot like that is going to be higher. And that's why you can even see a team like G2 making it this far.
Even their nades right now, G2 aren't ideal. They just gave over playground control if it was to be taken. Flamesy actually doesn't slot in behind it, but
sometimes it is just a formality, but you've got to land those.
Meanwhile, we get this exchange of kills through the long monster pipe. We've seen some early success out of Mulbs inside Khan. Joins up with the short players. Ooh, they put a smoke ahead of ZywOo. He'll have to peel back for now. Or will he? You know, frag in hand. Just how crazy does he want to get? Yeesh, Matys makes a critical mistake.
Yeah, it's crazy risk. Mulbs is going to be incentivized to come and try to open this up.
Oh, Hunter triple through Monster on his own. He loses his support, but they thought that with that kill on the half wall, they could just take it. Hunter sees the problem in the plan.
Oh, he's going to start shooting. Oh, nailed it.
There it goes. So Hunter steps up to the plate. A triple kill right.
Very good. Also, the tube strike sign was so good.
Triple on Monster, let's see it.
Yeah. Vitality
just kind of throw caution to the wind. They thought they had an opening that did not exist. Almost a one-man army.
Yeah, that's a really nasty spray down. That was a moment where Vitality had lots of time in the round, but they didn't have blue. They didn't have A vision. So they did feel maybe a little pressed to make that happen right then.
Mob's taking the fight.
If they came out on both sides of that monster pipe, they would have been able to get the trade a little bit more efficiently on Hunter, but not surprised he can put up a spray down like that. Best frag in IGL right now. They don't want to think about this too much. Mezii chance in the house.
To be expected. Sunpius up on Dice. They're getting close through those bathrooms. He can kind of sense it. Now he sees it, confirms as Flamesy jumps back around the corner, dodging that sniper.
Oh, this is Mobs. It's a spot where Senpai is going to try to support him from the signpost. A flash can be in tow here. Mobs has to get in front of it. This is really nice.
There is no flash. Mobs is just playing active. Drops the third, but doesn't get anything more than that. Senpai doesn't help with the util, but he will help out with the frags. And then I love, he takes this movement forward. Hunter's going to pick up the slack back sight, but oh, he misses a chance to strike them down. And so the scramble occurs here at 25 seconds. Hunter saved them last round, and he could do it right here, right now, yet again. Half health Apex killed by Matys, who comes barreling out from bank, and a much-needed consecutive CT round win, or else all that economy's in the dump.
No, definitely. They got layers. I mean, I love the play from Mobs. It doesn't net them too because of a great reaction out of Zywoo, but if you sit back here, if it's earlier in the round, there's an op all the way, you know, back at, you know, from the T perspective, then you're going to die making that push. But in that mid to late round timing, where either they're taking long control or they're falling back, you either get the flank off, or you get right there where they're lining up off the signpost, there's smokes, and you can take a pick, fall back a little bit. Now you got Sunpius right behind you to refrag. Lots of outs. Nice move between the two of them, and the late support from Matys having to rotate over from the other side of the map.
Yeah, if there's anybody who I think in this server wants to take his gloves off, since he's hit the playoff stage, it's Matys. Throwing himself into active moments. HeavyGod gets vision, tucks down into his cover with 2 to his name. Mezii's Tech 9 makes them worried for a second. Now that AK's empty, but a ton of damage done, and a cleanup quickly, swiftly, pushing through that site, making sure Vitality don't find anything with those upgraded guns. So pistol, conversion, 4-0 start. But it looks like G2 do have a defense to stand on.
And when we started, I said, you know, let's keep an open mind. I think I was trying to convince myself because I don't really see a world in which G2 can actually win this map out of nowhere. But if that happens, now we're in for something really interesting. G2 stringing those two together, looking confident so far. Chemistry is looking good on the A site. And chemistry is something that maybe you can build over time, but for the most part, it's either there or it's not, right?
And I felt like
that's
with
what's
G2,
gotten them this far.
Yeah, exactly. It's been there early. We've seen instances of it. Saw almost demands it.
Love each other. Now.
Matys wants in, but doesn't expect Zywoo.
That's a little sloppy. No molly. No pairing of nades here, off into the corner on their push. Tried to be a little gimmicky with that. Yeah. Got a little vision, but didn't expect the full setup.
You can see that frag grenade come over.
HeavyGod's gonna nade it. Wow. That was one-way information, and that's perfectly corroborated from HeavyGod to Sunpius.
Okay.
They paired that so you couldn't run from the HE and you couldn't avoid the scope.
Okay.
Beautiful. If it's gonna come down to creativity like that, and they can make those moments happen, then we've got a game.
An advantage, and HeavyGod wants something more. He's gonna make a move outside. Ooh, he drops bomb.
Reaction is incredible.
What's left of Vitality is this short push, but right into the scope of Sunpius.
He knows.
He's got that inkling. Won't be able to stop Mezii, who's gonna go back for his bomb, or at least take a look at it. This is HeavyGod leaning back. Gonna have to dodge that flash. Mezii challenges through, and HeavyGod wins the heads-up duel. Good on HeavyGod, supported by Pius, pushing through the pipe, dropping bomb, really taking control of that situation.
Yeah, it's the guillotine there on Apex that changes things entirely.
And man, now not only are we tied up, but we're talking about 4 rounds straight from G2, not a single bomb plant for Vitality in the middle of it, and these moments of glorious anti-strat where you're just getting blown off the totem pole.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving it, the tactics here. And again, their tactics, it's like they just put that together right now. They just got a little information, let's try something, and they make it look seamless.
So Vitality flailing around with pistols, few pieces of util on Apex, really not a lot to get excited about if you're a Vitality fan. Again, we know nothing about G2's Overpass. What we do know is that Vitality lost this map to M80. The most unexpected playoff contender. Now, Mulbs is gonna have to sit to the wayside. Desert Eagle to the forehead.
Keep walking. That was a lot of vision gain. ZywOo gets the upgrade.
No. Offered over to Rops. He's got Kevlar. ZywOo doesn't need the armor. He's just a bomb plant. Hunter gonna push down long, so this could compromise the back end of sight. Pius with that util actually flustered, so he falls back into the bank for now. Matys taking a peek over top of Dumpster. He's looking to peel them off. Hunter comes back at this. It's only Apex in the middle of all of that. G2 look very comfortable as they just let Vitality walk onto site to die.
I mean, one important tenet of the map, you know, on Overpass, if you don't have long control coming up through short and the CTs have it, like, they're fine. You have a crossfire that's so powerful from truck to long, and they knew that. So they could come in from retake spots, but they don't actually have to retake. There's nowhere to plant that's totally safe. They needed to try to swing on the player long, find out if he was there in the first place, or have a lurk in place to at least get retribution for that kill. Doesn't happen. Timeout gets called here for Vitality. And even though G2 are making a comeback, there's a really high par for them to get these CT rounds.
No doubt.
It's cute that they can do this, but they still need a lot of rounds.
Cute. It is cute. Good for them. You know, I think G2 is thinking the same thing. Oh, you think this is just cute? Great. What's really in store for us, man? What is Mulb's entry fragging on Overpass gonna look like?
I think the entry fragging is going to be pretty cool.
Right?
I think it should be, yeah. But also, Vitality CD side Overpass, you might not see around.
Only time will tell. For now, we just watch and see how much momentum G2 can continue on with. This is 5 rounds in a row, not even a bomb plant. Nothing has come for free since G2 won their first. And that first round put forward by the Hunter 3K on the monster pipe, right? That was the one moment where Vitality, they had control of a situation, but they almost sort of rushed it. Like you said, didn't even come in from both sides of monster, jumbled up on one half of it.
It was about a minute that they had. Yep. So they could have waited for the whole smoke.
You know, a moment where they maybe got overconfident and suddenly, blink, 5 rounds in a row for G2's defense.
Definitely a couple of rounds here where use of a lurk is welcome, that we don't really see for Vitality. They almost never have blue control unless they're taking a full default like this. Even having just a late option towards A, you know, just to make sure they know they can slow it down. Whoa, that's a opportunity. It's a hard shot. He's aiming high. He's looking for an op up there. It's actually Mulbs who's like, whoa, I didn't expect you to be here at 40 seconds. They're that far back on long. To be honest, the reason Mulbs makes this push is because time is low for Vitality. They've got to get a move on.
We hit 30 on the clock. You just said that to take A without long control is the bane of an A play. Well, here we go. 3 players, emphasis on long. Flamesy to lead the charge forward. CT's on site. Oh, that's a Hunter flash. Hunter flashes Mulbs on his rotation towards bank. Pius, they didn't know about him, so he's in the pocket, but ZywOo slays him. Hunter tries to save this.
That bomb has to go.
It's down. ZywOo late to scramble, just has enough time. They're going to sprint at it.
He's going to run him down.
Oh, but it's planted and it delivers. Slides over top of that truck and saves the day as mistakes were being made.
Props can't hit that shot, the trade before the plant or after. We're watching that from the winner's POV. Time is a factor, even though they get this plant in at the last second. Look how rushed it feels.
Again, Matys on scene, looking for fisticuffs.
Robs could have just, yeah, Robs could have won that right there. Just had to cover the plant. G2's 6th round, that's not small. Money's low. Actually gets a little worrying now for Vitality. It's a full-fledged comeback.
It's leaning on the CT side of Overpass, but it's undeniable. 6 at the top of the screen. ZywOo into the play already. Doesn't pounce immediately on Sunpius, who would have had an awkward close-range shot, but instead, Vitality rocked this boat back down to B, but what about with Malbs inside a playground?
If they push Sunpius back, they also get Malbs to rotate back around. Instead, now they're just surrounded.
Oof, and he's eating flashbangs here. HeavyGod's anchor is going to be made difficult.
Oh, both go down. Very nicely done, Vitality.
A kill inside of Connector for once. We've seen Malbs thrive in there. Get his or find space.
I love it's a minute 10 and they make this happen. Ooh, okay.
Is this still a doable round, G2? Spotting knees over towards Monster. Malbs trying to flush Robs back. Oh, that's a nade for good damage. Robs, eats another, but in that second frag grenade finds his headshot. So G2 taking a look at it because they know you all hate saves.
He's coming for it.
Can't blame Sunpius trying to play around in short side. 3 survive for Vitality. And as we get to the very tail end of this first half, at the very least, a 5th terrorist round win.
That's a nice snap call here for Vitality because they get this kill, they move quickly, and when they run back down the stairs, they know they're giving audibles up. They don't know to who, or if they're gonna matter, but they would have if they took any longer. Malbs' flank would just grow with effectiveness as the time went on. You look at the clock, it's a minute 15. To go into a B exec on a T-side overpass right now at a minute 15, like a lot of things have to be in position, and they had them all, they didn't overthink that spot. Very nicely done for Vitality.
It's a bit of a relief for Vitality knowing you can still break through, even with the damage. Almost unfair.
1 health for Flamesy.
But don't hate the player, hate the game. We're gonna pause for a second. Let G2 stew in this threat. You know, 4v5 success rate was a big talking point for G2. Back on Dust 2 at the start of Mirage. A 4v5 on Overpass. Ooh. Take it if you can. Got the defenders on site, ready to go as smoke is about to fade on Monster. And HeavyGod's been really happy to try to press his luck through this kind of a setup. They're gonna go 2 rifles over towards Monster. This could definitely catch Apex off. He's just hit by both barrels, but they gave up space for Mezii. And so is it worth it? You sacrifice sight to try to take a singular fight instead, and you put poor Sunpius into an impossible situation. But look at the damage that was done there on that attempted hold. Mezii walks away with the 2K. Vitality are about to walk away with 6 rounds on this T side. And London are about to find out if G2's attack has anything to offer us. This is a massive unknown entity in Overpass. Sunpius, hate to break it to you, you're done. 6-6 on the half, folks, but a tough attack up next.
I will be joined by some of our favorite players, looking at their setups, looking at all the little details and how they position themselves to own people in the game and win those big trophies. Let's see what happens. What are you doing first? What's the first thing you tested?
Table height. These tables are pretty easy to set up.
Oh, so you know this is calibrated correctly. It's on the money, it's perfect.
I think you're gonna have an issue down here.
You have quite a unique way of playing.
Kinda simple, you know?
Desk height to start with?
80 centimeters.
The monitor will come
Show me.
quite close. With this monitor, I like to make it 90 degrees. I will put a little bit sideways.
How close is the monitor coming?
No, a little bit more.
Yeah.
Like this. Your keyboard on the side of the monitor.
Aha, okay, oh my, oh wow. And then where is your mouse hand? You know, I can't even fit my hand under the monitor.
Yeah, I have a big hand, bro.
I think maybe one unique thing I do, my mousepad is almost behind the screen pretty much.
So you're more like at the back here, but you play, so the keyboard's here, but your other hand's more further forward. Okay.
I don't use the arm to move, I only use my wrist.
The only wrist?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You can hug the table, bro.
Hug the table?
Yeah, like just go hug the table, yeah, like this, yeah. Feel it, feel it.
Okay. Are you this close to the monitor?
Yeah, I'm that close.
Yeah? Dude, this to me already is crazy close. I wouldn't say this is comfortable for me, but obviously this all comes down to preference in it. I could potentially, I could play a few games like this and make it work. I'm not gonna be mostly comfortable with it. This is better for me now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely, because I'm seeing what I'm shooting at. In this position, I could win some games with this. I don't think I would have a problem.
Sure.
Yeah, this is fine. Well, this setup I can do. I can work with this. I think I can try a Quesarado setup. I could win some pug games in there. I would not be terrible, and I wouldn't be uncomfortable. I can make this work.
Yeah.
Quesarado, thank you very much for showing me all your settings in this.
I approve it.
It's a unique. I approve it. I definitely approve it, man. I've enjoyed testing out your setup and understanding the reasoning behind it all. All right, there we have it. Frozen setup. Thank you very much for sharing it, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Frozen, Quesarado, and Rops giving us all their way of playing and getting comfortable in Counter-Strike. Maybe you'll mix and match different parts of it. Either way, there's no perfect way to play Counter-Strike. It's just your way.
We came into this third map with a cloud of doubt over top of G2. We have no idea, no evidence, no proof that they could compete with a team like Vitality on Overpass. G2 fans, are you happy with the 6 rounds they got? Woo! Nah, I don't blame you. 6 doesn't feel like a lot when you go up against this now CT side of Vitality. Good luck.
Yeah, but we are still, I don't know, it's not practice. That's how we play. We play like it's practice and let's try things even though default is working. That's our problem. Let's fucking be better on this side, okay? Yes.
I love it. It's demanding, you know. Again, and like coming into an official like this, you gotta want to have measured expectations. Hunter wants to win.
Of course. Now, you know opportunity in grand finals doesn't always come. Never an easy run, and theirs hasn't been. Toppling legit opponents in Spirit, FaZe, FURIA, and taking a swing at 2025's #1. But they come out of the spawn on this T side pretty slow, lose a player in HeavyGod the moment he emerges from the tunnels. And then Vitality kind of poking and prodding from long does get G2 to try to bite back. 2 players round that corner. Rops is still floating around with ZywOo, but neither of them actually catching a kill just yet. Bomb gets real close. Maltz ultimately drops ZywOo, but there's the answer back. Rops' gun goes empty. Apex taking headshots. Matys could be the guy to save this pistol.
As he does, it feels like another 2K in a spot where they've got top bathrooms to bomb in tow. It's Vitality who now have to figure out how to get a kill and join up. You know, the proactivity that we were missing from Vitality on map 1, we saw that come through more on map 2, but I don't think it's at full strength yet. These are the moments where they can really show us how they can outthink their opponents, not just out-aim. And here's the proactive play.
Yeah, it's got to stay quiet though, right? Walking the whole entire time. Mezii spots Hunter. But Vitality just pushed this over. 15 on the clock. Matys again! He is the solution! 3 kills into this. Recovery. Flamesie's got him! And that's going to force Hunter's hands into the plant on the opposite side of Dice. Flamesii runs him down! The kill comes the way of Vitality, and they will find themselves both pistols on Overpass with what could be a damning CT side ahead.
That could be everything right there. Flamesii finds the perfect moment to run that down, where Hunter has to stick the plant because he doesn't have time to get off, take a duel, and go for it again. Really nicely done from Flamesii in this spot. And Matys, I mean, he really tried his hardest. He did such a good job in this position. Double peeking to get that fight is fine. Just both their bullets missed, right? Could have been a plant, go down. I think he just wanted that round so badly.
You can't blame him. It was theirs for the taking.
their odds shoot down.
Immensely.
It's already going to be difficult with that pistol. Now they shoot way down. I know Vitality now can kind of just, they can little bro them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how long it took for Vitality to get back into their own T side once the momentum of a pistol win dried up. If you've watched any Overpass, you know this tale. It's as old as the map itself.
Got the reminder from Hunter to play like scrims. Remember the practice.
Zywoo's got 3 players in front of him. Makes quick work of the first 2. Rops is perfectly positioned to help out.
Dude, I was looking at that angle and I was like, how well will this work out? You know, why not just fully tuck? And he sees the shadow, the flashbang. It's so perfect.
Zywoo tapping right back into what he showed us on Mirage, which is one-man domination. So unleashed here inside of the bathrooms, like you said, kind of.
Okay.
It's the real deal.
Come now.
Gold, gold, gold. Gold, gold, gold.
Never give up.
Great tethering here as Rob's on the back of the site.
Oh, totally. Zywoo sharing the love. Deal with this guy for me, the only rifle.
He's so confident that he's going to get that helping hand, which is nice. You know, it's a classic, the rifle and op combo of your A site on Overpass, right? There's been some nasty duos in the past.
That's the other thing. Like, Overpass is very much a star player map. You have a star rifler, star opper, and you put them together on A site, and then suddenly you can beat any team. And like, we knew what that was going to be like.
Yes.
For Vitality. For G2 is more of a question. In terms of reps, in terms of form, and everything like that. You know, I'm going to surprise to Zywoo. We're going to take Zywoo every time. Map 1, maybe not, but now he's back. HeavyGod, however.
All right.
What a response.
Well, Rob's concerned about Rob. Oh!
My goodness.
We haven't had a round like this actually hit the scoreboard. Everybody's been able to recover, but this could be the one that does go the distance. G2 trying to get away from it. Flamesy's flank perfectly timed. Matys, it's utility over the top.
They might try to push.
It's picked up weapons for the side of G2, but Mezii keeping the pressure on the plant. Hunter, can you shine? Oh, he finds the timing! And then there's damage in through that smoke. It's a Mezii clutch on home turf. And Hunter plays around the smoke, getting away from him.
Oh, it's perfect.
Mezii's got a kit, so this timing could still be saved.
Oh,
headshot from Merryman.
Damn. That was very slippery from Hunter. He was full camos. He snuck around that smoke, but it's the reaction and the raw mechanics here from Mezii that saves him. Nearly the eco one here for G2 off of a couple of great eagle shots.
And in what could be a difficult T side ahead of them, this would have been such a fantastic way for G2 to kick off and answer while the lead was still minimal.
And that is not, actually, you can see Mezii, he had an eye on it. He was
So
suspicious, so. That can't be a coincidence. Apex has the most FAMAS kills in big events this year.
That kind of makes him like the Frenchest of Frenchmen.
Yeah. As if we didn't know, though, is the thing. I wonder how he's feeling right now.
Probably better than he felt after map 1.
There's 2 big best of 5s this year where Vitality, they weren't free. Versus Mouse versus Falcons, like, they were tested to the bitter end. They've been there.
Ooh.
No, that's crazy. What a shot.
In a gun round 2, that's lovely stuff out of Rops. Honestly, though, the tempo of it all still stays quick, and that's something we praised G2 about in previous maps this series.
Flamesy coming up behind, take advantage of the fact they're down a player.
Yeah, and they're not watching this flank either, so bomb drop by Flamesy. That's going to draw the attention of the 2 remaining G2 players. They could catch him. Oh, they should have caught him because of the shadow advantage. You'd think HeavyGod wins that every day of the week.
Oh, he just slipped under that, no
Not
problem.
the case. This is a CT-sided map being dominated now by Vitality. 4 consecutive rounds win. Sure, G2 got close in the last one, but close is not going to cut it.
No, yeah. Same thing happened in the first half. You know, you can get scared by it, these opportunities, but Vitality are in their comfort zone right now. In the lead, on CT, on Overpass. It's a matter of reps at this point. That's what's shining through. That's what G2 have to fight against. They need every little bit of X factor, maybe a 1v2, maybe an ace to come out like ZywOo's put up in the last 2 maps for Vitality. They need it all. They want to steal this one away from Mezii. We've talked about it, and yeah, imagine how proud you'd be, you know?
Of course.
A guy like Mezii, class act, on a team like Vitality right now, having the year that he's had.
Represents the UK well. Romps swinging it out. Even despite the flashbangs, that pressure, and the chase that's supposed to catch him on the retreat.
It's emergency routing here. I think he knows he was going to get chased.
Yeah, definitely wanted to head back towards bathrooms. Instead, he's got a chance to duke it out with Matys, who I believe just made fast steps. So you give Romps that little bit more information.
This is like Solid Snake. They're actually assisting him. The flash is good, but HeavyGod dodges it.
Feels like he knew he was doomed, so he just tried to get the most out of that round as he could, and 2 kills out of Romps before they even get to bathrooms is massive. ZywOo not gonna miss his shot comfortably on that angle.
Kind of crazy how many times Vitality only have 1 at A.
Pius though. Oh, had the jump on ZywOo. Wow. But ZywOo with fast reactions.
And the thing is, if they played on site, they'd be at risk of losing that 1 player and then the exec happening. But since they're playing off site in aggressive spots with good angles, they're in a position where if they get a kill and die, at least they get early info. The rotators can come up. It's helping them reinforce the rest of the map really well. Romps and ZywOo are somehow getting all the frags, even though they're not even playing together right now.
I mean, we haven't even really seen that B site tested, have we?
Yeah. And that's the thing, you kind of got to kiss the ring over at A first, it feels like, to even get a chance of, you know, earning the respect of your opponents. And if you're going to go be in these spots and it's only Romps outside of bathrooms or it's only ZywOo on his angle by himself, you kind of do have to be able to kill him.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have to be able to take that 1 guy down or force them back. That is the whole point of Overpass, really. And they can't pass that first test yet.
No, and you had, like you said, 2 disjointed members of an A defense in Romps and ZywOo.
They're too hard to find.
Yep.
Oh.
Ooh, we're getting there, aren't we?
Yeah, it feels like Vitality might put a bow on this. But we heard from the listen-ins that G2 are here still laser focused on the objective of finding a way to win.
Tough to find a solution in this dire moment. Again, you know the odds are stacked so high against you. You know you haven't had an official outing on Overpass.
You know what I like most about the Hunter pause?
Tell me.
It's that he's angry, not confused.
Sure.
Angry, not quiet, you know? He believes they do have the prep.
I think there's also something powerful in having a fatherly figure as one of your in-game leaders, because you know that there is importance in tone and the way you speak to people as well, and not losing your head. And Hunter's always kind of had that calmness about him as well. Intensity, but still everybody on the same page. That's the G2 mantra. Flamesy, yeah, puts them all on the same page. The obituary. Easy does it down on that B site. No contest as they tried to just creep their way at him. Apex ZywOo thrive. 6 map points here on Overpass. They finally go take a look at that B site, and it ends as quick as Flamesy chooses.
Yeah, another 3K defense. You're going to need a limousine hearse for these sprayed outs.
Just putting him in the crypt. Huge ask with the pistols. I tried to allude to maybe some kind of a Mobs entry frag getting going on the T side, and sure, losing pistol has limited the runway they have, but he has just been getting bested by Romps. Sitting, unfortunately, down there, 8 kills, 15 deaths. First 2 maps of this best of 5 get robbed by the opponent. The picks don't matter much Until this time. Oh, how'd that get there?
Damn.
Of course we have the answer.
Wow, that's actually nuts. Where's my vape, bruh?
Matys walking through. We gotta find some positioning close to B. I mean, look at the mini-map. You really believe this B site is gonna stand the test of all of G2? Frag grenades go a bit too deep. Flash finds its targets.
Info on the second guy.
Flamesy with a chance to shine again. This time not just versus pistols. May not make a difference. Mezii gets one from beyond the grave, and it's back-to-back triple kills coming out of Flamesy. Here's Pius with it all to do. Too much to do. Too much to ask. G2, no officials on Overpass, and their first outing is a loss to Vitality, who have an edge in the best of 5.
Side of Overpass, an uphill battle at the best of times, let alone when you've never had a single official on this very map. G2 fully feeling the wrath of Vitality's pick as map number 3 in this best of 5.
That was a very, very commanding win coming out from Vitality. A little bit disappointed in the display by G2. I was hoping they would remain competitive on this map in this series, but it does feel like it was a G2 that came out a bit shocked compared to what happened on Mirage, obviously. ZywOo taking over the game, heading into the third map, you think to yourself, that's a great opportunity getting to start on the CT side, but going down 4-0, never really getting into the game. The few moments they had where they could take control on the CT side, they kind of missed out on. So yeah, slightly disappointed in G2 and happy for Vitality to bounce back and looking like themselves again.
It's a great chance for them to get back into it when you go into map 3, starting on CT side. But then you lose the pistol, then you're down 4-0, and then it almost feels like no matter how well you do in that half, even if you 8-0 from there on out, which is simply not going to happen when you're not quite practiced on the map, it's still a good T-half for Vitality. So they were kind of playing with house money for the rest of the first half.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I mean, as soon as you're up 4-0, it really feels like you might have just won the game for Vitality. That's how one-sided Overpass has been since it came back, especially in the CT economy. I mean, I feel like everything was going Vitality's way, and sure, there was a nice stretch of rounds where G2 were able to hunker down, stop Vitality in their tracks. It was never going to be enough.
No, it certainly wasn't. For Vitality starting off so hot on that T side, that's just going to give you so much legwork, so much wiggle room when you go, later into that half.
Yeah, and I think it's very important also for Apex. You know, as we spoke about, Vitality were nowhere to be found on map 1. Map 2 can be attested mainly to ZywOo, and now I called out Apex coming into Overpass. I want to see a good T side. I want to see a good team performance coming in for Vitality, and I think we got to see that on this very map. So it was a different way of winning, and I think that's great, not only for Apex himself, obviously, but for Vitality as a team, knowing that ZywOo can pop off at any time, but even if he's not, even though he had a great game right here, he can obviously still win as a team. So I think for Vitality, this was a dream scenario. You started the T-side Overpass and you never really lose control of the game. That's perfect.
Good T-side performance is a great way to characterize this one, because that's what we've missed from Vitality in this series. We have to admit that Mirage was more the ZywOo show than anything else. The team wasn't on the same page on Dust 2. You go into map 3, a more teamwork-oriented map, and you're thinking, this is more maybe G2, even without the practice, they can pull something together, but this was a great team effort in terms of utility, in terms of protocols. It was clear Vitality know this map better than G2.
Yeah, and on the other hand, when you're watching G2 try to put their own T side together, there aren't the flashes that you sometimes need to breach a bomb site. It's people that are sort of peeking by themselves. It's a little stringier than Vitality's hits, because they didn't really always seem to know what's the point of entry for us. Is it going to be off of a flashbang? Is it off of one guy's peak? They're still figuring out priority as they're trying to practice this live.
We did get to see that 6th round CT streak, though, coming out from the side of G2, where Saw he did call a timeout prior to that happening. So let's check in with what he had to say.
We can still make it a good CT third half, but also, Alvaro, are you fine?
I am.
Because you're doing not so normal stuff. Like, you have hero AK, you stay full alone A, now you first full buy, you go and peek with AWP. It's not so normal. Like, it's like hero plays, just miss a shot and that's it. Okay. Like, let's stay focused.
Yep.
No, but let's get the energy up.
Yeah, let's go.
We can make this a good round. They know we won't have AWP.
We've had a lot of great moments coming out of Saw. Do you like that one, Jacob?
Yeah, I love that one, to be completely honest. It's very ballsy of Saw to call out a single player in a timeout like that, asking Sunpayas if he's all right. It's clearly seeing a mistake, Hero AK, you name it, but I love that from Saw, and I think that's also the level of respect that's between the two. Let's not forget the context of the fact that Sunpayas and Saw have been together on different teams for a long time, in ends, on Heroic, now on G2 as well. If Saw didn't feel comfortable calling out him, you know, individually in a game like this, he wouldn't do it, and I just love the fact that he has the balls to do.
Ode to one of the most famous tactical timeouts of all time is Blade making a timeout and telling Alexi B, please do what I'm telling you, please, you need to follow the plan. You have Saw, what are you doing? You need to follow the plan, you need to play normally. You're not playing normally. They come back from that immediately into a win streak, and they did look better, they looked revitalized throughout the half. The problem is, as we stated before, once you give up 4 rounds, it doesn't really matter that much.
There's just such a difference when Saw calls a timeout versus other coaches in the past. We've heard a lot of comms for the last 2 years roughly, and sometimes it's yapping, okay? Sometimes it's just fluff. Sometimes it's just, hey, we're messing with them, keep it up. It's just like, that's not really gonna change how anybody's playing, but to call out individuals, to actually lay it on the line and say, hey, this is what we need to do, that instills a sense of purpose in the players that other coaches sometimes just seem to gloss over.
100%. Ultimately didn't end up amounting to all too much, but we did get to see some very interesting moves on that CT side. Round 10, this one cut so close, Maui.
This was such a, I mean, it kind of epitomized how back and forth this game was. Off of the back of 5 rounds for G2 here, it's Vitality, and you could see just, again, how solid their trading is into a bomb site. I mean, they're all on top of each other. Even if they're not next to each other, they're covering lines next to each other so nicely. ZywOo was able to get a couple kills as he was entering there, and this one right here, like, it's coming down to the wire, and I thought at this point, this is when G2 was able to actually just turn it up a notch, because they flooded the site so well, they didn't allow Vitality to set up into a post-plant position. Like Rops, they knew when the bomb was being planted, Rops is on an island.
Yeah, Rops was just unable to hit the shot. I think he's been a couple shots too slow in a few of these scenarios. We saw it on Dust 2 against Matys again. He just misses a couple shots. He's not quite where he normally is. He's still playing quite well. I think he might have been the top fragger even, but he's just not what he's normally at until you go into that second half, and that's where he really dominated in the scene.
It's great to see Rob step up, you know. We had this whole conversation between him and HeavyGod coming into the game. HeavyGod being a big admirer of Rob's, watching a lot of his demos, and safe to say that HeavyGod found an awful lot of impact on map number 1 and also at moments in map 2. Now it does feel like Rob slowly but surely is warming up into it. T-side Mirage was doing a great job. Overpass had a great game here as well, and that's the issue for me right now. It does feel like there was a window of opportunity for G2. Didn't quite mount it, didn't quite capitalize, and slowly but surely the machine is warming up. ZywOo is popping off, Robs is popping off, Apex with a good T-side. All the win conditions, they're starting to stack up now for Vitality.
The fact that he plays A on so many of these rounds on the CT side is something that's also kind of new for him, because when he was playing with FaZe, it was Frozen, it was Rain in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, even back on Mouse Sports, it was people that, I mean, it wasn't him. So for him to actually take up that spot, which is supposed to be the star rifle spot, I mean, he did an excellent job whenever he was towards that A site.
I mean, he played it exactly like a star rifler, alone on A site, and not only that, but G2 have the right idea. They're going A, they're trying to take him down, and he's going for solo plays towards Fountain. He's holding out towards lane when they're going for an A exec alone, 4 players on B, and he holds it down. That is star player material from Robs.
Let's stick with the theme of the A site, because Jacob, where there is a will, there is a way. Mezii gets a beautiful clutch to make sure they ain't losing too many rounds.
Yeah, important for Mezii. I think at this point in the game, it's still open. If G2 can get 7 rounds at this point, sorry, and get to apply a bit of pressure, that'd be nice. It's some nasty deagle work coming in from 2 of the stars, HeavyGod and obviously Melch. We know he's great with the deagle. Apex answering back a little bit. It's a messy round, but it's such an important moment in the game, because if they lose this one Vitality, it can spin out of control. It can allow G2 back into the game, but as you said, FURIA, Mezii playing it to perfection right here, and even though Hunter is doing the same thing, he ends up losing it. I love this play by Hunter, sneaking around right side of the smoke. I'm not quite sure why he felt the need to take the duel versus Mezii before he tapped the bomb. Maybe he just wanted to catch him off guard in the middle of the rotation, but even though, more credit to Mezii for quickly swinging around and instant headshotting him with the MP9.
The problem for Hunter in that scenario is I think Mezii is smart enough to know that he lurked around that smoke. He gets to the trash bin there, he gets to the stairs, and once Mezii is in that situation with a kit, with time on his hands, he fakes the bomb. I think he's killing Hunter there a lot of the time.
otherwise just not the loudest game for Mezii, but to come up in those kinds of big moments, that's why the new rating system likes him a lot, actually. Just the late round moments where he's able to close out rounds that are probably slipping away from the Vitality side. I mean, he's been so cool in a lot of the 1v1s.
Now, Jacob, you were spouting some pretty dire stats when we look at ZywOo on the map of Overpass. Is he kind of, righted some of the wrongs that we saw on, albeit a small sample size?
Yeah, incredible small sample size. He only played 2 maps so far. His CT side was struggling massively against M80. He was by far the worst player on the server. It was online, it was post EWC as well, so I'll give him some leeway. This game, he was fantastic. ZywOo is just continuing right now to play Counter-Strike at a very high level. We're heading into a map 4 now. There's a great likelihood that Vitality will win this tournament and win this game, and that means that ZywOo again will be the MVP. There's no contention for it, there's no doubt about it. He is playing Counter-Strike at a very high level, and so he did on Overpass as well.
I think we knew that this was going to be a tough one for G2 no matter what. They haven't played Overpass. They did their best. It was a smart pick from Vitality for, as you mentioned, there's been some rough stats for them. They've lost to M80. You wouldn't expect this pick. They do actually go for it. G2 have been second banning it for most of this tournament, so you know it's going to be a weakness. You go next into Inferno. I think that's one where G2 are a little more comfortable.
This is where Vitality is just so scary now, because obviously we've seen this little dip in their form, that they haven't been capturing the trophies of this season. But if they're willing to throw out an Overpass pick, if they're already a great team on Train, that map pool is building itself up again. And yeah, sure, G2 really just stuck it to them on Dust 2. I mean, yeah, that surprised us for sure. But I mean, that was a flawless map for them for the past 3 months. And so Vitality, they're becoming that juggernaut once again.
That's the problem, right? And the problem that we were alluding to just yesterday when, okay, G2, amazing work earning a spot in this grand final, but a best of 5 versus Vitality is absolutely no joke.
No, it's no joke. It would have been much nicer for them to face someone else who doesn't have such a deep map pool. I will say though, looking at Inferno coming in, being the 4th map, it's definitely within reach for G2 still to make this game competitive. I'd argue Inferno is the best map, out of all of them. And so for Vitality, they can be applied under a lot of pressure. So I think it was always going to be tough for G2 to win the matchup, especially if it goes into a 5th map as well. But Inferno in isolation, was that a best of 1 game? I'd give G2 a decent chance of actually taking away that map.
Let's just scope out a little bit to talk a bit more about ZywOo, and obviously, as you mentioned, the MVPs, because he's just been picking them up every time that they've had a trophy throughout 2025. The MVP has also gone to ZywOo. Imagine if he ends out the year with what Apex is dreaming of, having 10 trophies, 10 MVPs for ZywOo. That would be disgusting.
It would be one of the greatest single years of any player. And what's scary is that there's another guy that's nipping on his heels. So the fact that we are in this deadlocked race right now between him and Donk, I know people have their opinions, but I think it's actually exceedingly close, because the team success of Vitality is built off of the back of all their players, their leader, their coach. However, the superstar that continues to elevate them, especially with what we saw on Mirage, is ZywOo. So he is the one that's getting it over the line for them. He is actually battling them out of situations where they don't have win conditions. It could be a broken play, a broken offense, a messed up call, and ZywOo will still win what is seemingly an impossible clutch.
10 trophies, 10 MVPs. Would that be enough to make him your CS GOAT?
I think if ZywOo got 10 trophies, 10 MVPs, he's definitely getting the HLTV #1, and I would have to admit that the GOAT of CS is still simple. It's still simple. It's just, there's nothing you can do. No chance.
Well, either way, we will be diving into this 4th map very shortly indeed. That is going to be Inferno, G2's pick as their 2nd pick in this best of 5 series. Don't go anywhere.
Flamesy, you had a dip in performance after the major, but this event is looking like you're back. What's changed?
I think we kind of realized we need to get better as being good teammates to each other, way better teammates, and that last season, if you call it magic, whatever, it shouldn't matter to us as much as we need to focus on the present. So we just try to do our best, and we don't focus on the trophies or per se the winning. It's just about playing good Counter-Strike, and that's the main focus right now.
You said about being good teammates to each other. Can you explain to me what that means, what that is?
So I think it's more like being helpful to each other. So sometimes you might be in a fucked up situation, the plan might not be the best, but you gotta be helpful to your teammates. If Mezii is gonna entry and he's not in a good position to entry, but I'm behind him, Mezii, I'm fucking behind you, I got you. This is being a good teammate, because you give a lot of confidence, a lot of flow to the game, giving ideas, trying to ping pong with each other, trying to help each other out. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Then the other guy, okay, I'm gonna do this for you. And this is something that we lacked a bit in the last month or so. and that's something that right now we're a bit stepping up. We're not there yet, and even though we beat Mouse in a good fashion yesterday, we're not feeling in our prime in some sense yet. So we need to still show this today.
Hey Pim, what's this Nova Shots thing everybody's talking about?
The Nova Shots prediction game?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of cool actually. It's a prediction game where everyone can take part. Basically, you start with 1,000 tokens, and then your goal is to make sure you get as many tokens as possible at the end of the tournament. It's not gambling. It's not something where you have to put in your own money. You start with 1,000 tokens, and then all you have to do is basically make sure you get as many as possible, which is why I brought you here, Maui. I need you to help me to gather me as many tokens as possible during Blast London.
Sure, let's get into it. So what are we doing here?
Well, essentially, we're just trying to predict the winners of the games. The more we predict correct, the more tokens we're going to gather throughout the tournament. If we, let's say, predict an underdog to win against a big team, then we get the team at a cheaper price, and that means we get more tokens if they were to win. Conversely, if everyone predicts Vitality and we do the same thing, then I guess the return of investment is not going to be as great. So we have to figure out how much we're willing to risk. We're starting with 1,000, all right?
Yes,
and we have
gotcha.
a couple of different teams, some of the favorites, Vitality, FURIA, straight into the semifinal.
Yes, gotcha. Okay, so I mean, we've got our first matchup, FaZe versus G2. These two teams look like they are a good bang for the buck right now. They're both pretty inexpensive. I might just swing for the fences on the underdog here. G2 looks really, really ripe for the taking.
I'm with you on that one. I think G2 have a pretty good chance on taking down FaZe.
All right, let's get it. Okay, should we use it all or should we divvy it out a little bit?
I think diversify.
Gotcha.
Something I've heard, you know, so
okay.
we spread out the tokens a little bit. But
Okay.
I'm okay with, you know, risking a little bit.
Yeah, okay. How about, so we thinking half or are we thinking 75%?
Ooh, 75% on G2.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do
Well,
it. You know, let's do it.
We're gonna
Let's
swing
go.
for the fences,
Let's
right?
Go for it. Let's go
Okay,
for it.
we'll make a safe one later. Okay. Give me 750 of G2 now.
Oh.
Okay.
We got 25% left then. Do we then do some safe predictions here, or what do we do?
Yeah, I think it's probably a wiser choice to just take the bigger favorite.
Who is the favorite?
Well, I mean, Mouse are playing M80 in the quarterfinals. I think that's almost a sure thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I love M80. I love what they're bringing, but it's Mouse. It's Mouse we're talking
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure enough.
Okay.
I'm sure enough.
Okay. Well, then go ahead. Well, there we go.
Awesome.
You placed your tokens, so fingers crossed that we're right. I mean, I feel like we're risking a lot on G2 to beat FaZe, but...
It's true.
I mean, in it to win it. We hit that one with G2. I think we're in prime position to go all the way.
Oh, we're gonna go huge. We're gonna go huge. All right, we've made our predictions. I'm already more excited about these games. Can't wait to see the results.
Me too, man. I just hope we're right so we can get a share on that 25,000 USDC.
And then you can get a new sweater. So you at home can play the Nova Shots prediction game by downloading the Nova Wallet app. So see if you can beat me, Maui Snake, and Pimp.
There's no way.
HeavyGod, I saw your brother was in the crowd. We saw him on the cameras with you. How important is it for you to have that support from your family and have that here in person, especially with how well you guys are playing?
Yeah, obviously, family is first priority always in life for me. So obviously, it's really nice to see him in the crowd and that he's with me, supporting me. Obviously, my whole family is also behind me. Unfortunately, not there, but it's fine. They're supporting from far away. It's really important for me, and I'm happy he's here.
I can see you're happy, got the smile on your face as well. Now, also what might put a smile on your face, you're the highest rated player at the tournament so far. A chance to win your first career trophy, potentially an MVP as well. How does that feel for you?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't really look at it. Obviously, yeah, I don't really look at it. I just want to win the event, and for me, it's the most important that we play well as a team. This is my main priority. We win as a team, and we support each other. This is my main thing.
But you guys are winning as a team. We've seen that, and we've seen different styles and ways of you guys playing. How deep does this team go already in terms of like the different styles you can play? Because sometimes you're fearless, sometimes it's more tactical, sometimes it's more team grouped up together. Can you explain it to me?
I mean, obviously, it's So and Hunter preparing most of the stuff, and also we have Sampaios who is adding some of his plays and stuff. Yeah, and then the others are giving some input from their side, what they think we should do or add, or yeah, and we just flow. I mean, Hunter is calling good, and we're trusting his calls, and we're just following the plan, and I think we need to do the same today.
A chance for Vitality to be sealing this grand final 3-1. But Jacob, this isn't going to be an easy ground by any means, because Inferno, G2, no slouches on this map.
I feel like this is the real litmus test for G2. I think so far they've shown to be incredible on Inferno. They played some very solid Counter-Strike on the map. I think the way they played yesterday as well in the semifinal was top-notch. Rue, I feel like you're going up against Vitality, who's also a very strong team on Inferno. They used to first pick the map against Mouse sometimes, against Falcons back in the days as well. So I feel like if we want to get to see the real level of G2, we get to see it now in Inferno. Can they take down Vitality? That's serious business.
I feel like we're going to see the real level of Vitality. I mean, they can have whatever 13 map win streak they had. They've fallen off a little bit on the map. You look at G2 on this map, in this event, they look unbeatable. They haven't given up more than 6 rounds, I think is the most they've given up. Their T side, it fits straight into their playstyle. They love the fast plays, the fast execs. Matys and Malbs can both get active early. They are dominant on this map if they show up the way we saw them on map 1.
Well, G2 are going to have to start where they left off on Overpass in terms of the sides. They're going to be starting on the T side of things. So where does that leave us in terms of, you know, our favorite area of the map? That is Banana.
I was just about to say, it's a bit boring and sound like a broken record in a sense, but I think Malbs is a point of conversation in the sense that he's been struggling a little bit so far this matchup. He's been struggling in the playoff. It's not the Malbs that we thought we were going to get ever since Nico left the team. He was being moved into more of the prime positions, more of the star roles, so to speak. And without saying he's playing poorly, I think he's not playing up to his best right now. I think there's more for Malbs, and I think Inferno is a map where he's vital with the banana role.
I think it's fair to say he's been playing relatively poorly in this playoffs, but we did see him in the previous matchup. We saw Malbs, he bottom fragged on the map, but he dominated Yakindar on Banana. He was getting the openings consistently. I think it was 8-3 against Yakindar in that game. Even if he's not doing well, statistically, fragging-wise, he still opens up rounds for his team on that side.
And who's he going to have to be having to handle the most from that Vitality defense to start off?
Well, I think you got the man on the screen right here. Flamesy is the counterpart in that regard, also likes to be aggressive. Curious to see what Apex is going to do on the CT side in terms of calling. There's also a caveat to the fact that you can, you know, have Saivu get on the up early on, put him on Banana, install a bit of fear in Malbs, install a bit of fear in Hunter, maybe shut down the early Banana control, by then force more of the attention towards the other bomb side. So I think Apex has a couple of tools in the toolbox in order to contain Malbs. Question is, which one is he going to use?
When Vitality were the best map in the world, the best team in the world on this map, they were dominant in Banana with utility, with the aggression. You got Flamesy and Apex pushing down Banana in a meta when not a lot of people were going for deep Banana control. So we're going to see aggression potentially matched with aggression, and that means fireworks.
I love that you brought up Zywo as a topic as well, because I think Orping's going to be interesting on this map with some players starting on the T side of things. It's always a little bit more complicated, I guess, to be wielding the AWP on Inferno, but I'm not necessarily worried because a hell of a lot of the highlights that we've seen from some players have actually been with the rifle, so maybe this is his time to shine.
That's an excellent point. I think Inferno is a map where you can allow yourself not to necessarily force the purchase of an AWP. And I think so far in this tournament, Son Payas has been equally good with the rifle as he has been with the AWP. Now, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? That's for people at home to decide, but I think Son Payas showed us yesterday that in pistol rounds with the rifle, he can definitely keep up to himself. And that's going to be very important. You can have no weak links when you're playing Vitality.
You would be surprised a lot of oppers do have Inferno as one of their top 2 or top 3 best maps because of that CT side, because when they can get the op on the second half for Son Payas, he can get things done. But we have to worry about Zywo. We're talking about him on Mirage. We're talking about him on Overpass. He's going to have the op in his hand in the first half, and I think he's going to put some a little beaten down.
No bias at all coming from me, but I just want Mezii to have a statement map. You know, it's not very often that you get to play in front of your home crowd, and yeah, we've seen a cool clutch, obviously, on Overpass, a couple of highlights here and there, but I really want him to make a statement on this Inferno.
I don't, to be completely honest. I would like Mezii to win the trophy inside this arena, and I don't think that's a win condition for Vitality. If Messi's top fragging, it's usually not the best of the best signs. Obviously, he can have games where he's popping off, but I would leave that department to Robs. I would look at Flamesy. I would look at Zywo, and if Mezii can just play stable, as he's been doing so far for Vitality, I think that's a win condition in itself.
Stable Counter-Strike from Mezii, I think we'd be happy with that. I think this is one where I want G2 to bring them all the way to 5 maps. I want to see some train.
What do you think G2 are thinking right about now? You know, you're on the brink of being eliminated, second place here in London, which is no small feat, but we heard it from Hunter. He's gunning for that trophy.
I think the vibe within the G2 camp right now is that Vitality is a beatable team. I know they lost Mirage quite badly just on the scoreline, but that was against Zywo popping off, and up until the point where he completely took over the game, it was a competitive match on Mirage. So right now, in the G2 camp, I think they're comfortable knowing they're going into Inferno, which arguably is their best map. Vitality is a beatable team, and they have to tell themselves that's the case.
Your thoughts as G2 is Mirage was a ZywOo special. You're going to get one of those in a best of 5. It's just going to happen. It's a guarantee. Then you go into Overpass, not comfortable on Overpass. That's fine. You go into Inferno. It's one of your home maps. You're arguably the best team on this map in this event so far. Bring this one home and then take it to Trent.
Well, you want 5 maps in this series, Vu, but use that analyst brain of yours. Are we getting 2 5 maps, or is it over here for G2?
Yes, easy. 13-8.
I'm afraid we won't. You know, I said coming into the game that I didn't think it was going to be a 3-0 for Vitality. I expected G2 to be competitive. I expect Inferno to be the best map of this grand final so far. I want to see a close game, but I have Vitality edging this one out.
And who's going to be popping off from the side of Vitality then?
That's a good question. You know, maybe you get your Mezii Cinderella story happening. I don't think so. I don't think it's necessarily a good win condition. I would love to see a bit more from flamez. I think he's played a great tournament so far. He's had a great game tonight as well. And let's be honest, Robs and flamez, when they're popping off, that's usually a good sign for Vitality, because you know what you're going to get with ZywOo.
I think this is one where you're really looking at this as a statement for G2. You had the really pop-off first map, Vitality wasn't there. Second 2 maps, you're not comfortable on Overpass. We discussed that already. You bring it to Inferno, you're comfortable. If they can make this close, I'm looking at this as a G2 that can be a championship contender coming for the rest of the year.
I'm looking at Matys. I think he's been fantastic in this tournament so far. He's fantastic as that second punch coming in behind Melts. The man on your screen right here, underrated by most, unknown by a lot of people out there. That's a man for the future. I don't disagree with you, Ru. I think with time, G2 will be a title contender. They've shown enough signs already, but if they want to stay alive right here, right now, in this matchup, in the grand final, and potentially deny Mezii and deny Vitality the victory, this man right here has to step up.
Oh, it's an absolute non-negotiable. For the side of Vitality, though, we've talked about, you know, their trophy success in the first half of the year. Is it going to happen here, Jacob?
I think it will happen. In roughly 45 minutes, Vitality will lift another trophy.
Well, this is a chance for G2 to be turning the tides. Otherwise, it is over. It's time to dive into Inferno.
Map 4, here's where we find out if the fairy tale run continues for G2. They have amassed so many fans in the building, you can hear them. It was 50-50 before this series began. And now they have to show us what they've shown us on a map they're comfortable on, Inferno.
Yeah, a map where you know what you're gonna get up Banana. Mobs is going to be cranking the dial in terms of tempo. I know Overpass maybe lulled some of the people into the room into a bit of a slumber because it was always gonna be an uphill battle. But this one's gonna be fireworks. London, this one's gonna come in hot. And every single round we're gonna be watching as G2 tries to push us into that final map. Hold on to your horses, because G2 comes swinging on the T side.
I am hyped for this. We've seen some amazing moments out of G2. They can kind of walk past those last 2 maps. Let's see if they can get back to the pistol wins. Looks like Rops will tell them no. Oh, and an interesting lurk. He gets by a huge gap.
So Rops.
They don't know about it.
What? So Rops still trying to get back at them. How he evades all of that danger, I don't know. How G2 get back into the round, I know damn well. It's because they dominate pistols. But you've got Mezii up here on the balcony. Apex over towards the library. It's a good one from Mezii. It's a great one from Mezii.
It's a shutdown here from the balcony. What's up now, Pip? What's up now, Pip?
What a layup it would have been to just say you want to see Mr. Merriman ride high into the night.
And you can't say
V3
that this wasn't needed.
ZywOo loves that. London loves that. Taking G2 down a peg by winning pistols throughout this series. They had both over on Overpass, no fight from G2. We chalked that up to a bit of a map advantage as well.
Some great individual moments in many sections of that last round. G2 bringing it back right there in the middle of it. That's sort of like what we're used to seeing right now. They can get clipped off, lose a first player, lose a second, but they still stand strong. That individual effort from Mezii is just such a game changer. It feels like his MP9 clutch back on Overpass too.
Man, I don't know how Rops does it, by the way. Gets his kill inside of apartments, slips the net 3 times.
Yeah.
You know, sure, he goes down without a kill, but he's just operating within their circle. Secret agent
So the story of this first half, it's going to be Flamesy and it's going to be Mobs. All right. Splash goes a little high. They're going to run through it. There's going to be a full strength test coming towards Flamesy every single round as these clip-offs come down. Okay, there's a lurk from HeavyGod. Let's see if he can find a back.
This is huge. Both these players very low on health. Matys just ran this alone up short, gets the kill in pit on Rops, and then dinks ZywOo down to 10 HP. If Hunter had more than 19 to work with, maybe you could put some stock in it, but Mezii's going to hang on and they'll close it.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Super close call, but still only 1 kill, so it's a pretty successful round here for Vitality. But again, we know, you know, that Banana is the center of the universe on this map. It's the most important position to play both TC and CT side. It's where your IGL shines with the utility and the rounds and the timings. It's where the action first starts on this map. What makes this map unique and important. And so far, we see that Mobs goes for it every single time when it comes to Banana. He doesn't always win, but the attempt rate is there. And he's still coming up mostly positive overall. Yep. And they are mostly winning on Inferno because of that impact. But it's his relentless, fearless attacks that are making these T-sides a lot easier.
It's like, for better or for worse, it always just feels like this looming threat. Oh, okay, ZywOo. That was an unarmored head.
Yeah, still quick. And Mobs are just shouldering Arch.
But it's a quick reminder to what ZywOo's been able to do throughout this series. Ever since the failure of Dust 2, he's gotten the game back under his control. Sunpius is the only one so far in brackets to actually put a dent in Vitality. Really trying to test the waters here. And another moment where you've got players close to dying. Just big picture, economically. You could have had a situation where Vitality's money is weird. Instead, they're moving forward, majority alive. Mezii is off to the races.
Yeah, 8-0.
You know, Freya, she knows what this crowd wanted, and that is a Mezii masterclass to finish off this grand finals.
Yeah, no kidding. It's been beautiful for him. When he joined this team, he struggled to fit in. With this new lineup, he's turned it into the best season of a team ever. He was a huge part of that. You don't do that without all 5 players contributing massively. And now they're going for gold, the biggest record that you could have, trying to match Astralis in trophies in 1 year.
Oy.
Oh, man.
Easy does it. Mob's not even given a chance to take a look at Banana.
The best way to kill him, man, when he can't see you.
Apex, keep your hands on your keyboard, buddy.
I mean,
he lets Matys slip through the smoke, but luckily traded out.
That's a pretty fat smoke, but that lurk was kind of unpredictable. Like, Matys taking a hard right in that spot after losing a player on Banana as well.
I'll say, though, let's keep an eye on Matys, because that's another round where he gets a bit zany, right? P250 push up short, almost opened A earlier. This time he does it with a gun, but Rock's happy to hang on, and just a bit delayed here are these one-player attempts out through brackets.
They're next level right now.
Peak death, peak death, peak death, round done. Vitality just winning early.
Yeah, so many trades unanswered. Crushing presence here from Vitality.
0 kills HeavyGod, 0 kills Hunter, 1 frag Mobs as what's supposed to be this Banana presence. Buddy doesn't even get to look around the wall.
And Banana doesn't have one hero for G2. It's always been the case that Mobs take a lot of openings. He doesn't win all of them, but then Matys will come up and get a 2K. Sometimes HeavyGod has to get into the mix. There are other players that are willing and will be just as quick as him at trying to find these duels. But it's got to start over with him. Mixed spy up here, 2 rifles coming into play here for G2. So it'll have to be a pocket strat out of Hunter. You can't burn any util in a default. You have to go low profile, pick a spot, exec really hard. We know their follow through has been absolutely admirable in a lot of these games. If they lose a player, they continue with the attack. That's what's their signature style. Let's see if they can pull that off in a round like this.
Flash dodged. Rops will be content to keep the pressure up. He hears you stomping around. That's some pistol play to try to puncture back through. Sunpius, good rifle trade. Short side of this split gets canceled out for the time being. Minute on the clock and a bit of arch control.
Yeah, they're forced into open water here.
Boy, insta headshot though, and Apex will come out to help. And so total control with bomb down in front of it. A little bit awkward. as that gun gets put away, but all good as far as Apex is concerned. All good as far as Vitality are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like every time now you're seeing 2 CTs on the screen at once. We compare that to Dust 2. Where was any of that? Trades, it's a totally different team. Right now we're getting June Vitality, okay?
Slaying. Got to keep your head in the game as well if you're G2. Obviously, another slow start is not what you were hoping to have to go up against on Inferno.
Rude, but okay.
Got him.
They had to just write that sign like after the second map.
Of course.
You know?
Oh yeah, that's fresh. That's fresh.
That's fresh poop. All right, well, 0 and 5. Not an inspirited beginning here to map 4, but another full strength buy. Op's not going to be a real factor for Matys. He was great on rifles on this map.
Damn, Mezii's just taking control of this situation. 9 and 2 is his start. Boy, drops the ball a little bit, and Matys comes out, predicting ZywOo trying to hold that deep angle. So Vitality were content to take this fight.
Still active spots. Oh,
player behind Robs. Yeah, they're going to find him. HeavyGod gets wind of what's going on. A site completely vacant.
Can we actually just take a second to
boo Vitality for saving?
Just appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate.
That's HeavyGod walking through that hall smoke because his teammates are running up mid. Literally because Robs is going to get into that hall's doorway and have a great angle to fight that lane fight. HeavyGod knows that he can't watch that smoke. He literally knows it. It's a push that almost looks riskless. It's actually beautiful. So one small mistake, a spray that goes awry. Both players on this aggressive mid defense getting shut down, and just like that, G2 are in the game.
Also, killer shot from Matys. Feels like he's been just this like wound up ball of energy trying to get his name into the kill feed throughout these rounds. Finally gets a chance to do it with that pre-fire onto ZywOo's deep op angle.
Yeah, you don't see the nervousness with Matys, you just see he wants a fight.
And sometimes I'm worried that like he actually wants to fight you.
Yeah.
You got to be careful around Matys.
I think that's why G2 are working out, because they all kind of just want to fight everybody all the time. All right.
HeavyGod kills the first. Watch this.
Great cover.
Oh, giving
man.
ZywOo a taste
Click
of his own medicine.
Switch.
Of course, even if he doesn't get that sick headshot, bullets from T-Ramp also finding ZywOo, so he was just really done for. 6 rounds into this T side, G2 find their first. But it's not really the T side that I think a lot of us were anticipating with this constant mobs fight up towards Banana.
That hasn't done much just yet. He'll have a chance now, but he's taken a lot. The utility versus him has been so good.
But he loves this position.
He didn't clear it.
And he gets away with kills from this spot. Although, because Hunter picks up Apex, they flee from mobs, and he loses the duel to Mezii.
They're waiting for these timings. Great flashes allow them to fight and get away. That's the most important part. Narrowly avoiding tragedy. And again, Robs, look at HeavyGod. Let's see how he approaches this.
Ooh, HeavyGod just missed the timing.
Oh, he just missed it badly.
Oh, they weren't ready at all. Robs ropes him in.
Oh, that's tough because HeavyGod actually just cleared out.
The timing was 218.
Absolutely perfect. And that's timing.com with Robs. That's what he does.
And if I'm not mistaken, player there had a bomb in hand. There was something awkward in the first 2 kills. Player in the back, yeah, just changing between what he's got. And Robs.
It's so wild because he gets the second 2 players, and then HeavyGod, who just cleared him, doesn't have vision.
No.
Just past the doorway, can't help out at all.
It's never easy to get one over Robs. We see that it can't happen 2 rounds in a row. HeavyGod bested him prior.
Take a look at these nades. Take a look at these spam timings as well.
Oh, nice nades back the other direction, however. That's almost Mezii dead.
They're gonna blow this.
They find it.
That's
missed shot from ZywOo. Robs versus HeavyGod again. And Robs gets his revenge. Slightly. Bomb is down towards T-Ramp. This could slow down everything, but remember what's left of a B site. Mezii, 15 health. He's got a full set of utility still. And as Matys peels away through middle, uncontested, looks like we're already going into a save, if not the gamble. Vitality hoping this ends on A, but they are going to be wrong.
Well
With that
done.
kill on Apex behind the car, you just know they're going to sniff out what's left of this B site.
I mean, that's so well done. It looked like Vitality, they're kind of playing Battleship right there, right? There's a full-fledged smoke. They understand someone's probably holding on the top banana. They're not going to play full passive. But where and what angles they're exactly holding, well, that's up for debate. But while that smoke's still active, here's ways we can put pressure down. We can have this smoke spam come out. We can nade behind it. And here is Apex just trying to hold his nerve, wait for his timing. He's got a teammate behind him causing distractions, lobbing things over. But ultimately, like, it looked like Vitality had control and composure in that spot. But G2 were kind of ready for everything they were about to try as well. So nicely done.
It's a full house here in the Wembley, waiting for Mezii to try to achieve the trophy hoist in London. You can feel the desire in the air, but you can also feel the fight from the side of G2 right now.
And this is why, you know, Jacob said that Mezii is not a huge win condition for Vitality, and that's because he's going to be playing, he's going to be anchoring pit, right? If he was a B player in this spot on CT side, he'd have a lot more say. When the round came to him, he absolutely delivered, gave Vitality a lead, really continued to impress, and now it's kind of shut off the valve on half of the map, so that's huge. But ultimately, 70% of the rounds are still going to start banana.
Happy to try it again, huh? Flying down and through alt mid goes Rops.
Rops going to actually escape off this too. Finally, this smoke coming through.
I'm curious to see Apex actually giving up so much space over towards the B site. When you take all of alt, get your kill, nobody obviously sitting on your side of the mid push. He doubles back. This is late picked up util, and of course they're going to catch him.
He can actually chain the mollies, and a third one's coming over too.
ZywOo's ahead of the utility out from the T side, misses his flick shot over, and Apex dies inside of the little pit. ZywOo wants to try to contest with this, but look at the rest of Vitality, still nowhere to be found.
Those T's, they're going to have to plant this bomb. They've got a late smoke, which is huge. It doesn't feel like there's huge odds of an actual retake happening. G2 just have to not blow it right now, and they can win on time. There's a lot of retake utility for the CT side.
Frag grenade, incendiary,
this could be the one, Rops.
Sampaio is holding back on flank. Rops, he gets toppled. And it's early damage on Mezii as well. That's going to take the wind out of the retake sails. They hope they can get away, but no guarantees. No saves in London. Malbs gives chase, and I'm just left scratching my head. I'm so surprised. Break it down. Killed down alt mid for both teams, and it felt like G2 realized B-site was the way to go. Vitality a little slow to that draw. Apex ran back for grenades, I think it was, and maybe that's what cost them, that timing that allowed them to just group up.
I don't know, he got there in time. He got the 2 mollies down as well. He ended up getting spammed down through the smoke. That was the main kill that allowed them to come through, but they didn't actually run through that first molly. They let him throw it, then they got this spam kill. They also had vision on ZywOo coming out through Con as well.
So a couple of failed attempts to go for these aggressive aim hits from the CTs. Trying to get opening kills down mid through alts. But if we've sang the praise of G2 for anything tonight, it's the fast response, moving quickly into the next position, finding the solution to the sudden problems.
Yeah, they know how to sequence, and they don't like put everything into one kill, like one tactic. If they feel like they try to ignore putting everything into a pick play. They have an idea they're going for. They are very fast as well about their transpositions from one tactic into a strategy. Oh, that's insanely successful. They get info.
ZywOo, whoa, dangerous to go back into that as well.
I can't believe they're actually peeking this, but that is what G2 do. They don't care about the opening kill.
Flamesy tries to drop fire in front of him. Apex's flash is fantastic.
Bomb spotted, they'll fall back. HE could do more.
Flamesy just tucked in, hoping Apex can bail him out because he's taking damage. And now there's a lot of players ready for the Apex swing. Sampaio's instant headshot. And a great answer from G2. Man disadvantage. disadvantage has not been a problem for G2 when they're finding success. And it turns out that here on Inferno, they've got a little more left in store. Mezii and Robs have been playing well enough on Inferno, but at a man disadvantage, do they take a chance at the retake? Utility to keep them out, an additional smoke on the CT cross. Tough job for Robs to get into the play. Mezii could serve as the jackknife, but he's playing on 40 health. If Robs had 100 over towards Coffins, if he could take that fight, try to unravel it, then maybe. But Vitality realized their chances of hanging on to a lead on the CT side are dwindling. They are running out of room, and G2 closing that gap.
That's great. It's uncanny, actually, the way they're consistently pulling this off. Again, it's not a flash in the pan. We all know, you know, sometimes you call a clutch, right? It's 1-on-4, but the last player got a kill like a second before, so it doesn't feel like a true 1-on-4. And the reason is because you have that instant distraction. It's the same thing with these 5v4s for G2. They're letting a kill come down, but if they ignore this death entirely and they keep running up and Vitality think you're gonna reassess the round, well, no, that's not the case. You're still coming. It's as if nothing happened. It's just now you've lost your third player to trade in. Your entries can still work. And if your entries can get 2, then you actually have a chance. They're ignoring the pain.
The beauty of this G2 run in London, they have nothing to lose.
I don't know who else is doing that right now.
They've proven so much already. You know, even ignoring deaths, sometimes ignoring damage. Matys has really been trying to find a moment that he can leave a mark on Vitality, and his
crazy
timing, of course that's gonna catch Apex off.
But what is the setup right now? They're passive on both halves of the map after this buy. They have good guns.
ZywOo.
They have utility too.
And Flamesy trying to push off site. Malbs on the departure, peeks back into it. ZywOo's right there, hits the damage. And so that's a third member of G2 wounded.
They'd love to have more info. Malbs getting tagged though allows Flamesy to have a chance to poke at this. CTs are just curled up.
Ooh, smoked off.
What?
Matys is afforded space, just comes in, clears it all! No way! He just cheats the timing and drops all 3 bodies single-handedly. I'm telling you, that writing has been on the wall since his P250 solo push up short almost took down a bomb site.
It feels like Vitality needs to make more use of their pauses. Because with the way that G2 are playing, it's like suffocating their ideas. They came into this one with almost nothing. That was the shallowest looking round ever. It looked like a force-up the way that they had played back in the site, and they allowed a walk-up that early on towards the A site.
Felt like they were having just a team meeting inside A. And the hunt is on here for G2, trying to bottom out Vitality in this attempted save. Final round up next, and there's tons of cash in the coffers for G2. You're gonna get what you want. Flamesy, dead man hiding. Trade comes through, and that is 1 round the gap with what is a non-timid G2. Deaths, damage, they don't give a damn. They will follow through with conviction either side of the map. Huge moment here for Matys.
This is the textbook definition of sticking to your guns. Creating timings is what happens when you play with confidence.
And I mean, Apex losing his mind in the middle of a round that needs to be recovered.
It's kind of wild because, yeah, it needs to be recovered, but like, what was their opener right there? Apex now the Mag 7 here in round 12. G2 are responding.
Of course. Play long enough, pushes buttons long enough, and he whipped out the Mag 7. He'll sit on that half wall, and he'll wait for you to try to walk it forward. Of course.
That felt wrong. Not out the smoke.
He gets found out. This B site looking prime for the taking yet again. Flamesy trying to hold it on his own. Will get the return back to Malbs, also through the smoke. Everybody playing the same game. But we've said it, G2 lose a player. Does it deter them? Do they stop? Are they afraid to just follow through with what they wanted, which was so clearly this B site?
And some calls aren't out of spawn, besides sometimes them having the tactic of having Malbs go 1-for-1 on some duels at the top of Banana. But when we get into the 4v4, G2 are not actually disadvantaged anymore. Even though Vitality are the last team to get a kill here, it's the CTs who are a little more insecure about the map. We can see that Flamesy at the moment is totally alone. This is actually quite a crazy setup if we look at the T side.
Oh, this fight here between Matys and ZywOo.
But Oh, you heard the step.
3 loud steps. Matys is going to have the back of ZywOo.
The fake is working. They got the flank.
Pius is holding it just in case, but Matys gets timing.
How many times can you shoot ZywOo in the back?
Rob's trying to challenge out through the library. He has found a chance to challenge towards this balk.
What a play.
HeavyGod hits the headshot. Bomb's got to cross over. Mezii gives up the angle. Flashes come beyond him. And with this post from Matys, who has yet again found a way to unravel this A site, we were sat here singing Vitality's praise. My God. A 6-1 lead. A 6-1 lead that didn't have any bomb plants, barring the one round they won. This is a massive response from G2.
Donk, just by pure individual skill.
Donk is playing amazing lately. I mean, he's always amazing.
Individually, obviously Donk. You watch him play and you just know he's gonna get a kill or 2 or 3.
Without a doubt, for me, it was ZywOo, just because of the amount of titles.
If you want to put in trophies and everything, then I think ZywOo will be it.
ZywOo won Major, they won Katowice, all of the major events, let's say.
In terms of achievements, it could be me.
The trophies are what we play for, right?
I would always go with the players who won more trophies, especially crucial trophies.
I think if Donk can win more tournaments the second semester and get closer to the amount that ZywOo output in the first half of the year, then yeah, maybe Donk's going to be number 1.
I think both of us, we are in the road to be top 1, so I think I just need to step up a little bit for now in terms of individually and maybe have a chance.
All right, I found the banana squad in the middle of the OVO arena up high. Just talk to me about how you ended up with this story and the crazy fruit salad story.
Well, we were originally going to go as a fruit salad for FaZe, so, you know, kiwi for Carrick and banana for Brokey, but then in the end we just decided we would go with bananas for Inferno. So obviously we were looking for map 4. Yeah. We obviously need Vitality to win this map, and we'll go crazy when it's Inferno, you know?
So when it's Inferno, we're going to see you guys just absolutely mental, losing your minds.
Every time. Banana.
Well, London, I'm also surprised that we end up at a tied score after the way that one started. Felt like Mezii had found his mojo. That A site was rock solid. There was 5 rounds in a row for Vitality without a single bomb plant, and then the G2 answer comes out of nowhere.
It did, and I mean, what an amazing call. It's kind of sad it happens right at the end of the half, but for Hunter, that's like one of his best T-side calls so far, period, with this new G2 lineup. The way that they searched out halls, took banana control, sold the fake. It's often said that ZywOo never gets shot in the back. and they had him rotating first down mid, thinking it's for sure a B player, and the entire time it was going to end up A. That was masterful. That ties up the game. That puts them in a spot now where they're a real threat to bring this to train.
They've lost 3 consecutive pistols, G2. Time to turn that upside down. It's a one-and-done Hunter. Mezii leading what's left of this troop into the arch side. And for now, G2 stay pushed off site. But it looks like Vitality are going to spread out.
This is quite weird, actually, for G2. Now,
you're telling me.
With the spots that they're in, they can't move too much. They have to still respect the fact that the Wrap can come back towards them. It's nice, but for Vitality, they don't have anyone playing Bell or playing Logs, and Mobs is now searching. If Apex is going to come up late and he doesn't see anyone flanking mid, this should end up going in that direction. But yeah, he's not on Banana, so they're going to walk by this and just make the split happen back to A. No mistakes have been made for G2, but also no movement. 2v4 here.
Sampaio shows a little skin. Apex getting closer. Once he arrives, it's 3 from Moto and ZywOo.
Wow.
P250. A classic. ZywOo T-side P250 armor is a beast to have to deal with, and HeavyGod's not going to be able to find anything on this one. So Vitality slow it down, take their sweet time with that split, and they put G2 on ice.
I mean, that's an excellent call and response here for Apex to slow things down, make sure it's still 2-2. No pushes have been made. And we'll see now if a retake is possible. Laser sharp precision here for Mobs.
You'd think not, but they are stomping forward with confidence as if they can still win this. Then Vitality swing.
Yeah. I mean, when they looked for a response, right? They threw something out there and they said, take the bait. Either give us vision to take a peek from Con over on B, or push out of A and show you're going to help your B teammates. And if not, we know that you haven't moved anywhere, and that means the rotations are as long as possible. That's where this retake was just done. You know, there wasn't even going to be a chance of it. This is such a good call on this pistol, and it's Vitality again. The only team, it feels like, that can win pistols versus G2. That's not the spot that you want to freeze up in if you're G2, but it is the spot where it's a little quiet in grand finals and you don't want to be the one to make a mistake. A little proactivity was needed there and they couldn't find it.
Mob solo B-hold for the time being. While we watch G2 try to scramble and win one with less. NA flash.
Used to be able to say UK flash. You can't say that anymore.
No, you really can't. Mezii changed the game. Look at this stack on brackets. Quad hold by G2, but the bomb's still over towards Banana. They're gonna send the MAC-10s in to their deaths. This is gonna keep a player stuck. Never mind, Robs does get a chance to come and join him. That was much needed out of Mobs.
Yeah, and that fresh smoke, they try to walk through. ZywOo look for a lead. Now it's 2-on-4.
But still, G2 don't quite know whether there's a full commitment because ZywOo was indeed on his own. Mezii's gonna try to move this one over. Robs turns over to kill Matys. They know Mobs is back here. Can he drop another body? No. And unfortunately for G2, they're just not close enough to challenge this.
They come in, they jiggle, they recover everything, and now Robs should have an easy time.
Much better guns.
MP9 so far away.
Gonna try to get close to the CT cross. Mezii takes a bit of damage, but that's all good. Vitality hang on. Good on Mobs to hit that deagle shot. The chances of G2 robbing that round spike with that kill on ZywOo.
Absolutely, absolutely. But the rotations weren't fast enough. It's another situation where the defense is bifurcated. They're playing so far away from Mobs that even though he gets this kill so early, they can't come and help him out. The other thing is, if you're also on the far end of your own site, you don't know if you're getting lurked on. That slows down your rotation in a new way. You're worried about pressure that may or may not even be there. Still getting those kills is not small. G2 can be proud of themselves for that.
I would hate to be HeavyGod this round. It's been a tough map for him so far. Can apply that to most of G2 as they sit back here, hoping that this flashbang on Matys can interrupt something from Vitality. If you got so close in the last one, give this one a try. Mezii at the tip of the spear with G2 inbound. The bomb is on ZywOo behind Mezii in a real crazy turn of events. But this would have to go very badly. And now that they've seen anybody, ZywOo wants to get the hell out of there. Mezii trying to peel back as they go for the half-wall jump spot. And while G2 take up this position inside of Banana, they never really jump on it. They don't pounce. And so it doesn't look like they've got anything. FlameZ catching wind of HeavyGod in that process. And this ends up being a very strong statement for Vitality. Getting away from the danger of any kind of Banana play. This Matys P250's got legs to stand on.
Yeah.
But it's 4 players strong for Vitality with a 3-round lead.
Yeah, he is getting kills. He is definitely putting up some kills on these ecos. It's good to have an idea that comes in for G2, but I'm sure they're fed up at this point of losing all these pistols. Three-round gap here as Vitality look to take control with the final stamp on this game. Round 16 ensues. We've got a good buy here, both sides.
Boy, Mezii charging through. Whoa, he gets the one in the back. Malb's traded out. Matys makes the difference.
With 9 health, he gets that kill.
Unbelievable. Sunpai is catching the side of Robs as well. Apex taken down to half. Guns will make a world of difference.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
G2 chew on Vitality, spit them out, looking like chumps. As Apex makes a run towards the upgrade, bomb in his possession, but G2 aren't far off.
Yeah, some extra frags are nice, but Apex will be heard running back and forth here in the spawn.
You know, we never really got that Malb's moment over on the Banana aggression as the Deaths tried to paint, and it's fair for them to try to paint that picture because it's been this consistency from G2. Now that they're on the defense, the Matys push with Malbs for the double kill, as you highlighted, 9 health left over. Banana and the rest of this round looks very different, if not for Matys.
I just love what we see from Matys when it comes to multi-kills. He's somebody who, when he's alone, no matter how much HP he has, you know he has a really good chance of getting that second frag. I've just been so impressed that he's doing it in front of this crowd.
In his first outing.
Yeah. Like, you know, having a debut this year has been a nightmare when Vitality are in every tournament, and you've got to play best of fives at almost every final in 2025, especially, you know, big events. So there was at least peace in knowing that everyone's in the same boat as you. But it's a difficult challenge, especially for a first showing, especially with the amount of amazing stories we see from all these new players. But it feels like we forget about the other ones. Matys is just so impressive, even if he's not quite a dunk or something like that. It's a great early answer. Vitality with a momentum call.
Huge.
They really try to play that one scrappy.
In ZywOo's absence, it's Mezii and Robs trying to keep this game alive. Again, Banana bombarded by nades. You hear them whizzing over your head, but you just hope they don't land on you, and so far, all that damage dodged.
It's again this game of Battleship. CT's gonna look for their timings to release their utility. Vitality's job is to try to get closer without taking that damage.
Whoa! Malbs, no second! It's Mezii! This time to get his double!
Well, maybe he can be a win condition. That's 17 and 7. 2 entries on Banana. Not something you often see
Forces
Mezii
Hunter
have to do.
Off-site, onto the sandbags.
They've got flashes in the back.
Could have just sat on site instead. He decides that he wants to draw a line in the sand.
We'll see if Apex backs up, then he'll set up the flash. We'll see if he does it.
That's what's going down. And over towards the A site, it's more success.
There
Vitality,
it is.
Perfect flashbang, and Mezii comes through with a trio of kills.
It's a full call out. 10 rounds here.
Good on Mobs to catch ZywOo, burning there for a second. It looked like they were going to try to put out the fire. Instead, ZywOo, burning, is an audible for Mobs to lock in on. Gets his headshot. Matys swings and falls to Mezii, who from that corner had to thrive.
Who's proud of Mezii in here? Topping the charts. Show-stopping performance here, and again, it's both sides. It's that CT moment he had on the defense. Now we got these T entries as well, where it was necessary, by the way.
It's one of the elements of Mezii that I love in terms of his play. He's a classy Counter-Strike player, and that he'll wait for his moment. He'll wait for it, doesn't want to rush it, doesn't need to spoil it, and then pulls it out at a critical juncture. I mean, to reset G2 now, their first gun round, they straight up win. Banana looked like it could wind up being a problem, but bam, Mezii controls that spray. You know, this is icing on top that Robs gets the ball rolling in the opposite direction as well. This is all Mezii, dude. We could have ignored everything that goes down on the A side of the map. 3 kills up Banana, all by way of Mezii.
They had the protocols met the aim right there. And G2 down to 1 timeout. As the sky starts to turn gray on them, they have to now live with the fact that a close moments that they've been able to win versus teams of, you know, equal capability like Spirit, but now in this grand final on the big stage, they're now starting to lose grasp of them. They're not quite as easy. Their team is not quite as clutch. HeavyGod is not that player that we've seen in the rest of playoffs. Matys as well. He's been good. They are still good. But here's where the superstars are starting to take over, the monsters of Vitality.
Yes. G2 are still good, but they are also new. And we raised flags as to whether we would see that come through in the series. The inconsistency shining. Mobs, oh, he can't manage a multi-frag. It is Mezii the solution yet again as he falls off and doesn't want to force the issue in the off chance that Matys comes wildly swinging.
Mental reset. Apex down to 35 health. 4v4. So much about the lurking, so much about the reads. And the CT's in this spot. 3rd chance here, CT side. Split 2-2 to sites. It's time to be proactive.
They're jostling back and forth on the front of this. Hunter was just on an open angle. Instead, opts to move over towards Coffins. And Flamesie's seen enough at that A side. He wants to get into this play. It's going to be Mezii the spearhead once more. Trying to get away from grenades. Matys flashed in. It is a perfect flash! It gets him 2, which is huge. However, no support yet for Hunter. He's gonna perch, and Apex walks into his death. G2 have mustered together some kind of an answer. Flamesy fully blind, and the team play from G2 is fantastic.
Oh man, they are messing with the most minute timings to pull that flash off, and there is that prophylaxis, the flash to reclaim Banana control. Of course you trust Matys to put up the 2K again. Another multi.
With a FAMAS, no less.
And when I say you're playing with minute timings, if you let the map go too quiet and you throw a car flash, someone's playing anti, someone's up against a wall, and it's not the kind of round where you can go and just try to get info. Matys actually needs to get both kills, and if ideally, try to stay alive. Luckily, those two were enough to delay for time. Hunter also didn't just tuck back and let them come into the site. Just picked a nice, cool fight to play under pressure.
And then Sunpius,
oh, what a find.
Doesn't waste any time, moves over with that next supportive flashbang. Let's see if Vitality can tap into something like that. An active move, catching the defense off guard. Something maybe wild is in the cards. Because with Apex dying inside of that smoke, you gotta make up for the man disadvantage. Again, they will try to get flashed in with 2 bodies. Matys trades effectively. They flash themselves, not with somebody inside sight, but much like last round, Sunpius here to help out. Same flash,
Very
Matys
nice.
doesn't swing.
Drew some utility.
Check out Robs.
Man, Robs is by himself. He's got this Tech 9. We saw the lurk. He got a little lucky to be able to pull it off last time. This time, I mean, every time, bro, we look at the mini-map, and what do we see? 2 CTs working together, split up.
It looks
Vitality are trying to take advantage of the space that's been given to them. They can feel it.
And G2 still playing around with potential solutions for a B commitment. Look how worried they are about the flank, right? Sunpius holding into CT spawn.
Yeah, but 30 seconds and they're not going one way or the other.
Vitality smoke off Moto themselves, so that's gonna get Rob still behind it. Is he gonna try to cheat through that smoke on a timing at some point? HeavyGod up against this wall is gonna be fully exposed if Robs runs the risk of coming through, which he will. He takes damage. They get that opening up onto the short side of sight, but they don't know. They don't know. Hunter from his pit strikes down one, bomb planted, Hunter's double.
His last gift.
He's into the clutch. Mr. Cool, ice cold, low health, CT right in front of him. Matt is slowly on that flank, still survives. Robs is time limited, but he gets away from both the fights. And Fire's gonna find him. G2 hunt him down, and they'll close that gap to 1.
Yeah, looks like we might close on a heater here. G2 bringing this to the limit, making it a one-round game on the CT side. Hunter, he gets the second kill. He makes a cameo over at the A site. He's got the ghillie suit on again in small pit. Beautiful play to pop up and get this frag.
Set up by a risk. HeavyGod out in the open. If Robs isn't trying to find a safe path into the back of sight, but instead comes through looking to duel, which is maybe what he does if he has more than a Tech 9, then maybe, just maybe, that's the end. And Vitality come back with momentum. Instead, it is pistols here. G2 to tie us up at double digits, barring a mistake. And in their fashion, in their identity, it is pressure over towards Banana first. With that deep smoke, they perch on the half wall. Nothing will come for free for Vitality.
Finally, Vitality look frail with this buy. We're almost at the point in the game where money doesn't matter. We're getting to those closing hours. Apex gonna figure out a way to go for it against all odds. But we haven't really seen tragedies from G2 in moments like this.
It's all part of the way that they always convert pistols. Good on keeping that distance between them and the upgrades.
Ooh, careful to not take any damage. Give up audio. Mobs, full vision like a hawk down Banana, making sure he has info.
Challenge from brackets. Sunpius takes a bunch of damage. They try to get in off that flash. Oh, damn, with the fadeaway USP. It is ZywOo rocked, flanked already out from middle. His Desert Eagle's gonna answer. A frag could kill the CT if it had bounced over top. That could have been an open sight, a bomb plant, and an act of magic. Instead, 10 rounds all.
Yeah, wasn't going for it. Would have been an unbelievable nade to land.
Skim it over the box.
And now we get the timeout. I feel like timeouts have been mistimed for Vitality. Sometimes a round too late, sometimes right before an eco in spots where they're just letting the map play out. But here's a moment where it comes right before a rifle. Xtaz takes to the notes. It's coming down to the wire. Inferno is delivering just like we had envisioned.
Just like everybody in this room had hoped. We had to watch as G2's tires spun in the mud of Overpass.
They started 6-1 down here on Inferno. This could have been a total blowout. And now we're at the point of the game where nobody sleeps well at night if you lose. You both know you could have won this. Sunpius to the op.
Ooh, missed chance. In the last couple days, we've seen Sunpius hit these really key headshots even with the op, right? Give him an inch, he'll find it.
Yeah, but it wasn't Inferno.
Right.
It wasn't Inferno. He didn't really try to use it at all. He played very well without it.
Pressure from the apartments is going to have HeavyGod dropping nades, and this is a HeavyGod that we're waiting to kind of get his game on. Sitting 9 and 14, bottom of the board for G2.
I love this setup from G2. I love when they double up Cubby like this. I think Hunter is one of the best players ever in all the iterations of G2 at working on brackets control. They know when to get info back.
Again,
and that's a freebie.
Dude, the confidence of Sunpius in the middle of that
He's got
silence.
Hunter right behind him.
Bolstered. Hunter supporting his troops, reassuring them that if a mistake is made, he's there to save them.
I think Sunpius needed that. A little buoy over on Arch instead of just sitting there the entire round.
Flash again here for Bulbs on Banana. But there is no swing behind it. With the second flash, there should be. Oh, it's Overpass turn! Oh! It's a little late. Mezii can't stop all that damage. Sampaio back to the action, and he takes a lot back in return for that peak. Not to mention Matys down by half off the frag, but this round is fizzling out. With the health that remains. Believe your eyes, a 6-1 lead for Vitality. G2 take it for the first time on map 4.
Yeah, they have pole position now. They have the chance to actually close this out. They put together a great setup out of the gate. Lots of map control, lots of information, proactivity from Sampaio, justifying the op purchase, which he could have avoided. I think he was encouraged to use. Yeah, that's right. And maybe a round too late to see that because G2 have responded big time. Mezii has to turn around on Banana to see his two dead teammates after Mobs takes the team to peak, supported with this flash. And how good have all their flash timings been on Banana?
Mezii, the only one of the three that actually turns back for that fight.
They were 1 second away.
That's 3 players of the 5 on Vitality caught off guard. You see Apex's frustrations and then the 2 desperate jumping away from that banana flash.
You can call it fortune, but how many times have they done that?
Sure.
Their flash timings have been brilliant. Okay, I really like this. I really like this from Vitality. They're trying to hold a little gap the entire time.
Leg 16, all too easy is the kill over Rops. Is this the moment HeavyGod steps it up because he's gonna need to? Support systems down. Oh, he gets through with his double. On top of that, the one from Sampaio. 8 defenders post 3.
Yeah, they're immediately gonna get their act together here. 2v3, they know they can win this.
This has been Mezii's best map of this grand finals, and he is locked into this angle, finds Mobs, turns back, Matys responds, and Matys Glare needs to find a clutch. He gets a reposition off as the CTs just sulk into their corners, giving away the position with that nade. He's ready for Matys. They think it's Pit. Oh God, they think it's Pit. A back turn for Apex. Leads the charge. Timeout needed. Answer found. 11 rounds all.
He was right. They were right. He was in the pit. He made the move when Mezii died off the bicycle to get back on site. Then he just reduced his presence, let the CTs come in close, didn't worry about taking an early duel. The captain of Vitality takes this one back.
As Vitality stamped their name across 2025, we watched Apex step it up on an individual level. As they've struggled in recent times since the start of the second season, we've seen him make acts of desperation, struggles, frustration, bad plays, but this is slick.
And we have
slides in, totally catching them off guard, and doesn't waste a moment in popping Hunter's head off.
And we have
down.
Yeah, that's just nasty. They haven't wasted rounds like this. G2 have not struggled to survive these situations. That took everything. Yeah, that's right.
Jubilation on Vitality's side.
11-11.
And aggression again. Oh, the nades in the back. They just unravel it all. ZywOo and Flamesy burn Matys to a crisp, but they have taken a ton of damage back. Hunter sitting on half, just like the majority of Vitality, and they let their guard down too. He's only able to get his one.
No
so
second
4
kill.
versus 2 looking good.
HP bar's low. Will it matter? HeavyGod already taking a step back.
Flamesy plants, Sampaio tucks tail, and Vitality will seize this moment.
And they're going to die trying to save.
Saves not allowed. Rops on the prowl. Vitality on match point.
The chills that Sampaio is experiencing right now, hoping for a miracle to save this gun, but it will not happen. How, after all of that, the 1v2 from Apex, and they tear through Banana on the following round. Vitality have just changed fate.
As they always seem to do in these best of fives. Maus push them the distance. Falcons push them the distance. But the beauty of Vitality's year is that they always end up with the win. The first season belonged to them. And they embrace the nature of G2 in that last round by fighting fire with fire, quite literally, on that B approach.
G2 have so much to be proud of, but they will be incredibly bitter if they aren't able to win here. They almost proved so much. Grand finals are not handed out. The road here was long and arduous and took many difficult victories. It's a privilege to be able to play Vitality in a best-of-5 grand final and get this far, but the fact that they were so close, they'll have to let that go. They can't pull it out with this FAMAS and a series of pistols.
None of which are here. Just this one Deeg on Mobs for now. And G2 look confident that something is going to come back their way, even in the face of the presence, the utility, and the damage that Mobs has had to stomach. Only now are we starting to get G2 on the move.
Hunter's always eliciting all the info plays. It's a chance where now the CTs are getting into position. Fresh smoke here as the full exec comes through.
Every single nade you could ask for. We do get G2 close. We will find them with a back turn. Here comes Matys. They lose track of him, and there's still a player in the back of the site in Mobs. He has so little health. They're gonna try to run him down. They'll clear this site. ZywOo with 3 kills to his name. Hunter on the attack. 12 down for ZywOo. They will fight tooth and nail. Soak up this moment. ZywOo wants world's #1 with a 3K to his name. It is still not enough.
It's the pressure that they keep applying that got them here, and it's that same pressure that got them into overtime. Not respecting the smokes, trying to break the timings, fighting till the end. And it's Hunter again, a player's player, starting off that search over on the A side. Only chance they had.
But ZywOo just proved to you in the last round that his impact will be felt.
No time to think, says ZywOo.
I thought that G2 left that transition way too late last round.
They waited, but when Hunter turned that corner into Halls and Vitality still had an exec, and there was still the smoke at the top of Banana, he was still playing to win.
Oh my God, we're watching Mobs op. This is when you know things get wild. Yet again, it's a lot of positioning for Vitality. They could simply rinse and repeat, and you have to ask yourself, will G2 really get away with a robbery on the perimeter of B again?
Ooh, this is a huge responsibility for a part-time opper. I mean, this guy's a contractor. You're never gonna see him use this gun. If he gets smoked out and playing a retake spot, he's going to be in con. Maybe he'll duck in, but this is high-level play to demand off someone who rarely uses this weapon. They're not going to respect the smoke. Mobs, can you hit it?
Oh, the first one, yes. Mezii dead. It's his. Mobs from the back of the side, coupled off the puncher. They don't need anything more.
Is this Mobs 2K? What's going on?
Destruction on the front of this B site. It is back-to-back, full-blown execute. From Mobs and Hunter, the Guatemalan mauls them all.
You have got to respect it. That was a massive job. Only handed 1 smoke to Hunter, who was on his way back to the A site. Their molly does nothing. Mobs open lines. G2, 2 straight.
Now they're going to try to bust through the brackets. Player up in the corner as the nade finds its home.
They're going to forget about him.
Easy match. Putting the Vac in Slovakian.
to even be believable. It feels like everyone's mobs on this team. 3 instant headshots.
Whoa. You can't believe your eyes. In the milliseconds as he dies, he takes down that third one.
And just like that, 2 quick rounds in overtime. Only timeout used.
Whoa.
For Vitality, a smile on Saw's face.
Now that's a rare treat. And it's gone as quickly as it appears because he knows then he can't get ahead of himself. Saw has to tap back into what it means to be in a grand finals as he was with Ents back in Dallas.
All you have to do is look at the kill feed. You really didn't have to be there. He made that look like an eco.
Mobs loves this spot. Chance for him to thrive. Insta headshot on ZywOo. Show me where the talent stops. G2's explosive rifling. We thought it would all come to an end when Mezii and Nico depart this organization. Hunter in an interview days ago says the firepower on G2 today is the same as old, and I didn't believe him. I thought, of course you have to say that, you're their leader, bro. But tonight on full display, when the pressure's at its highest point, each individual for this G2 camp is coming together to clean sweep Vitality in overtime.
Mobs aging like wine in this game. Matys having so many great moments.
Unreal.
And a clean sweep of OT with this 1 kill before the switch over. G2.
Wait a second. HeavyGod
baited.
You've got Robs halfway through this clutch without taking a point of damage.
Matys is walking away.
He's got to come back.
There's got to be utility. There's a molly to delay for time. The smoke lands plump on top of that.
Good nade, though. That's going to keep Robs a little further back.
He's running out of the option to run back to A, which is what he's looking for.
Yeah. Wait for it. The audible. Clean sweep of G2 in overtime. Who had that on their cards?
Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
London, take a second. Look around you. This place is on its feet. This is Counter-Strike. But this is also the best team of 2025. And
yeah,
the CT side they can lean back on. Time to turn it around.
I mean, that 1/2 ended in about 3 minutes. It felt like Vitality, they know they can do the same thing. Will it happen? I don't know. That's 5 straight now. Getting into overtime. Mobs, tip of the spear, 2020.
Yes, sir.
2020 vision.
Ooh, good thing that smoke's up, because if not, the CT behind it was blind as a bat, desperately jumping while Mobs is on the prowl. This is that duo that is supposed to be a world beater. ZywOo, Rops. Joined at the hip here inside A, but Rops loses his head to HeavyGod, who's been fighting back from a slow start. It is all on ZywOo. There is no help to be found. And they are desperate to rotate around through spawn.
That Flamesy, he's got his guard down a bit about logs.
No way Hunter calls this fall back.
I don't know. This could come down to Mobs. His adjustments in these spots, the flash is beautiful.
Oh,
he got it.
Not able to get that gun out, not able to swing. Mezii on the scene next. And Hunter's caught out in the open, but they know that Mobs would have gotten the frag. And ZywOo's starting to depart that A site while the bomb and the others sit there. It is just Mobs running around on B, but it is just ZywOo sitting inside A. This is meant to be the best, which means you have to do something fantastic, and he will do nothing instead. G2 down 6-1 at the start of this deciding map. They would have had heads in their hands. A taste of grand finals, a rare treat. Not for Vitality. They know what these acts of desperation need to look like. This retake here versus 2.
Yeah, they smoked the flank. They know Mobs is coming in.
Apex trying to go unnoticed. He's the last one to fall. We've got ourselves the grand finals. And there remains questions on G2 because map pool is what separates the very best. And we saw with Overpass, their map pool bottom out beneath them. Train up next. But what they've proved is they will sit here and they will fight with the few chances you ever have. Not everybody gets a chance in grand finals. And lucky for everyone in London, G2 does.
Yeah, that was just an unbelievable thing to watch. Inferno, brilliant. Now the job needs to finish on Train. But before then, a few words with James.
I got Malbs with me after G2 come back in style. Malbs, just talk me through it. You're 6-1 down. Also, you don't get the match point first. Vitality looked to have it, and somehow you guys persevere. Talk me through it.
It was crazy. I also discovered I'm an upper, I guess. Like Stewie 2K, you know? But I don't know, it was really good. I think I had really good reading on Banana. I think we had really good combinations with Matys. And it was really good. It felt really good.
It felt really good, it looked really good, and your confidence must be sky high going into Train. Is this where you seal the deal?
I hope so. It was our perma one before. Maybe we win it on Train.
Maybe you win it on Train. I'll let you get on, man. Thank you very much. Good luck.
They say hope dies last, and G2, they are not dead just yet. Incredible resilience to pull back so many rounds, somehow, some way push it to OT, and also somehow discover Malbs and Orper, I guess.
This was crazy. But for G2, I mean, this wasn't just a win. This was a statement. This is not them just fluking the first map because they're more warmed up. They're coming in hotter. This is in the middle of a best of 5 on a map that in Inferno, where Vitality had a massive win streak earlier in the year, and G2 stuck the fight to them. They made a huge comeback, and players like Mobs, players like Matys, they really made a name for themselves.
There was 2 teams who played good Counter-Strike going toe-to-toe, and one of them obviously had to win, and I think the better team ended up winning in that one. G2 to be able to fight back from facing elimination, you know, facing another second place, facing what we all were expecting to happen, and then Malbs came alive, Hunter came alive, HeavyGod had a couple of moments. That's resilience. That's the kind of statement we were speaking about, Wu, heading into Inferno. Is G2 already by now legit enough to be able to beat Vitality on a map where both teams feel comfortable? The answer is yes.
G2 facing elimination, facing a team on one of their best maps. They had the 13-win streak, and they lose both pistols and all conversions. 6 rounds off the bat, gone for them. They still managed to pick up 6 on T side. They still managed to bring it to OT, and then in OT, when guns are all you have, absolute dominance.
Super impressive, as James stated there on stage. You know, 6-1 down for the side of G2 to be kicking off this map. Were there any particular moments from that T side, Maui, that really impressed you for G2 to be pulling this one back?
Oh, we had one for Matys. I think it was round 11 where he was able to just pop off, find a gap in the defense. The way that he was able to just slink up the short side and peel off Apex, who was just fuming after this one, just raging. And what I'm surprised about in this one is how Vitality do practically nothing. They're on their heels the entire time. ZywOo, yes, they push up, they get a little bit of information, but they just stay in this 2-2 setup where it's just 2 guys on A, 2 guys on B, and you're never really going to hold this bomb site when it's just the 2 of them. Robs, Mezii, doesn't even matter who's in there. Could have been 2 ZywOos. They weren't going to be able to hold that, and so I'm honestly shocked that Matys took it upon himself to get those kills, but I'm even more shocked that Vitality didn't even budge.
And I think that's where we got to give some credit to Hunter as well. A very tough start to this T side on Inferno. You're facing, I guess not elimination, you're facing losing the grand final, and then Hunter came alive with some great calling, great individual displays, set up Matys, set up his team in order to make this comeback. I think he won the in-game leading duel in this map particular versus Apex, and I think that's, I guess, the biggest credit you can give an in-game leader who 2 months ago weren't an in-game leader.
We got to give credit to Hunter for the last round of the game. He had an incredible call. The entire T side, he had incredible call after incredible call. I think this one may lay more on Matys than Hunter, though, as Matys has the confidence to go for that play up lane. 6-4 down. That looked like they were staring down an 8-4 half, and he goes for that play, finds the opening, and then they convert that round. That's this is an entire team effort, but man, Matys, we cannot say enough nice things about this guy. Unbelievable
If you don't know him by now, you're not paying attention. Throughout this entire playoff, he's been performing at an incredible high level. And yes, stats is one thing, but the eye test, Maui, how aggressive he is on the server, how much impact he's finding, how much space he's creating for the teammates around him. He's supposed to be this 1-2 punch with Melton. Right now, he is the punch. He's the big guy. He's the big glove right now that Hunter can send in and actually get it to utilize to his fullest potential already by now on the big stage.
I feel like so many times Matys is saying to Hunter that he's got a timing, that he's found some gap in the defense. And the thing is with rookie players, when they go for those kinds of moves, usually they just feed their lives away.
Yeah.
But Matys, even if they know that he's there, he's just hitting the shots so blisteringly fast that it doesn't even matter if they know that he's going to be coming up next.
And looking at that second half for the side of G2, round 19, what stands out about this one?
Felt like that's when the game was starting to get close again. That's when we started to believe that G2 could potentially make this comeback happen. I don't think anyone saw it coming, but you see the money on the side of Vitality is no bueno. Malps aggressive on towards Banana. I love the re-aggression coming out here as well. Maybe not, you know, getting as much out of this as they would like to, but once again, the 1-2 punch from Malps and Matys, it works wonders. Now, you do a decent call here. If you're Apex, you actually get into the bomb side. You have HeavyGod in pit, thinking to herself, he's not getting anything out of it. Hunter now coming in, unaccounted for, gets a kill, applies the pressure, and it becomes this very, very tense scenario. Robs, unfortunately, in a 1v2, can't get it done, and it was at this moment I felt, okay, G2 converting this round, making it 10-9, applying so much pressure to the economy of Vitality. I was starting to believe that it was actually possible to see a map 5.
That's one of those rounds where some teams that get in this situation, you're in that spot late in the game, Rops just has to hit standard shots. They give him an extra angle, they give him an extra peek, and he hits an easy shot. They just toyed with him there to the point where even before that was over, you knew Rops was not winning that clutch. They didn't give him an inch.
That's the crazy thing when we get to the tail end of regulation on this map. You know, Apex rather than answers back with a heroic play of his own. And then we get into round 24, where somehow, some way, Maui, G2 pull this one over the line, push it to OT.
I couldn't believe it. They just invited chaos. That's what G2 also have been so good at doing. When the going gets tough, they just create their own win conditions. They're constantly flooding bomb sites. Mobs, he's cycling through his utility to try to slow down these oncoming Vitality players. But look at how fast the rotation is. Because G2 had pushed through bracket, pushed down mid, they're already flanking, they're already there dive bombing through the smoke. And Vitality, despite the fact they had a great exec, they weren't ready for it to come up this fast behind them.
Vitality hesitated. In this moment, they decided to go through the smoke, so instead of going through it straight away when there was no players to defend the bomb site outside of Melt, I don't know why they waited 10-15 seconds before they executed, because they ended up going through the smoke anyway, so waiting another 10 seconds for no reason, they kind of hesitated there.
They gave that extra couple of seconds for Hunter to say, hey, something's up here. He goes for the push into Boiler, has the confidence to do that, knowing if Rops is on the other side, you're just dead. He gets that information, buys just that extra couple of seconds to get that rotate in that saves the entire game for them, saves the tournament for them.
Well, let's check in with what on earth was going on during the comms in this mic'd up moment.
Banana, two guys. Banana there. Nema is behind. Shoot the kid. Joker. People. Side. Play side. Both shooting. He's planting back.
Puta madre. Puta madre, at 45 years old already.
I love that from G2. Hunter simply breathing a sigh of relief, and yeah, so much hype coming out of G2 in that moment.
Why are they swearing in Spanish, though? I love the international level of communication there. They're speaking multiple languages. Everybody's swearing. And I'm glad they took that phrase, puta madre, from Mobs, okay? And I'm glad that he's the one that popped off for them, blocked with such great utility, and into overtime. My God, it was crazy.
And that put the pressure on Vitality, and we saw that immediately in round 25.
Yeah, that was a round that was supposed to go the way of Vitality. Could have potentially reset the game a little bit, built a bit of confidence for them as well. They get the opening kill. They execute it towards the B bomb site, but the Molotov missed towards Melts. Yes, he may not be an upper, but he's hitting some nice shots right here. But I bet you he would not be able to hit those had the Molotov actually hit. It's such an atypical mistake coming in for Vitality. You see it right here from Saivu. Apparently he's the one missing it. I don't like that. I don't like to see that. You're also missing the grenade afterwards as well. And let's be honest, it can happen to any player out there, but I just love the fact that Melts punish it.
If you're expecting that to happen to any player, you're listing all 5 players on G2 before you list a single player on Vitality, or get even close to Zaiwu that you're expecting to be the one missing the molly, missing the nade, just panicking in that moment. He was nervous.
I mean, it showed, and I don't blame him, because then things just absolutely spiraled out of control for Vitality. Nothing that they seemed to be doing could quell anything that G2 were throwing at them.
At that point, G2, they had a full head of steam right there. Malbs, Matys, doesn't matter who you call upon. Eminem is in the building, and the real Slim Shady just stood up there.
Yeah, this is one where we looked at the scoreboard for Matys. He ends 25 and 16, 86 ADR. Wow. You would never have guessed that based on his impact in this series. I would have guessed he was over 100 ADR. He's unbelievable in these late round games. And Malbs, we can't give credit, we haven't given enough credit to him as well, because although he didn't have a top fragging performance, he went 7 or 8 in 3 in opening duels. He was giving them those 5v4s with which Matys could convert.
He was so impactful, Malbs. He's had a struggles in playoffs so far. He's been the one player within the G2 camp where you could point towards him and be like, we can expect a little bit more. The way he played in overtime right here, the way he played on Inferno in the second half, that was Malbs at his best. If that's the Malbs that's coming into map 5 as well, then Vitality, they got a lot of different players they need to control.
That is going to be the ultimate question as we do move on towards that 5th and final deciding map. Gentlemen, one final question for you guys over on novashots.io. This is the final time we'll be able to play with all the stocks that we've accrued throughout this tournament. You guys can also get involved in the action at home with, if you sign up now, it's totally free, 1,000 credits to be playing with. Where are we putting them, though, Mal?
Listen, me and Vu, we wanted to go for G2 yesterday.
All right.
You said no,
okay,
so take responsibility.
I said no when it was 10-1 odds. Guys, I saved us. It's now 78-3 odds. I just waited. I bided our time, okay? We made a profit based off of what we invested in Vitality. The stock shot up. There's no better time to get into G2, guys.
I think G2 could win.
I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now.
We're
all in G2 right now.
We're really going all in.
To the moon. To the moon.
Well, we're going to have to find out exactly how it is about to go down. I can't quite believe we have made it to this very moment. 5 maps to decide the winner between G2 and Vitality. It's going down on Train after this.
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots.
Potatoes. Parsley.
Damn it. I was going to say celery. I was going to say celery.
Set one high and right. Yeah. That was pretty nice, though. Right on. Tally-ho.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go. Nice.
Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh.
Oh!
Damn, that was good.
What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
I think you'll be grabbing one now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep. Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for 2.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, Simple.
Archers ready.
Oh! Oh, you're shooting lasers.
Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Damn. Whoa, headshot.
Bullseye.
On the goat.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
Okay, I will talk because I'm really not happy. Like, what the fuck, the way we're playing right now. We're just not listening to each other, and we leave them all the space. Let's play with balls and connected. We're not connected there. Not at all. Like, that was really tough to play right now. The beginning was so fucking good, and then we played too easy and too pussy for few rounds. Let's just step up now, guys. Let's just step up. Let's go, boys. I expect more from you guys. That's quite not enough.
It all comes down to this. One final map to decide who will be hoisting the trophy here in London, and those frustrations, super understandable from the side of Vitality and Apex for that matter, because arguably they had Inferno in the palm of their hands and it totally slipped through their fingers.
A lack of confidence in their play style, playing on their heels, missing grenades. Apex had a dozen reasons to be frustrated. In the pep talk before this map, though, I want to see him bring some tactics to the table that are going to embolden his soldiers, because they'll follow him to a T, but he needs to make sure that he's revamping that style, not just giving out a rehash, rerun of strategies here on Train.
Apex getting impassioned in that one. The problem is you can't say he was wrong. That's not Vitality in a lot of this series looking the way they often do. They look as a team, as a unit. They've looked down this season. They've looked down at times in this series. And you're right. I think he needs to bring something for them to get aggressive with, get behind, and follow the leader into battle. That's where Apex really does shine.
Knife has happened to be determining the starting sides. G2 choosing to start on the CT side of Train. So how does that set things up?
All right, so now we're gonna see, has Vitality gone back to the drawing board, because they wrote the book at the beginning of CS2 Train on how to play, how to run that main and pop play pinch, and I want to see, do they have a little bit more? Teams are using Ivy, teams are using B. I want to see more strategies.
One final map to determine who will be glorious here in London. It all comes down to Train.
Yes, it does. I'm sorry to tell you guys this, but I think you already seen the best map. Now we just got to find a winner here on Train.
It's feeling like a bit of a technicality, but a CT side for them to begin with, G2 that is, could keep Vitality pinned down in what is this awkward moment where they let a lead go. Versus Mouse, 5 maps back in Lisbon. Versus Falcons, 5 maps in Australia. And unbelievably here versus G2, 5 maps again. London, you got lucky. This grand finals has had everything you could ever ask for, so why don't we end this one on a bang? Train to finalize the day.
I love it. I love it. There was this outside chance that G2 have of somehow,
some way,
casting a miracle, the one they couldn't find on Overpass. The one out for them is like, this is a part of the map pool, you know, you're not always getting into if you're Vitality, and they have been beaten recently twice on it. It cost them at EWC.
HeavyGod lets it rip. Beretta's into the pack.
Oh, that's heavy impact.
Unbelievable. 4 kills up close, point blank. Beretta's rip.
Send him out for the kill, man.
Let him off the leash.
Let's go.
Yes! Exactly what G2 are looking for. A chance for HeavyGod to step it up early. Vitality meet their maker. HeavyGod.
There is a new sheriff in town, baby. Whoa, what a play to kick it off. Grand Finals. That's now had 3 aces. Did I miss any?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it would be us.
2 from ZywOo, 1 here from HeavyGod.
Ooh, flash in front of T-Con.
looked awkward for a second, but the time to kill just really isn't there for Vitality. Apex gets melted out through that smoke. We're not wasting a moment. From the success back on Inferno to a pistol and conversion.
You know what
Yes, go on.
I was going to say, the thing I'm already love seeing is the flashes. Like, the flashes has been a consistently impressive part about G2, where it's like their site exec is not ending on a flash, where the efficacy of that flash is gone because it's a sky flash to get someone out of a... There's always a trailing one that lands that has, you know, that 4-second blindness that gets you that extra kill. They're catching every team off guard with them, and we're still seeing that here on the CT Tactics. A series that's had everything. And the only way that this gets exciting is if G2 find a lead here on CT side.
Which they could just by nature of the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, they've already got a start. That's leverage.
HeavyGod ace in the first round. Crazy. Now guns in hand for Vitality. They're going to get on close proximity of this B site. 2 players to the ramp. Apex chucking the nades over top. Mezii making sure the flank is good. Very well-timed nade from Hunter just as the smoke fades. Him and HeavyGod pick up a kill apiece. We get the answer out of Rock, but look at the activity. Hunter just taking that fight right to the exit of Vitality. Sunpius clipping wings. Apex into an unlikely 1v4, but with bodies lining up, it could have been there. It is Hunter in a big game yet again.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Yeah, in some ways, Hunter is the MVP of this whole team, straight up. Like, the way that he's been calling, all the info plays that he ended up starting off, the way they got into overtime back on Inferno, it's all Hunter. Like, his composure to hold that incendiary, to juice it for the last extra second, to make sure it's perfect, and make sure that it's on the stairs. That's the difference between them running out and then a tragedy of that molly coming up too soon. He's been playing perfect when it comes to supporting both sides of the map. When he played small pit on A, when he's been supporting B on Inferno, like, there's so many moments where he's been a hero that doesn't wear a cape for this team. Calling, fragging, and everything else.
Eagles and pistols. Vitality try to get out through T-Con. This time they do without getting blinded instantly. You wanted to sing the praise of the flashes. Oh, they're nice and all mobs. Even nicer. Just taps through, destroys them outside of T-Con, as you would expect versus upgraded guns. You know, let the G2 fans have their moments because this is CT side of Train. But what's scary for Vitality, no bomb plans, getting stunned on the moment they try to exit. Whether that's getting any kind of footing over towards B or anything going on yard, nothing is coming for free at the moment, and nobody is looking like they're off their game for G2.
What's also scary is Vitality, they rely on pistols, on CT pistols on this map. This is a series where they won 6 pistols in a row versus G2, and now we're here. These are the only ones that matter at this point. The fact is, they are playing fast, searching, still being aggressive. I can't believe how much they are sticking to the game plan, sticking to the identity that they've created so quickly. Without the reps, it feels hard to believe that they could have solidified anything. You know, especially a playstyle that's aggressive, right? A passive playstyle is just one where you don't do anything. That feels more believable. Like, you can consistently do that, right?
Yeah, but
what we've
can.
seen, yeah, but what we've seen is G2 is like proactive. It's floating. It's not something where they're sitting around and waiting for rounds to come to them. And there's nothing worse than on T side and having to rotate back and forth from Ivy to Brown Halls all the way around without even T-Con control, not making any connections, watching the clock run down.
Sure. This is one of those rounds where G2 do look a little more passive, but perfectly timed is that frag. It goes a little too far, in fact. Ooh, but that's announced. Apex gives the shot to the corner of the wall. Matys on the retreat. Smoke in front of him. Matys will be happy to swing on you. You have to stay ready, and Mezii will. But over on the other side is Mobs going into the smoke, which opens the door for the T-Con push to catch Hunter off guard. Disjointedness between Mobs and Hunter just cost G2 their in-game leader.
They're still ready outside. HeavyGod's gonna flank Mezii. Is he watching this? He got it.
Mobs is looking at bodies, try to encroach. That's the bomb. He stops the bomb, and then they get that rebuttal back, but nobody's picked up the bomb.
It's time to plant, but HeavyGod.
Oh, it's right there in safety. HeavyGod still has a chance at this clutch.
It's the long con.
Rob's tagged down to 72. That's both bodies spotted, and HeavyGod trying to find his way into this. Either way, left and right. And as he crawls in, HeavyGod, a god amongst men. Vitality, no match.
What a clutch. At a moment like this.
10-1 his start.
They had carte blanche on the way they wanted to approach this 2-on-1. He read it to perfection. They tried to keep it simple, and it's Rops. That's his nemesis on the other team. And the guy, when the pressure mounts this high, the guy that should be able to beat him. And now we have the 13-0 signs up for G2.
His nemesis.
Is this exactly what they did to Spirit? But now in a grand finals in front of a full crowd?
Seems unbelievable. We chalk it up to a super late night online game where Spirit lose their cool. G2 get a chance to laugh their way into London. Oh, great. They'll come and collect some sort of experience. Experience is what they look for.
Nice, you're so good there.
And a trophy is what they could walk away with.
Feels like they turned the entire crowd now. This could be an unthinkable moment for G2. They know the consistent rhetoric, though. This job's not finished. This is the 4th time Vitality have been in this position, map 5 of a grand finals, and they won every single one. What's a little lead?
You called Rops HeavyGod's nemesis. He's also his inspiration.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to put him down with no mercy if you want to hang on to what is huge momentum so far for the CT side. And we've had some big individual moments, but it also looks like setups and decisions and aggression that they can replicate. You know, it's not those one-off Hail Mary, oh, you won't capture lightning in a bottle twice type situations. Sunpai is currently operating on his own. Flamesy about to round this corner. Could be his victim, but timing doesn't look good. Sunpai is dropping util on the fallback.
You know what? They're falling back.
30 seconds.
Vitality who are pressed, who have to move.
Yep, again, Vitality trying to find something to pull on.
Matys can hear all this. How does he deal with it, though?
He just kind of lets them take over those backhauls. Apex winds up being the first casualty of round 6.
This is crazy.
Mark gets his inside of Pop Dog. Mezii's got the answer. Cracks open the back of A. Zywoo's gonna have to move that bomb over. 10 seconds. The clock is melting.
Keep putting pressure.
Sunpius has the angle. Kills Mezii in the foreground. Here comes Flamesy. Always not enough time. No, and he knows it. And HeavyGod knows better than the peak. 6-0.
No clutch, and Flamesy's trying to... He has to just stay alive. There's nothing else that matters. There's a big issue right now with the way Ivy is being taken. All it's doing is drawing time off the clock. They can keep wrapping around as many times as they want to, but if these players can't connect to the ones outside and Icon is smoked, Matys doesn't have to participate in any duels. He can let them suffer in silence, and the team and his teammates who are coming from T-Con, who are coming from Ladder, they have the full brunt of the responsibility. Zywoo 0-6 again.
Twice in one best of 5 is just unseen. Oh, nice shot.
Okay.
Rob's gonna remind us of what is possible.
Rob's up
with
to 2.
Anything in the hands of Vitality. Now you've got Zywoo in with his Desert Eagle. We haven't seen rounds like these. In fact, we've been singing the praise of G2 for their ability to always close them. Well, a grand finals down 6-0 is the perfect moment for Vitality to finally piece this together.
Oh, man, but they're actually running back.
You're right.
They're allowing for pickoffs to take place. We do have this push. There is a chance to make something happen.
Bombs open to plant. You've already got Rob so deep.
They can't figure. Wait.
But you've also got Rob so low.
What if HeavyGod just keeps walking?
He made a step. Robs hears that. He's going to raise the alarm bell. Now he's going to double back. And so even with 10 points of health, Rob should have this. But he's actually letting HeavyGod.
Wait, surely that doesn't matter, right?
He's letting HeavyGod make a play.
Yeah.
He starts to shoot off. Robs has got it. Full control. Vitality find a first round, 7 rounds into play. It's because of that 13-0 sign.
Yeah.
Somebody find that guy.
I mean, you could sprinkle in the Rops 2K with the Deagle. That probably helped a little bit as well. And that moment, yeah, it has been a rare thing. Again, like, G2 have been awesome when they have a money advantage. When they have a gun advantage, they aren't really losing to anybody. So, excellent shots here from Rops. I mean, it probably felt a little sour when he was the one to go down versus HeavyGod, especially in a moment like that. 1v1. And here he kind of pays it back big time.
G2 finally have to face a bit of reality. Rounds can be lost. But one round's not momentum. Ooh, awkward. Sunpayas is one with the Spanish sun.
The smoke didn't do much.
Apex sees it as an invitation.
You know when he has a clue, he'll keep going for it. Oh, spray's not good. Matys takes him down.
Ready in the back of that bomb site. A one-off round for Vitality's T-side could be a death sentence in this grand finals. So good on Flamesy. Cracks the whip, Mulb's dead. And very swiftly, we get G2 starting to take up positions.
Is this the right play? Actually, he's gonna be ahead of
it.
it.
It is. He moves forward, he drops the bomb. Matys comes in with another, him and Hunter, both with multi-frag.
Oh, that's brutal. Could be a full house between them.
He only has 2 kills on this map. ZywOo is struggling. He's surrounded, and they are trying to force the issue, but in doing so, you could give him a chance. They will finish off the little that was left, and G2 will tap right back into winning ways.
No, it's awesome. Again, watching Hunter, proactive, another proactive CT move. He knows when to do it. He knows when to do it. He's extremely tactful about it. He's never overextending. He's never going for full crazy plays. But right here, just getting into this outpost right at the top of the ladder with that fresh smoke from Sunpayas. He knows he has that, not sorry, fresh, but he knows he has a few seconds on it, taking advantage of that space as they're trying to exec. From a 4v5 position, that's nearly brought back for Vitality, denied by Hunter.
Still money in the coffers. T-side scrambling for any kind of a half that they can grab now. And a deep angle from Sunpayas. Missed shot. That could have been Rops dead. And instead, it will be Vitality to take a real look over towards this B site. But who stands in front of them? HeavyGod. 11 kills to his name, an ace in his back pocket.
Yeah, as close to a star anchor as you could ask for. And we're looking at the best of the best on the other side, and Rops, he'll have a chance to respond on his CT side, but for now, HeavyGod is doing his job.
Fortunately for HeavyGod, he's down to an AK and a flashbang. There's no util to stop anybody. Now coming down that ramp, he will get his one duel and doesn't take damage. Then tries to turn it back up to the top shelf. Rops finds that opening. ZywOo takes the space.
Mezii lurks a little bit late, but that smoke down in Z is gonna stop him.
Yeah, they'll turn back, take a look, see if they can find it.
Nice job here for Vitality.
Oh, they might have to write this one off. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, well, yeah, now you're forced to.
All right. Okay.
Very solid here for Vitality.
How many rounds is enough?
I'm thinking, 4 and we can talk about it.
Okay.
It's just, getting to train, it just feels like it's crazy for a lot. We've been the ones to sort of be watching each of these G2 games, and it seemed like as insane as it was, it feels like one of those miracle tournament runs, right? It really did feel like that. You still don't get the map 5 without a little luck and a little X factor, but they showed it. They showed it back on Inferno. They created this chance out of thin air just like they did the chance to even qualify to LAN versus Spirit.
I mean, if anybody knows a miracle tournament run, it would be the same organization that's recently lifted a trophy with Stewie 2K. G2 knows something that we don't. And it's a chance for Saw to come through now. Xtaz takes his pause. Whew.
No, it's G2. That's the weird part. Some of these pauses, it's like you expect it to be Vitality.
Oh, that was, no?
No. That looked like G2's pause. Unless the graphic was wrong there, but obviously everyone gets to talk. But it's been throughout the series. We haven't really, like, it feels like it's the eco or, you know, around their opponents.
Sure.
Are trying to build momentum. Double nade here to push, to punish the ladder push up. It's not happening. Hunter M4 in this spot.
Solo Hunter M4 off a saw pause.
So Operation Do Not Fumble. Ooh.
Matys almost the first to drop.
Yeah, he's kind of got that job this game that's like king crab fishing. And it pays a lot, but it's extremely dangerous. He's got to play Ivy. He knows that they'll push up almost every round so far. He isn't really asking for a lot of help either.
True.
Matys hasn't come to pick this. They've not pushed. Sometimes you will push down with your op or play 2 rifles or something. He hasn't asked his teammates to do that because he's been actually handling it pretty well by himself. And we'll see how long that lasts. And of course, on this round, what are you going to really do? But they're coming Ivy a lot, and that's a sign of a good team on T-side train. This is the hardest choke point to use on the map. Oh.
Awkward.
Almost not ready for that.
But all good. Still though, you know, in a round where there's so little to work with, we boil this down to 30 seconds. I think a sign that Vitality know they need to make
every CT's outside
of everything, and not just every CT, but remember that M4, it's still sitting in the back of the site. He would have loved for the pistols to have done anything, but if he gets these 2, that bomb dropped. Big if, huge ask, and only HeavyGod of all to get anything going. Ooh, Apex feels like someone's watching him, and his intuition doesn't fail him. He turns over to get that 3rd round for Vitality.
They can look at this and go, okay, now we're in business a little bit. It's not a great start. We're almost in the territory of getting humiliated, but we have avoided that 9th round so far. That 10-2 half that felt like it was looming. It's possible they don't close out on a good note, but for now, it's just another comeback.
Guns back for G2. They took their beating and looked to bounce back. 3 rounds would be a tough place to play from without pistol. Again, it is a challenge into the brown halls. This time, not a Sunpius miss, but HeavyGod with the opening pick.
The extra smoke, they want it to go off this.
Is Flamesy ahead of it, though?
It's too dangerous, even if it's so plump still.
Yeah. No, can't make a move just yet. And you have no idea, if you are Vitality, just how much map control G2 could have taken off of that HeavyGod kill.
I feel like they get telegraphed a little bit. They're always coming back to these late A plays. I feel like the changeup is necessary. They didn't really come back to throw utility after HeavyGod pushed inner.
Okay.
Now he has called a rotation.
Mezii's gonna, nope, not get clipped just yet, but needs to be careful because he's the bomb. If Matys forces this fight, and if Mezii can't handle it...
He's periodically watching it. Will he turn around?
Oh, that's bomb at 50 seconds!
That's all the utility on Mezii. The bomb with it. The intention of going A, or at least selling that fake, but without Ivy control. It's all been called out in 1 kill.
It is yet another moment where G2 take control of the situation.
Now they're kind of pushed inner as well. Will this end up outside?
Sunpius slides up close and personal. More utility in a desperate act to try to break out. A 3v5 answer coming forward from Vitality.
Hunter's flanking.
Clock is on the side of G2, and so is that flank. Hunter's gonna get found. Vitality, they've got time. They're gonna make a sprint over towards this B site, but you need to run.
There's a gap. Matys is gonna beat them to the ramp. There's gonna be a second where he can take the fight.
And he takes down 1. ZywOo with a chance to clutch. HeavyGod on the other side. 14 kills to his name.
He walked it.
He has already gotten past. It's not every day.
I have to respect that so much. Walking that flank.
This man is not just a god, he's a Goliath. Huge impact, time and time again throughout this final map.
The temptation to run after your teammate makes a move like this would be immense. He showed restraint, discipline.
Slides out.
Just want to set up a small opportunity to get that first bullet on a kill. And it's the perfect one. He knows how he's going to win the round. The walk-up is just a formality to HeavyGod. He's showing veteran plays somehow here in this grand finals. Well, I mean, he could walk, so.
Birmingham. Xtaz takes that pause to try to milk this half for one more round.
How is Train even a possibility right now for G2? How is this a real map for them? How is this lead 8-3 after that match of Inferno?
It's a HeavyGod ace in the pistol. It's an inspirational bit of momentum that comes with it. It's all 5 players of G2 on the same page. It's Saw's system. Buy in or get out. But it's a bit more of an active timing here for Vitality.
The immense pressure again on Matys.
That smoke's gonna pop out, and Matys hasn't had to deal with players arriving this early, but now that Apex is locked into the corner, it looks like everybody else is gonna leave him here.
He's got a good sense for it, right? He has no vision right there. But every single time they've gotten to the mouth of Ivy, he's got that smoke down, got out of there, delayed for time. The last 2 times this happened, it was time trouble for Vitality. It was also the inability for the Ivy guys to actually put pressure outside, right? This isn't the old Ivy. Now if Icon gets smoked, like, you've got a long way to go. If you want to wrap back around, it's not going to be a good play. They've got to think different here. A little pressure on Apex to come up with something.
Finally, Matys has a bit more support.
Oh, pushing into T-Con. Oh, that's a good molly.
Sunpius actually comes to lend a helping hand in Ivy because he's not playing with that off, but ZywOo still is. Only his 7th kill of this T-side. Looking to leave a mark in the dying moments of the attack. Sunpius is locked into this corner, and he's only going to be able to kill the one. We get Hunter keeping his head tucked. Mulbs is going to try to hold the forward side of this outer yard, but he goes down with nothing. 25 on this clock, and Hunter gets out from his corner. Unable to get a multi-kill. HeavyGod's got to do it on his own now. And Mezii is so low with that bomb, and he has to cross. No other choice. And as he does it, he'll take a head off with him. What could be the saving grace for Vitality? A 4th T-round win.
Molodai is definitely one of the best helpers right now.
He is really good, and he has really good teammates around him.
Yeah, I think actually with the year Molodai has had, he probably is a top 5 helper.
If he keep going for what he does with FURIA right now, I think probably he can join. He could be in top 5 helper.
I think it was either FURIA or he was going to go somewhere else. He was not going to stay in tier 2. He was going to go to a tier 1 team for sure.
Bringing Molodai to the team, my first goal was not to intoxicate too much his own play style with my ideas.
He's good individually, better than Fallen was last couple of years, I would say.
The amount of output he can put against the best helpers attests that he is one of the best helpers right now.
He's also like a stylish player, I would say. Like, he's trying to make aggressive moves time to time. His play style is really fits the what people like in terms of open.
But the guy is just that good from the get-go, you know. Like, and I knew that from the moment I practiced against him.
the very best can always bounce back, and Vitality embodied that in this last map of your best of 5. This is where it ends, London. We've got 12 more rounds of regulation, overtime if we need it. No more bailouts for Vitality. They did what they had to in that half. 4 rounds, hard fought, and a chance to take momentum of their own now.
It's been amazing to be back, London. Thank you for having us. Let's enjoy this 5-map final. This pistol's gonna feel like everything.
Whoa, okay, never mind, no chance at catching your breath whatsoever. It is immediately out onto the second yard. Matys continues to tap players out of this round. Oh, kill! Pistols back in action! These had eluded them as this best of 5s went on.
I think Matys is the secret to these pistol rounds. That's
I can't
4.
believe it.
But I think every single pistol, it feels like they've won. He's gotten a multi. It's unreal shooting, man. And the way it's just one bullet for each player.
Executioner on the outer yard. Now that puts the pressure right back onto Vitality, but you all just watched them bail themselves out of what was a flat start on the CT side.
Yeah, this is where the bad habits come in, though. You lose a round like that, you lose the force up, suddenly you're forcing it to the end. That's what Vitality had to fight against. This is just as much a mental battle as it is being able to call back on your great CT sides. It's a game of gas pedal once again for G2, and that's the thing that they've excelled at the most, is never letting up.
Flamesy's perch is gonna find the first blood of round 14. We saw Vitality break through with pistols once in the first half as well. It's what got them going. It's what could get them going yet again. 2 kills and no real damage even as an answer, but there is space to be taken. Bomb in full vision on the CT side. Matys is gonna press this Galil into the E-box. Now they're just chewing through them. Dude, he kills them in an instant yet again.
What a reaction. Who is the star of this team?
What is Matys made of?
It's a constant battle. HeavyGod's incredible first half, and Matys up here. And these two guys play together. We see them on B side of Dust too. It feels like an instant classic of a combo. And the recoveries is just, as a team, man, being able to pause in this spot and not let this go. I don't know how they consistently do it. Great couple of kills from Malps too. 10 rounds for G2.
Composure looking to remain high. Just got away with a kill on this boost, man. Apex taking his time to get ZywOo up there, but they are going to double up on this boost.
The thing is, they've used it, and it's kind of weird because if it gets hard cleared, if they walk up, yeah, they're trying to see in a T-con, but they're making so much noise.
And that gives away the plan, but Apex will try to make up for it. Nice deke shot out of him.
And he wanted to say it was all a bait.
Flash comes over top of the red train. ZywOo leans back. Again, this one M4. And you can see through the T's there that Robs is starting to go and test that back line, frazzling ZywOo's position. Matys just knows no limits as he continues to tear apart this outer yard as if he belongs here, despite having the least experience on these big stages.
Doesn't care.
He is thriving in the spotlight.
Yeah, absolutely. What a moment here. What a day. All the glory at his fingertips. I love the find. But you know, coming from Fnatic, everyone who watched knew he was underrated, right? That's the best you could say. This is actually a cool lineup. Ooh, another Saw masterclass at the composition. But they're building up from square one. A team that was known for getting superstars on superstars. But you couldn't deny it. Something made sense. And then the pressure went to Hunter, and look at the delivery from him. Fragging as an IGL. It felt like it was Fallen's story at this event. Hey, here they are in this grand finals, map 5.
2 rounds away from robbing a trophy from underneath Vitality. In a year where Maus have nightmares every night thinking about the chances that have passed them. Falcons beat over and over, despite their one goal being to destroy Vitality's glamour in 2025. Out of nowhere comes Hunter as a new in-game leader, supported by Saw.
He just left that.
And they will find yet another opening because every move G2 seem to make is rewarded in these moments. They have defeated Spirit, FaZe, FURIA, and on the brink is Vitality here tonight. A godlike run fueled by a HeavyGod. And Matys now on the brink of surpassing him. Show me what Vitality can do. Because G2, yet again, even versus guns, step forward into this B site to no resistance.
This is going to be the first time they lose this year in a best-of-5 grand final. It was Maus who wanted to be the team without superstars to do it. And here comes G2, still a baby, about to crush them on one of many maps where they seem to be unbeaten.
This is a place where HeavyGod and Matys have never been. We thought Sunpius could have been doomed to never return, and yet, even within this playoffs, has found himself more form. Malbs knows what victory tastes like, but with the departure of the superstars from G2, he wouldn't have been the only person to think this organization may have never bounced back, because they didn't go on to sign another rock star. Who could you find to replace the players they lost? Look at the names at the bottom of your screen and tell me how this works.
And get used to them.
This is a matter of evolution.
This is a game of new stories.
Hunter stepping into in-game leadership. Stepping forward from the shadow of his cousin. Everybody knows Nico. But tonight, we shall praise Hunter if in the next 8 rounds of play, G2 pull off the unthinkable here in London. And Vitality, they've got the weapons for the job. They've got every accolade you could think of. And Rops down with 1 kill, tethers off of Apex. A B-site that is trying to hold its nerve, but even in the face of just the Galil, ZywOo can't hang on. There's a flank, though, coming down from this ramp, so you'd think that this D-hit is limited, because it is. Mezii moves forward. This will not be the round that Vitality lose.
Vitality very easily can make this a long game. They put 1 foot in front of the other. One more comeback this year is what they're looking for. They've got nothing else to do tonight. Getting this far on T side is special. It's got to be sweet for G2. OT, at the very minimum, secured. It feels like heresy to even entertain the idea that Vitality could come back into this. But it's Vitality. They have never lost this best-of-5 grand final so far. This is what they do. The only thing left, the final hurdle for G2, is overcoming the thought of actually winning.
And that thought, that ability to close a game versus gods like Vitality, oh, it's breaking. It's broken many. You step forward into that spotlight, you think you can feel it, and very quickly that momentum can escape. But this is a one where Vitality aren't banking on a superstar. ZywOo 9 and 15 has had 2 historically awful starts to maps in this best-of-5. Mezii has tried to crank it up towards the end of this matchup, but it looks like they are going to slam their way into this B site. That's what it looks like. But they don't go down that ramp. They will charge from above instead. Matys, deep angle, denied by Apex, who hits a critical hold. And down beneath G2, from the shadows comes Rops, forming a heartbeat of a defense here for Train. A 3v5 feels like far too much to ask, so you can sit inside your brown halls and you can think about how you'll break through in another round, perhaps.
Hunter knows this idea falls flat. Robs gets the help just in time. He doesn't have a lot of time to respond, but Apex quickly into Z, quick headshot, slows things down for him. Robs doesn't have to get his aim displaced looking up. He can take the fight on his own terms. Looks like a prolonged 6 here from G2 unless they can reassess this situation and find it out. I mean, the obvious thing to do is to go B again. The CTs think that maybe they're going to make a long con play to outside, but
if you're Vitality, you have to stay on your toes.
yeah, I mean, and if you're a Vitality, you just split.
If there's a lesson that Vitality should have learned throughout this matchup, it's that when you cut 1 or 2 players down for G2, the other 3 feel like they've got nothing to lose and will try to run into you.
Yeah.
And I'll be curious to see as this T side goes on, whether G2 start to lose that bit of their identity.
Yeah, that's what we're watching for. And to be honest, I think that, you know, we see a call like that, and that's what G2 do. You've already said it, actually. When they have the huge lead and they're very close to closing out the game, they like to try to end up with even more momentum. The fast call comes in.
Sometimes only with 3 rounds to play. So what are they going to do with another 6?
Yeah. I think Hunter knows, you know, the depth here for Vitality. It's another map where they should be the ones who win. It's actually crazy, again, that they're even in the lead.
Here it is.
But here's Vitality. You're going to do a little mental math. We got this many rifle rounds left, 1 foot in front of the other. Another small comeback here, and it's actually Saw to get involved. We're seeing a team that's prepped. We're not seeing absolutely intricate, ornate strats here on T side that are showing us that, you know, G2 are capable of anything, and it's just a foregone conclusion they'll win. We've seen them get the pistols, get early momentum, put themselves in a lead. They still have just one final test, or between the 5 of them, one massive individual play.
Just a pop-off.
I mean, seriously, that's what they have. They have gears, they have levels.
The explosiveness of the rifling across G2's board. Is it enough?
Between HeavyGod, Matys, I mean, everyone, right?
Pick a name.
Yeah.
And they've still got the tools for the job. And Vitality in the process can't become a shell of themselves. They can't just simply start hiding. But that grenade does what could be a critical amount of damage for Apex.
It's early punishment. They're coming in. They softened them up, and they want to try to reclaim this.
Whoa. Trying to take a fight to them, chucking a nade into the pack. Does Flamesy really get out of here? Because he returns the favor with half of Sunpius and HeavyGod gone.
That's such a crazy play. That flash just for that angle here for ZywOo.
This game will boil down to the details, to the milliseconds. That is what Counter-Strike is.
Now, this is a big idea. Off the tack from Saw.
It's one of those slow burn plays, and they step HeavyGod into ZywOo.
Yeah, he vanishes from Ivy, comes back in the ladder.
It was early Pop Dog presence proved by Flamesy. He's deciding to go back at it in the one death G2 have had to face. Flamesy tiptoes over HeavyGod's corpse.
The CTs are worried. ZywOo floating again. Mezii, they've walked by him.
No, Matys. He's gonna go down to ZywOo. Second kill with this op, trying to recover what has been a poor map. And Malbs has tried to chase silently. We go 30 seconds. This bomb has gone around the world. Sunpius standing B.
I mean, unless he takes contact.
Right?
If he gets a kill, he's not making any noise
He
even.
has no nades. He has no time either. If Sunpius doesn't just start shooting at the walls, if nobody gives him a thread to pull on.
Wait, they can actually walk out, but they have to start actually running now.
10 on the clock. And Hunter's starting to exit out T-Con. I mean, they boil this one down to the final seconds.
They got a kill.
Sunpius gets his over towards B. Now suddenly Vitality, no, they've made a mistake. They've let this post plant go down. But with the bomb plant comes unnecessary hold. Hunter and Malbs within this bomb site versus 3. 3 of 2025's very best.
The old bones of this new lineup.
Hunter waits for the present. Oh, it's an instant headshot. The Kovac blood runs deep. The talent knows no bounds. But with Flamesy from the bottom of the board and a smoke on the bomb, he's gonna just try to stick this. You are denied. And G2 do what no one else could. Not Mouse, not Falcons. G2.
Can you believe your eyes? take them to 3 maps to crush them, to do the same thing to this year's #1, the only team to actually complete this in the best of 5. Hunter with those calls, and how sweet is it to have Saw with that tack pause and that call to put together the ornate and detailed round that they were looking for, to show that this project is complete because of him. Hats off to Hunter, hats off to this squad. It was a total team effort.
They showed backbone in the recovery of some of these maps. You go deep versus Vitality, you usually go down. But instead, this is a G2 that will go up to unknown heights because a roster formed not even 2 months ago has put an end to the Vitality reign of terror. They have tried to recover in the second half of this season. They got this close. This close. But G2 of all teams finds a way to deny them. A G2 that comes out of nowhere. Hunter defending the Kovac reputation, reinvented. Matys proving his mettle on the stage. HeavyGod's Counter-Strike has a new Goliath. Sunpius yet again at his best in the spotlight. Malbs adding some America's flair and Saw a maestro of mass destruction. Together, they are G2 Esports. They are your Blast Open London 2025 Grand Champions!
What a run it has been for this new team. London, let me hear it for G2! Now, Saw, for you, your second S-tier trophy. A new team, you've had plenty of new players to work with. It's been a long time, but just tell me how hard this final was for you and the whole team.
I mean, it was tough, like 5 maps and all the way from the overtime of Inferno, then coming to train. It was a tough battle, and I mean, the guys did good, so I'm proud of them.
Proud of them, I'm sure you are. Sunpius, with this man again, the next trophy in your hands. It's been 2 long years of waiting. You've gone to many different teams as well. I've got to ask you, at any point, did you feel like giving up?
Never, never.
And how good does it feel that you didn't give up and now you have that trophy?
It feels good because I am really tired. I feel good.
Matys, you put up some insane numbers, some great performances. You were not scared of anyone. You weren't scared of the stage either. Just tell me, how did you do it all?
I don't know, it's amazing, but I have the best team for now. I think it's always been. That's why I managed to win. I think I managed to come back since we were losing 2-1. So I'm really happy for my team. It's been amazing. I think no one expected from us this situation probably. We knew we can play good CS, but we didn't show it yet, but now is the best moment, so it's really good.
I respect the honesty, man. Thank you. Hunter! No Nico here this time around. You've taken on a new role, IGL, for just 43 days. You deserve that, by the way. You deserve that. You take on the IGL role. G2 asked you so many times to do this, but you just beat Vitality, the best team of 2025 so far. Just tell me, how did you manage to do this? How did you manage to dig deep enough through this crazy final?
I mean, first of all, I wanted to say thanks to this amazing crowd that supported us throughout the whole event. Thanks to my boys for believing in me, and they did an amazing job. I'm really happy for them. Of course, I'm happy for myself as well, but especially for them, because some of them never won the trophy. And yeah, as Matys already said, I think nobody expected this from us, but it's an amazing story. And yeah, playing in these playoffs against IGLs like Fallen, Karrigan, and Apex in 3 days, it's not easy, I can tell you that. I worked a lot, we worked all hard together to reach this amazing trophy. And yeah, I'm really happy, and I just want to say as well, thanks to my wife, who is taking care of the kids all the time. I'm working 24/7 since I got this IGL role, so even when I'm at home, I don't have time to spend with them. But yeah, thanks to everybody who is supporting us, and see you again soon.
HeavyGod, you had MVP levels of performance. Come on, London! Your brother's in the crowd as well. Your family's watching at home. How satisfying is this moment for you, knowing that you did everything possible to make this win a reality?
I have too many emotions. I cannot speak, but obviously I'm really happy. I'm really satisfied with our team performance. It's crazy how the boys have worked hard, and it's been a crazy one. Also best of 5. It's a bit late. We're all tired, but we did our best, and we won this one. I'm really happy. It's also my first trophy, and I cannot be more satisfied than this, you know. And thanks to all the amazing crowd. I really love you guys. You did a lot of good things to me, to my heart. I really appreciate that, guys. And I want to thank from my bottom of my heart to my brother that is here today. This is my brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to say thank you for my girlfriend at home supporting me and all my family. Yeah, I love you guys, and I love you. You're amazing guys, and I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Malbs! It's quite the journey you've been on. You've lifted trophies, you've won and done it before. But this one's different, right? Things have changed for you. You've had slower moments, you've had to fight back into it. Does this one feel more special from the development you've shown?
It definitely does. Like, I went through a really tough moment in my career at the beginning of the year. And this time I even when I cry, you know, it feels really, I don't know, satisfying maybe? It's, I don't know, and like, yeah, I just want to thank G2 because they never doubted me. They always gave me a second chance, even though I was playing like really bad. And yeah, also thank you guys because you were really cheering for us a lot, and it felt really special playing there, hearing you guys cheering for us. Thank you guys, and yeah, thank you for my girlfriend here that is here recording me. And yeah, thank you guys. One more trophy. Third blast for me, huh?
You got all those blast ones. But London, it's one final time. Everyone on your feet, your champions of the Blast Open London 2025. It's G2!
The Cinderella story now a reality for G2. Over 300 days since this org last hoisted a trophy, and now with an almost entirely different roster, they get to taste glory in London. And they had to battle through some beasts to earn it. Spirit to even earn a spot here. FaZe, FURIA, and now Vitality on the big stage. No match for G2, Jacob, in their pursuit for victory.
That's a crazy victory. That's a crazy statement, and that's a crazy bounce back for an organization that was a laughingstock for a lot of people. No more Mezii, no more Niku. A lot of people thought that's not going to be good for G2. They showed us and they proved every wrong tonight. Yes, it's just one tournament, but it's a massive tournament to win. It's a massive statement for G2. And as you said, FURIA, some of the teams they took down in the process. You're looking at Spirit, you're looking at FURIA, who's trending upwards, you're looking at FaZe, and then beating Vitality in a best-of-5 grand final. I think Mohan and Corner said it during the cast as well. Mouse couldn't do it, Falcons couldn't do it, nobody in the goddamn world could do it. G2, they needed one try, Maui, and then they nailed it from the get-go.
I mean, how can you not love this shit? This is just unbelievable what G2 has done with these pieces that a lot of just scrapped together, finding gems in the rough in Tier 2. And if Inferno was a message, this win was a decree. This is an unbelievable victory to go the distance, all 5 maps versus Vitality, the team of the year. And to put it forward in this fashion, there are many names here that are going to be written in the history books.
That was one of my favorite winners interviews that I've seen in such a long time, just because of the number of different stories we have upon this roster. We talk about so many of these players having to bounce back from such adversity, and I want to begin with Hunter. You know, he loses his cousin, he loses arguably one of the best players in the world in Mezii, and still he thinks now is the time. He is poised to take up the role of in-game leader and start an entirely new squad who now are championship level.
But that's what's so cool about this victory for G2. Niku didn't believe G2 was the home and the place where he could win his major. He didn't believe that was a project he could buy into. He left. Mezii the same thing. I don't blame Niku, I don't blame Mezii. They're going different paths, and maybe they'll find success within Falcons as well. But they didn't believe in G2. Hunter stuck around despite the fact that he was left by himself, left by his family, and now he's, I guess, built up a new one. G2 winning this tournament is a statement, not only to what we see in Counter-Strike 2, but also to the whole team aspect of playing CS. The more you play as a team these days, the more you're gonna win.
An absolute magical victory for the side of G2 here in London. So many emotions, and I'm sure HeavyGod is experiencing so many of them right now. First of all, massive congratulations. Tell me just about the amount of energy that a best-of-5 like this requires, particularly when, you know, you win the first map, then things start to go a little bit downhill. How do you recover from that?
It's crazy. We started the first map really strong, and then we got clapped two maps. Inferno was really tough for me mentally. I couldn't shoot properly as I should, and I did a lot of stupid mistakes. The last map was, I don't know, amazing, and our team brought up the energy, and everyone felt like we're gonna win this.
At what point did you feel in that matchup that you could actually win the grand final? I know after the first map you win convincingly, but there's still a long way to go. Was it after coming back on Inferno? Was it on Train? At what point did you sit back with a feeling that this is winnable?
After Pistol on City side, after my ace with Dulis, I said, like, if I come back stronger like this instantly after a bad Inferno, we can do it.
HeavyGod, how would you even talk about your mentality? Because I think that's been the most impressive aspect of you as a player. When I talked to you back on my stream, when you were on OG, you were still positive about that team. When you were on Cloud9, you always had a great mindset for every team. Feels like you're learning new lessons all of the time. How would you sum up what it takes to be HeavyGod?
It's not easy, yeah? I can tell you this, but I don't know. I think I'm trying to always find the positive, even when it's a bit bad or the situation is bad, and maybe when it's a bit negative atmosphere or something. I'm really trying to always push it to be positive, because I also can negative talk to myself a lot of times, and I'm trying to not affect my boys, but I'm trying to also tell them, guys, like, don't do what I do. Because I'm a bit harsh on myself. And I'm only trying to keep up everyone, trying to boost everyone, his morale, and yeah, just keep working, guys.
A big point of conversation has been Saw coming into your lineup, obviously, now Hunter taking up the reins as in-game leader. Those two together, can you put a few words on what they do for the team and how much of an impact they've had in this victory as well?
Hunter
and Saw.
Saw, yeah, it's crazy, yeah. It's I think one of the reasons that we play this kind of CS is because the amount of effort they're putting. It's always trying to provide new stuff, fix some small mistakes, discuss about a lot of situations and how to improve. And it's not like they're talking like negative if you do a mistake, but we're also trying to find this common language and common solution. And yeah, just a good understanding of each other, and it's crazy. Just the amount of work they put. I don't know. If I'm playing Faceit, for example, 7 games, I don't know how much time they work. It's crazy.
I think talking to Hunter, it was that he mentioned that you looked up to Rops, you watched his demos. What does it mean now to beat him in this kind of stage?
I mean, obviously it's nice. I watched a lot of demos from Robs because we're playing similar positions, I would say. And yeah, I mean, he's really smart, obviously, he's really skilled, and he has insane good understanding of the game. And yeah, it does mean a lot to me, of course, to win when he was my idol, you know, in learning my role and experiencing stuff.
HeavyGod, be honest with me. It's still early in the process within G2 as well. Are you surprised that you're playing this well already by now? Did you, in your wildest imagination, think that you could win this tournament already by now?
I mean, I think we didn't have any expectations coming to this tournament, to be honest.
Yeah.
We just wanted to do our best and show ourselves the best team level we could, because we know we are not fully prepared as a team. I think we are maybe 2 months together, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And yeah, we are working a lot, really a lot, and putting a lot of effort in fixing stuff. And yeah, it's crazy that we won. I'm really happy, and yeah.
Should we be scared? It's just been 2 months. You know, you're far from your peak level, so to speak. You're still obviously the map pool as well in the best of 5. We saw an Overpass, and maybe that's not your forte for now. Should the rest of the world be scared of G2 that you can play so well already by now?
Yeah, I don't know. I cannot comment this, but yeah, I think Overpass was a bit tough for us because we did a lot of individual mistakes, and we also lost 2v1 pistol on T side, and they got the momentum, and we couldn't bounce back. I think our map pool is getting just better slowly with time. I think it will be really good, and yeah.
I'm scared.
I got one more question. Last round of the game, before it happens, Saul calls a timeout. What's he saying?
I don't remember.
Something good, clearly.
Yeah, so I think he said, like, guys, like, let's not lose our heads. Let's just keep up our good pace, I think, or something like this. And he gave a call for the round and like explained us, guys, we need to do this and this and this, and like take it slow, all good, something like this. I don't remember exactly, but it was a really good call, and yeah.
I imagine it's so important for the entire team, but not least for yourself and for Matys as well, right? Because you both find yourself first time that you're out on a stage like this, first time lifting a trophy of this caliber. Can you tell me about your relationship with Matys and maybe how proud you're of what he pulled off in this grand final?
I mean, obviously, I don't know, he's crazy. He's playing really, really good, I don't know. Obviously, I expected it because I was watching him on Fnatic a bit, and I know how is he playing, and he's really, really good, and his communication is good, his shooting is another level, obviously, we all see it, and he's a really good teammate and a really nice friend outside of the game. So for me, our team is like a family, and we're trying to be a unit as much as we can.
How much were you chatting with him, like prior to coming into this grand final, you know, because you have that, I guess, special connection of it being your first time doing this together?
I don't know, I don't feel we talked too much between ourselves about the pressure. I think we all did more like overall with the team because it's our first stage with the team. And obviously people are more experienced than us, yeah, like Sampaios, Hunter, and Malbs. And of course, me and Matys didn't play, but we just had the talk with our psychologist every day, and he was helping us. And our staff around the team also, they're really amazing. They're helping us a lot, putting a lot of effort into making us big better. And yeah, like we just talk about it, I would say, kind of on a daily basis, you know, like since we came to London. So we really wanted to show and not to put ourselves in too much pressure, and just to show our good CS level.
Yeah, and how much is that required from you? We heard it from Hunter there on stage, you know, thanking his wife for being able to take care of the family, because taking up this new role is basically required 24/7, all of his time. How much work has been going in from your side to be getting up to speed?
Oh, I don't know. I'm a guy that lives CS. Yeah, I play a lot of Faceit. I play with my friends as well, and yeah, also like my girlfriend also doesn't get too much attention from me because I'm mostly on CS. I really like to watch demos, I really like to improve, and it's important for me to keep my individual level as well. So I don't know, maybe 13, 14 hours per day for me, it's normal, I would say. And I would even do more if I could sometimes, because I need to go sleep and I have practice, sadly, but yeah.
Final question from me. Anybody else that you want to thank? I know your brother was in the crowd today. Anybody that you want to thank specially?
Yeah, of course. Like, obviously, my brother, as everyone heard, it's really important for me that he's here with me and lifting my first trophy. I want to thank again my girlfriend. She's been supporting me a crazy amount of time, and she's pushing me to my limits. And my whole family, my mom, my dad, and my grandma that are watching from home. And all our close friends to my family and everyone. It's just crazy support from everyone, all my friends at home, all my friends from TeamSpeak, from our community in Israel, and yeah, I just want to thank everyone really, and I really appreciate the support from the crowd. It was actually crazy for me to experience this. When they chant your name, it's for me, it's like, you know, it's crazy.
I think you've earned so many fans here in the arena, HeavyGod, and for good reason. Massive congratulations. It was an absolutely spectacular grand final. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
HeavyGod, more like humble God, am I right? What a guy, what a guy.
I mean, we lost one crowd favorite in Mezii, but what's a king to a heavy god?
You tell me, Maui, you tell me.
It's just been, I mean, I'm kind of lost for words, right? Like, we go into that fourth map, and Vitality, they have, you know, such a lead. They have all the opportunities to close it out against all the odds. G2 push us to a fifth, and I'm thinking, you know, maybe that's all they've got. Maybe the tank will run dry after that. But no, G2 have all the final answers in this grand final.
What they have, like a 33% win rate going into train there, and then they take down a Vitality team who was writing the book, the scripture on how you're supposed to play that map. That was unthinkable. That was truly unthinkable.
It's just the notion that you're coming into a best-of-5 grand final against Vitality. Mouse weren't able to do it a couple of times. Falcons came close, very, very close in Australia. Couldn't get it done. No team out there have been able to beat Vitality in a best-of-5 grand final, and then G2 does it in their very first attempt. Not only beating them, dare I say they dominated them on map number 4 and map number 5. I mean, it was close on Inferno, obviously, but map number 5, it felt like Inferno was just, that was like what was supposed to be the ending to the game almost.
Yeah.
You come into train, you think to yourself, oh, I'm afraid that that's just going to be a blowout. I'm afraid that G2 can't stand the test of a 5 map pool, and all of a sudden it's Vitality who's just crumpling.
Yeah, when you look at Train, you're talking about this is a map where you're not expecting G2 necessarily to do that well. A few of the teams that wrote the book on this map were Complexity, Aurora, and Fnatic with Matys on the roster. True. He goes on to Train, and he was lights out on the entries time and time again. I mean, man, what an insane pickup Matys has been.
He's just been incredible. I still can't believe that he's able to, with such precision, flick between 2 angles as he's clearing space simultaneously, and then get the instant headshot on whoever peeks him from either spot.
I want to give some flowers to Sunpayas as well. I know he's been under the loop from a lot of people, myself included. I don't think we've seen the best of Sunpayas the last couple of years. Obviously, he's had some time to now grow into a new role within G2. I think he played a fantastic playoff, a fantastic tournament, and I think he's kind of connected to Saw, let's be honest. With Saw and him, you know, he gets the most out of Sunpayas. Is he ever going to be a Mezii? No, probably not. Does he need to be a Mezii within G2? Absolutely not. What he did during this tournament was more than enough from Sunpayas, and he deserves his flowers as well because he played fantastic from start to finish.
I've been harsh on Sunpayas for a lot of this tournament, and looking at the stats, he was, I believe, their lowest rated player in this final, but on the maps they won, I actually think, other than Train, he did a really good job. He struggled a little on Train, he missed a few shots, had a tough time, but for the majority of this series, I don't think the stats do him justice. I think he actually did his job perfectly well.
And looking at the stats for Saw, now he doubles his trophy count, and I'm sure this isn't going to be the last for him, Maui.
I mean, the narrative around Saw continues to build. The legacy begins to build. The fact that he has pieces that, I mean, we like a lot of the guys on this G2 team. They aren't Mezii. They aren't ZywOo. They aren't Donk. And so he's still able to get it over the line with a brand new in-game leader. I can't understate how ridiculous of a feat that is for Hunter and Saw, the brain trust of this team, to make G2 look as polished as they did on so many of their side hits, so many of their reactions. And my God, every single time out, I'm just sitting and waiting and listening, and I'm trying to hear what he's saying. I'm trying to lip read. If we should get a professional lip reader, because I need to know everything he's saying.
I'd pay an awful lot of money to be able to hear those timeouts every single time. I said it coming into the game as well. I think Saw is the single best investment any team has ever done in the history of Counter-Strike. He's done so well in ENCE, he's done so well in Heroic, he's now coming into G2 as well. They're lifting a trophy already by now, and I bet you he's going to help develop players like Mouse. He's going to develop a guy like HeavyGod to become a superstar, if not already, and he gets the most out of Sunpayas. He is worth every single penny G2 is paying him, and I hope they're paying him a lot.
This team, it might not have the individual best player in the world or even second best player in the world, but they remind me of a kind of ode to a 2019 Liquid, but if they had a great coach that could actually build upon a format where they can go in for those entries, they can go for the trades, their spacing is impeccable, but when things fall back and that's not working, they still have the execs, they still have the mid rounds, they still have every other option in the book to build upon the fact that they have potentially, when all 5 players are online, some of the best firepower in the world right now.
Now, I am frantically refreshing HLTV because I kind of want to know who may be the MVP from this, but maybe you guys can give me the answer.
Give me HeavyGod. Give me HeavyGod.
It's a close race, though. I would say Matys and HeavyGod were the two that stood out the most. I think Matys in the playoff in particular played significantly better than in the group stage. That's going to weigh in, but I think overall, when you look towards the playoff, the impact, the eye test, I think HeavyGod has been the one you could count on every single map. I know he said I had a rough one on Inferno. He got bailed out by his teammate. The way he played on Train, the clutches he won in the first half, whenever the game was about to get close, HeavyGod would pull off a 1v2, he would pull off a 1v1. To me, the MVP of the tournament.
I mean, you could have forgotten HeavyGod was the inner player with how much impact he had on the outer bomb site on that CT side of Train. I think you can't go wrong with either pick, but I kind of leaning the same direction as you guys. I think HeavyGod was the more impactful player when you take into account the group stages as well. Matys had a great playoffs, but he was a little more invisible in the groups.
I'm going to pick up on one thing you said earlier before we even started that map 5. It's just the lack of resources that HeavyGod gets. The fact that he is by himself with a single rifle, having to make his own play, trying to stop and execute that's coming at him, and yet he still gets the multi-frags so consistently. Matys did a fantastic job. He gets to bait a little bit more. I mean, he gets to run in first with mobs a lot. You know, it's kind of a 1-2 punch. Yeah, he does a lot of entry work, don't get me wrong, but I just think that HeavyGod, he is just on his own on an island, and he still puts up surreal numbers.
100%. So efficient is HeavyGod, and I'm so happy that we got to see some of his best work coming into Blast Open London. I know I'm being very, guilty of maybe getting ahead of myself, but how does this kind of stack up G2 going forward? Because now, it's coming into the twilight hours. There's only a handful of events before we move onwards towards the Budapest Major. What are you what are you reading for G2?
Instantly into the contender tier. They're instantly up there. It's no easy feat to beat Vitality in a BO5. Even if this is Vitality on their B game, I felt like at moments we were seeing some great CS out of Vitality. It's just that G2 went even harder. They had incredible strategies. The personnel is toe-to-toe with some of the elite teams in the world. I would easily put G2 in the top 5 in a power ranking today.
Yeah, easily. It's just a great reminder. 2 months ago, 3 months ago in Austin, we're all expecting Vitality to win. It felt like the script was already written before we got into the tournament. You now look towards Budapest, the second major of the year. It's open. Anyone can win that tournament at this point. You have the Mongols playing some good Counter-Strike. You have Mouse not being able to get into the grand finals and win them. You have G2 becoming a contender. Obviously, Vitality is still in the mix as well. What's going to happen to FaZe? What's going to happen to some of the other teams? No one is dominating Counter-Strike right now, and that's what I love the most about the second major of the year. I think it's going to be open season.
I think you put it perfectly. This is an era potentially of parity in the top sphere right now, where we have multiple teams, not just Spirit and Vitality, that are vying, trying for things. We have 4, 5, 6 teams that could make a run in any given group stage, in any given playoff at the major, and I put G2 right up there close to the top.
Such a miraculous run from G2 throughout the entirety of Blast Open London 2025. On the other side of things, though, Vitality, I'm going to pick up on something that you said, Maui. We keep reciting B game, C game, etc. for the side of Vitality. Is that just the reality that we should expect from Vitality now?
It doesn't look like the individuals are quite at the level that they were in the first half of the year. In the first half, you could see every single player knew exactly their purpose at any given moment, and they could also shift on a dime. If Flames needs to become a clutcher, he'll do it. If Mezii needs to run in first, he would do it. But now it feels like people are falling a little bit more into their old habits. And I'm not saying that they're bad habits, but it's just that we're not getting that flexibility in the middle of a round that I'm seeing or was seeing in the first half of the year. So I think some of them need to rethink just how they're fitting into every single round. And it's tough when you win 7 trophies in a row to keep up that level of form. And unfortunately, it feels like Vitality, they might be incredibly low in that tank.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough to obviously continue the dominance they had from the first part of the season. I will say, though, I feel like they played better Counter-Strike at moments during this tournament that we saw at EWC, that we saw in some of the other tournaments as well. So I can't say they're trending upwards, Hard to do that after losing a final against G2, but I don't feel it's as bad as I probably would have feared had they lost in another semifinal, had they gone out in the quarterfinals. So I'm not worried per se for Vitality. I'm not, you know, ringing the bell and saying roster changes, all that kind of stuff for now, but it's still a team that is struggling a little bit too much.
I think if we took the Vitality that we saw in the early parts of this group stage or at EWC and we put them in the final against a G2 that came off of a victory against FURIA like that, we would have said G2 are taking this or they're taking it close at least. But before this series, we were all 3-1, 3-0 for Vitality. Yeah. I believe, Pimp, maybe you had a little more faith in G2, but we thought Vitality were going to win it because they did look great against Mouse. They did look good in the playoffs. This is a Vitality that was reaching up to their A game. They hit it for moments in this series, and that's what makes it so impressive that G2 could bounce back from a vintage ZywOo performance like the one we saw and actually bring it to 5 maps.
Got to be extra heartbreaking for Mezii. No hoisting a trophy on home soil today. So let's get a few closing thoughts from him and James Banks.
Vitality fought hard throughout the whole final, but Train is where it comes undone for them, and the record of final after final wins comes to an end. Mezii, first of all, commiserations, man. I know this probably hurts more than other finals, right? Because you've lost before you got to the final, but this is the first actual final you guys have lost on this streak. Give me your first just emotions and feelings, because again, it's in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, emotions are a bit everywhere at the moment. I think a lot of disappointment, of course, that we were so close and could have won, but at the end of the day, it wasn't meant to be. I think also some positives. I think we've made progress compared to where we were at the start of this second part of the year. We're making steps forward, and that's the main thing. But yeah, it's this one definitely hurts. A bit emotional right now. It's a bit of a tough one to lose, but.
Was this one as well one you wanted more, not just because you guys are playing better, but because it's the UK, because the crowd, I know your partner's there, your daughter's watching as well, like, did it have more meaning for you?
Yeah, for sure. I think whenever family come to watch or whenever it's in your home country, it's one that everyone wants to experience, just even playing, but to experience a win here is would have been huge. But like I say, it's CS at the end of the day. It's down to the fine details, and sometimes it's not meant to be. Like I say, we can't. So we've also got to be grateful for how successful we've been this year so far, and sometimes finals don't go your way. But like I say, the main positive is that we're taking steps forward. It's just this is one going to be a tough one.
And that's the thing for Vitality. Throughout the duration of the first half of this year, they never had to taste failure. And Jacob, it was always a question of how they bounce back when they finally do. It was inevitable. And that's what we're looking at for the second half of the second season of this year.
I'm super curious and super interested in seeing Vitality in the next couple of tournaments, because I do feel it's at the point now where either they bounce back, either they win a trophy within the next couple of months, or it could falter, or it could fall completely from each other, where Vitality is going to be another team that's just going to be a contender and not necessarily a favorite heading into the tournaments. It's still, as I said before, I don't want roster changes. I don't look towards Vitality, and I don't think they're in a crisis per se. I just think they, as you said, Maui, as well, they lack that extra 5-10%. And in a world where Counter-Strike is so competitive, that's just not good enough if you want to win trophies.
The adversity that Vitality is having to face, having Inferno right there for the taking. I have not seen a BO5 in an arena actually go back and forth like this. For them to be up 2-1, to be on the precipice of victory like that, this has got to be the toughest loss yet. Losing the semifinals to teams you're usually losing to, like Mao or playing against a lot of the time, I mean, that's something you can shrug off. And they even did shrug it off. They defeated Mao's handily. Like, that was not even really that competitive. But to lose to G2 like this, when it was right there for the taking, I mean, Apex, Xtaz, they got to go back to their team right now, and they're going to have a long conversation.
One of the phrases Apex used after the loss in Cologne was fight. They didn't have fight. They felt like they got behind, they started losing, and then their team just kind of collapsed. And you could see it in the timeout, in the halftime we saw where Apex was telling the team, we need to be on the same page. It feels like a little bit of the same, where how do you expect to see Vitality go into an overtime like that, where they had the edge, and then just get absolutely blown out? It feels like at times they started to roll over the team. They got too stuck in their ways. They weren't able to fill the gaps they were in the previous season, where someone was lacking, someone was messing something up. They would have someone take over for them. They don't have that now. I'm not sure if they'll have that in the future again either.
Well, either way, if you do want to get involved at home, there will be a link in the chat for you guys to give your feedback upon the Blast Open London. So follow that link that will be posted shortly to have your say. Gentlemen, thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure to be hosting you guys a little bit in London. Maui, has it been nice? It's been nice to be back.
You already put the words in my mouth, Freya. It has been incredibly nice. The crowd was fantastic. I love how they just cheered for good Counter-Strike. They knew the memes, they knew the jokes, but they also knew when the plays were great.
I came in with a skeptic mindset when it comes to London, you know, for certain reasons. The English breakfast, according to me, is the worst breakfast in the world, but I've been positively surprised. By the way, Slim Chicken, shout out. It's a great place.
Get this guy out of here.
Never been there?
Never been.
You and I were going right now.
Get this guy out of it. Either way, thank you so much to everybody who joined us in the arena, everybody watching at home, and as always, thank you to the wonderful production team for putting on another fantastic show. This has been the Blast Open London 2025. I've been your host, Freya Spears. I will see you very soon in Hong Kong.
Baked bean sucks.